Okay, good afternoon, listeners. Good afternoon, good afternoon. This is Nationwide 90 FM, our rolling coverage of the passage, the arrival of Hurricane Melissa. Picks up from now. It's what, 6 minutes past 2 on this Monday afternoon, Monday, October 27, 2025. My name is George Davis, and I'll be with you for a little bit, for just a little bit, as we get ready for this weather event. I can tell you that the latest bulletin from the Met Service, you would have heard that in our newscast, telling you that at 10 a.m., the information they gleaned from their 10 a.m. survey showed that the center of Melissa was about 145 miles southwest of Kingston, or 123 miles south of Bluefields in Westmoreland. So still on that southern side, and you'd have heard the breakdown from the expert Evan Thompson telling you about the likely track of the hurricane given the track it is on now. A turn is expected, which should, they say, take Melissa over the island at some point on Tuesday. Hurricane force winds, though, can be felt 30 miles from the center of Melissa, and tropical storm force winds can be felt as far away as 195 miles from the center of Melissa. So that's the situation as things stand. I want to start this coverage by telling you what the Andrews Memorial Hospital is saying. They've issued a public service announcement. It says Andrews Memorial Hospital remains in emergency mode as Hurricane Melissa impacts Jamaica. Emergency mode means Andrews is open for critical and emergency care only. The accident and emergency department remains operational, so for life-threatening emergencies, please proceed there immediately. All outpatient services and elective surgeries at Andrews Memorial Hospital are suspended. The pharmacy, cafeteria, dental, and U.S. medical departments are closed until further notice. Please monitor your social media channels for official updates. That's monitor Andrews' social media channels for further updates. Andrews Memorial Hospital wishes its staff, patients, and all Jamaica a safe passage through Hurricane Melissa. Stay safe and stay informed. That was an important announcement from Andrews Memorial Hospital. And then, the Court Administration Division says the Judiciary of Jamaica is advising that in anticipation of the effects of Hurricane Melissa, reporting conditions for all persons on bail are suspended with immediate effect. Bail reporting conditions resume on Monday, November 3, 2025. This temporary suspension applies island-wide and is intended to ensure the safety of all concerned, given the potential for hazardous weather conditions, blocked or damaged roads, and other disruptions associated with the hurricane. The judiciary is urging all stakeholders, including the Jamaica Constabulary Force, members of the public, the private bar, and persons on bail, to take note of this advisory and follow the guidance provided. Members of the public are encouraged to stay informed about their court-related matters by following the official social media channels of the Judiciary of Jamaica for updates on court operations and rescheduled court dates. For further information, you may contact the Director for Client Services, Communications and Information Division at the Court Administration Division. That was an important announcement from the Court Administration Division. So, I'm opening the lines to take calls. What we're trying to do, we're trying to to get in touch with some members of parliament who have reported some problems in their constituencies, whether it is flooding reported already, whether it is that trees have fallen on buildings, perhaps even homes, where it is that persons have been without electricity for 24 hours or approaching 24 hours. And yes, some people are reporting that, trying to make contact with the relevant members of parliament. The number to call us are the numbers 876-630-9371, 630-9372, 630-9373, 630-9374, 876-618-6730 is the fifth number you can use. 876-618-6730 is the fifth number you can use. Now, looking through the bulletins issued by the Met Service, bulletin number 44, which is the latest one we have at hand, shows that the center of Melissa, as I noted earlier, was 145 miles southwest of Kingston. Bulletin number 42, which was issued which measured looked at the hurricane at 4 a.m. At 4 a.m. on Monday, the center was 130 miles southwest of Kingston. Now, between the 4 a.m. bulletin and the 10 a.m. bulletin, it's as if the center of Melissa had drifted even further away from Kingston, using Kingston as a reference point, because Kingston is the constant reference point in terms of a proximity indicator used by the Met Service. Sometimes they say Kingston and Treasure Beach. Sometimes they say Kingston and Moran Point. They'll say Kingston and Bluefields. They will say Kingston and Rocky Point. So you see, the only constant there is Kingston. If we look at the constant at 4 a.m. on this day in sports, Monday, October 27, the center of Melissa was 130 miles southwest of Kingston. By 10 a.m., it was 145 miles southwest of Kingston. If we go to the bulletins issued on Sunday, 10 p.m. on Sunday, Melissa's center was 125 miles southwest of Kingston. So what the bulletin is showing us is that at 10 p.m. on Sunday, Melissa's center was closer to Jamaica than the 10 a.m. bulletin today. In fact, it was 20 miles closer. It was 20 miles closer yesterday at 10 p.m. than at 10 a.m. So 12 hours. In 12 hours, it drifted 20 miles further away. No, I'm not making anything of this. You would be the first to tell me that I'm not a meteorologist. I'm just looking at what the numbers are showing, and the numbers are showing that it is not getting closer to Kingston. And I'm referring to Kingston not because Kingston is Jamaica, but because Kingston is the constant reference point used by the Met Service when giving an indicator of how close Melissa is to making landfall here in Jamaica. We're trying to get through to the Member of Parliament for Central Manchester, Rhoda Moy Crawford, to talk about the situation in her constituency, where there are several communities without electricity. We've been told about several of them. Power outages affecting several of our friends right around the country as we speak. So you're talking about communities in the Belfield division, such as Dayton, Providence, Content, Banana Ground, Blue Mountain, Top Coffee Grove, Bottom Coffee Grove. If you go over to the Knockpatrick division, you're talking about communities such as Trowers, Newfield, Sunset, New Wales, sections of Lucky Street and sections of Waltham, where there is no power. Then you have communities in Royal Flat and in Mandeville, two divisions, which have also reported that they've been without electricity for some time. And there have been reports of outages in St. Elizabeth, to be specific, Junction, Rose Hall, Malvern, and Prospect. These places in St. Elizabeth are already without power, and Melissa hasn't touched land yet. So we are watching that situation, and we're hoping to get in touch with Rhoda Moy Crawford for one, and a few more members of Parliament to talk about the situation as it is developing in their neck of the woods. All right, so we're going to take our first break and come right back and continue. Nationwide tracks Melissa in your company as we await the arrival of what they say is the most powerful hurricane so far of the Atlantic hurricane season.
Explored. Voyagings after dark.
As we grow older, there are many challenges that we have to confront, but these years can represent the best in our lives. Coming of Age during Nationwide This Morning on Thursdays explores issues persons 50 and over confront. It also provides expert opinions on how we can improve the quality of our lives as we get older. That's Coming of Age, this and every Thursday during Nationwide This Morning at 6:51 a.m.
Do you have a consumer-related issue? Want to learn more about matters concerning you as a consumer? Well, keep it locked to Nationwide 90 FM for the Consumer Hour with me, Nora Gay Banton. Weekdays from 9 to 10 a.m. For all your consumer-centric matters, stay tuned to the Consumer Hour on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis, weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Public opinion.
Stop this foolish about this GLP and PMP business. We are Jamaican.
Different people.
It's not a matter of a JLP or a PMP. I think it's more like where it is that you think you're comfortable, what support you can afford to make the country better.
Different views.
Most entertainers, they're not amenable to management, so the only thing that can ultimately structure them is the court and the prison.
Public opinion. The voice of the people at 6:25 p.m. weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Tune into Nationwide at 6:25 p.m. for Public Opinion, where the people's views matter.
Public Opinion is brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, Industrial Automation and Control Solutions.
Tracking Hurricane Melissa. Stay with Nationwide 90 FM.
Welcome back to Nationwide 90 FM's coverage of Hurricane Melissa. Just got a phone call from a very, very, very frustrated Jamaican. He said to me, he was told the storm was coming Wednesday, no storm, Thursday, no storm, then Friday, no storm, Saturday, none, Sunday, none, Monday, none, and now he's wondering if any storm is coming at all. And I know several people are feeling that way, and because they are feeling that way, they may not be minded to obey the edict of the authorities or the gentle cajoling of the authorities either. I would advise you to err on the side of caution. If you're told to evacuate, please follow those evacuation orders. If you are advised to move to a safer space, please oblige by moving to safer space, because as the Transport Minister said, the Energy Minister, Daryl Vaz, it will be foolhardy to gamble with Melissa because you will not win. Earlier today, the government had a press conference where it brought in key agency heads along with key ministers in this disaster coordination effort to update the nation on what they were doing to help us be ready. Among the speakers at this event was the Minister in charge of Works, Robert Morgan.
Emergency Operations Center has so far received 15 reports from across the island. These reports include falling trees, rockfall, down power lines, and landslides. We have responded and removed the impediments and repaired, or reopened rather, all but one of the roads that have been blocked. And we are actively working to reopen the one that is currently blocked, which was impacted by fallen trees. And I think this one is in St. Anne's Bay near the roundabout. We continue to urge people to exercise extreme caution if they have to be outdoors at this time. Rock falls are an imminent threat. We have seen this along the Little Bay Main Road in St. Mary, and there are other places that are susceptible to this kind of situation, so we urge caution. We've done quite a bit of work across the island in terms of drain work mitigation, and several critical drains across the island have been impacted, have been targeted, and we will continue as long as it's safe to do so. So you would have seen even yesterday we had a front-end loader in the Sandy Gully trying to continue to create a pathway for the water to move to the sea. On Thursday we also started work on the channel to the sea in the Sandy Gully, and this section is critical, and I want to explain a little bit as to what we have done at the Sandy Gully. We were in the process of planning a massive rehabilitation of the gully, also a massive desilting program for early next year, but the hurricane did not acquiesce to our timing, and as such we had to move very quickly to the urgent work. The most important thing that we are trying to do is, one, protect the lives and property of the people who live adjacent to the gully past the bridge near Seaview Gardens, and two, the bridge that is on Spanish Town Road, which is a very critical bridge. It connects to the ports. As I said before, it connects to Jamaica's most important health facility, KPH, also Bustamante Children's Hospital if you're traveling from that side. So it's very important that we not allow that bridge to be damaged if the hurricane does inundate that area. We've removed 500 loads of silt from under the bridge or in the vicinity of the bridge over the last 5 days. Some persons are saying, well, we should clean all the way to the sea. That is 1.5 kilometers from the bridge to the sea, and it is 37 meters wide. If that section that we cleaned was 500 truckloads of silt, think about how many trucks and excavators and backhoes and front-end loaders would be required to remove 1.5 kilometers of silt with a width of 37 meters, a couple thousand trucks. So we have done as much as the engineers have said we can do at this time to create a pathway under the bridge so that water can flow. Based on what we have done, the bridge is safer, the flow is no longer compromised, and while we have done much work to mitigate the impact of the impending hurricane on our infrastructure, we want to appeal to the public, and I know Minister Mackenzie has done so, and Minister Samuda has done so, Minister Vaz. Do not interact with infrastructure that you think is compromised. If the bridge looks shaky, do not attempt to go on the bridge or across the bridge. Do not try to traverse gullies that are flooded. We've had historical evidence of persons in very powerful vehicles seeking to traverse gullies, and they lost the competition. So we're advising the public that this is a serious hurricane. Our gullies cannot be used while they are flooded. We know that persons may be wanting to go to their farms and visit their relatives after the disaster, but we must listen to the bulletins from ODPEM and the other relevant entities to tell us when the infrastructure is safe. The National Works Agency will carry out a very quick assessment of infrastructure after the storm has passed and when it is safe for our teams to do so. Because you see a power line falling does not mean that the lines are dead. And sometimes our teams have to wait on the utility companies to tell us that these lines do not have electricity in them before we can clear the road. And those are some of the things that we have to do before we start clearing. But we'll be doing critical assessment of our important infrastructure, and we'll advise the public when this infrastructure is in a state that it can accommodate persons and traffic. So we are asking citizens to avoid using or approaching any road or bridge or structure that appears to be damaged, cracked or unstable. And you can report such cases to our emergency center, and I will repeat the number. I will give you the number here. 658-213-2557. That's 658-213-2557 to 60. Let me give it a third time. 658-213-2557 to 60, or 876-312-3991, 876-312-3991, and 876-312-3987. Or you can contact the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. I wish to thank the NW teams, the contractors and first responders and community volunteers who continue to serve on the front lines of this period of national emergency. I want to repeat again. Can you repeat again, Desmond? Or I want to repeat. I want to repeat. Do not cross flooded gullies and roads. Do not cross flooded gullies and roads. Do not seek to navigate compromised or damaged infrastructure, whether it be bridges, whether it be culverts. Report damage to ODPEM and the National Works Agency. I also want to say finally, some gullies will not be able to accommodate the volume of water that is about to fall on Jamaica. I'm speaking directly to the persons on the McGregor Gully and Burger Gully. You know that when it rains heavily, the gully overflows. There are other communities across the island that know when it rains heavily, the gullies are not able to accommodate the water. You should move. The government has opened many shelters, over 800 shelters across the island. The shelters are safe. The National Works Agency and the emergency services may find it challenging to rescue you during the hurricane when the gullies have topped their banks. So we're asking again, while we have done mitigation, mitigation will not necessarily conquer a Category 5 hurricane. So we're asking persons along these gully banks to be careful, to watch, to leave if you can, or to leave if you, well, you should leave, as we know that the gullies will not be able to accommodate the water. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Morris Dixon.
So that's the Minister in charge of Works, Robert Morgan, speaking at that press briefing earlier today. And the message he was putting across to the listeners, to the audience, was that, look, the government is working to clean Sandy Gully, which of course is the main drainage network in the corporate area, which alleviates a flooding problem, potential flooding problem. It's in bad shape, as we all know, and he spoke to work that was being done to clear that area. I heard the Prime Minister speak about the media coverage, the reporting on the blockage in the Sandy Gully, the part that near the part where the Sandy Gully empties into the sea. And you know, he was critical of media coverage of it. The truth of the matter is, though, that that section of the gully is in very, very bad shape. And I know that in moments like these, it is always the call. You hear people say, well, what has the government, whichever government is in office, done about that part of the gully network? Truth of the matter is that all of the state agencies, all of the local representatives, the parish councillors, those who sit at the KSAMC, the KSAMC in general, then the Member of Parliament, it would be it would be nice rather, to see what it is that they would have been doing over time to draw attention to, and more important than drawing attention, to have the gully cleaned so that when an event like we're bracing for happens, then it's just maintenance work that is happening rather than massive works project being undertaken as an emergency exercise. The minister said 500 loads of silt removed from a section of the gully. That's just one section. Yeah, that's not even the most problematic section. Well, based on their assessments, it was necessary to remove the silt from that location in the gully. But to the eye, to people who live there, and the videos we've gotten from people who live in the area, people who are not mischief makers, people who are not trying to score political points or trying to embarrass the government, to make the real point that look at what happens here. It's heavily forested. It's ridiculous to say that a drain is heavily forested, but the Sandy Gully, there are sections that are forested, and then others that are heavily forested. When the debris comes down, what's going to happen? The water rise, breaches the banks of the Sandy Gully into people's backyard, into the side of people's yards, flooding. And that's the point that we're making. And so it's not to say that, the government, the central government is not. I'm pointing my fingers at the local representatives, asking what is it that they have done over time to maintain the Sandy Gully. And you hear a hue and cry, and people bawl out, and people blocking road talking about Sandy Gully only when hurricane time. In times of drought, nobody pays attention to the Sandy Gully. No local representatives pays attention to the Sandy Gully. No MP pays attention out there in Western St. Andrew. But when it is that hurricane time comes now, people start pointing fingers. And as the finger pointing happens, and as the blame gets deflected, the upshot is what? People's lives and property remain at risk because the floodwaters are real, and the floodwaters don't see green or orange. While Minister Morgan was speaking, I looked back at what happened to the Sandy Gully during Tropical Storm Gustav, all the way back in 2008. Tropical Storm Gustav hit Jamaica. Tropical Storm Gustav caused $562 million in damage, and that figure is not my figure. It's from information here on the website of the National Works Agency to say that Gustav caused $562 million in damage. And the statement says the Sandy Gully Drainage Network, its tributaries, other major drains and gullies suffered considerable damage to inverts and retaining walls during the passage of Gustav. This had the effect of cutting off access to schools, undermined the foundation of buildings, and it channeled stormwater through private properties. This happened in Gustav when the Sandy Gully, parts of it failed, parts of it collapsed. It can happen again if Melissa hits the way Melissa is projected to hit. And in 2008, that cost the damage, $562 million. You can imagine the damage now. So I'm saying we have this habit, and if I'm the only journalist who will even attempt to drag people away from that habit, I will take on that task manfully. There are so many problems that we have that we don't look at those who have direct line responsibility for them. We puff our chests out, we grab our smartphones, we go on the internet, and we start banging away at whomever is in charge of government, or we're going to minister already. I'm saying that a lot of the problems we have don't start there. They're not resolved there. It is the local representative. This is why you have municipal corporations. And you have some municipal corporations where together they are working hard and trying to do good work. Several municipal corporations across the island, KSAMC among them, which is where we are now talking to you from. But at the same time, you have some councillors who are derelict on the job. You have some disaster committees who do not, the things that are outstanding during a disaster. A disaster comes, and these things are hot topic issues, and they are long-term hot topic issues. Disaster goes, those issues get dropped, and it's stasis. It's in a state of languishing once again until the next disaster. So there's nobody driving the continuous attention to these small issues, so that you don't have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to do major works on something like the Sandy Gully, an installation like the Sandy Gully, to help alleviate the flooding problem in the corporate area. And you can tell I'm upset because I'm stuttering, because there's no way the Sandy Gully should be in the state it is in now, and people keep voting for councillor and keep voting for MP out in that part of Jamaica where it is. It is an absolute disgrace. And then the charlatans know when disaster comes, you put on your cap, put on your open neck shirt, and you're going out there, you're going to protest with residents against whomever is in charge of government, say government caused this and government caused it and government never cleaned Sandy Gully. It hurts me, and we should stop giving them the oxygen of time to spread the foolishness, and we should demand accountability at the local level. The Sandy Gully ought not to be in the condition it is now. Yes, and work is continuing even as we speak to clear the major blockage points to allow for the free flow of water. Because, as I said, if what happened to Gustav with the Sandy Gully happens now, then we're going to be facing $1 billion repair bill just for the Sandy Gully alone. This is Nationwide 90 FM. Break time, back with more after these.
Cliff Says is by far the most popular mid-morning radio segment in Jamaica. Cliff Hughes shares his views on the hot-button topics of the day, editorializing on various issues in the news, breaking news stories, and expounding on stories. Cliff Says sets the tone of the show for the rest of the day. Join the award-winning journalist Cliff Hughes weekdays during Cliff Hughes Online at 10 to 10:30 a.m. Join the revolution in media.
Cliff Says is brought to you by Educom Credit Union, providing value through service, and Hyundai, modern premium affordable vehicles.
As we grow older, there are many challenges that we have to confront, but these years can represent the best in our lives. Coming of Age during Nationwide This Morning on Thursdays explores issues persons 50 and over confront. It also provides expert opinions on how we can improve the quality of our lives as we get older. That's Coming of Age, this and every Thursday during Nationwide This Morning at 6:51 a.m.
It's hard-hitting. It's riveting. It's the much-talked-about cover story during Nationwide at 5. Hear Cliff Hughes get to the heart of the story of the day. Cover Story aired 5:30 weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Nationwide at 5. Talk radio at its best. Cover Story.
Cover Story is brought to you by JTA Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives positively.
Multilink, roll with control. Use Multilink, safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
It's Monday, get over your blues. Or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The E-Zone is here for you. With this thing of Honey Bee
and Curry Boyatings
from 3 to 5 p.m. on Nationwide 90 FM.
We've got your entertainment news.
Then we want to hear your views. Why you say?
Jump in the mix.
Or the hot seat.
Don't miss our brain busters.
Or the crazy giveaways.
Let's talk fashion.
Send us your outfit of the day. Ooh, cutesy. Very demure.
Are you looking for love?
Come on one of our blind dates. Send your request to ezoneblindates@gmail.com. That's ezoneblindates@gmail.com.
And stay tuned for your confessions.
These are my confessions. Share them with us at ezoneconfessions@yahoo.com. I mean, is this planet Earth?
Is it?
I don't know. Let me check. Either way, it's got a buzz.
And a bugger thing.
Ow! Ow!
Tracking Hurricane Melissa. Stay with Nationwide 90 FM.
Welcome back. I see a lot of people in the YouTube chat saying that this is a repeat. No, this is not a repeat. You've seen me in a red beret before on this set. Nah, this is live. This is live right now, as I'm keeping your company during this period of the day as we're waiting for the big updates to come. I see a couple comments in the chat that I want to respond to. Parchment Fanny Clump says, stay on topic. Jamaican people are fighting for their very lives. Focus on that, not politics. Well, clearly you don't get the point, Parchment Fanny Clump. Yeah, so let me give you the point. The point is that you are right. Jamaican people are fighting for their very lives, and there's a need for focus on that and not politics. But the problem is that these important things are steeped in politics. It shouldn't be, but that's what many people have turned these things into. So you have a lot of finger pointing while the important work does not get done, and that is what I'm seeking to highlight by these comments about the Sandy Gully, because I've not felt this way about the Sandy Gully just now. I've always felt that way because I drive by it very regularly on a weekly basis to and from various places, and I can't believe that the area is in the state that it is in. Who am I says Sandy Gully is a matter of national security, and therefore it is the government responsibility to ensure its proper maintenance. Period. Argument done. Who am I? You are right. It is the government's responsibility. Local government, and that's the point I'm making. We argue sometimes, we talk out of our backsides. Yes? There's a reason you have local government, and there's a reason you have central government. Not even if you're an idiot, can you not understand that there are some things that ought to be taken care of by the people who you vote for across 228 local government divisions. You vote for those people as councillors in municipal corporations for a reason, for them to take care of the bread and butter things, and for central government now to do a different level of governance. That's how it works. It's a dovetail relationship, hand in hand, to make everything work. Because clearly you wouldn't expect, you see, the kind of reasoning I'm seeing here from some of these people is the kind of reasoning where you go to, I've said it already, you go to a government office and there's no soap in the restroom. There's no paper towel to wipe your hands. And you know what you do? You call a radio station and ask what's the minister doing about it. What kind of nonsense is that? It's the same kind of thinking why the Sandy Gully is where the Sandy Gully is. Because with all the advocacy, people can't show you outside of disaster season when there's a hurricane looming, where it is that their advocacy for the cleaning and clearing of the Sandy Gully is, so that we don't have to spend hundreds of millions of FIMI and FIA money now to do major works on an area that should only need maintenance and routine servicing at a time like this when we're preparing for a massive disaster. That is what I'm saying, and I'm welcoming some of you to come into the light to see what it is at hand. All right? The Transport Minister, he spoke earlier today at that press briefing at Jamaica House to talk about the use of buses, of course, to get people out of disaster zones, the evacuation buses we're calling them, and other updates that Daryl Vaz provided.
I'm moving away from saying good morning, and from now until whenever we recover, I will just say, Almighty Father, spare us. Let me start with some of what I've said before. The airports remain closed until such time as the hurricane passes. The toll booths are all open, all, both on the east-west and the north-south, not just on the main, but on the exits as well. And those will remain open until such time as the recovery of the hurricane is at a point where we can reopen. JUTC, all bus service has been terminated. Only emergency services for JUTC, which I'll give you some information. And as I would have said last night, that we have also activated our rural school buses, which will play a critical role in rural Jamaica. We have over 60 school buses that are in all parishes, across all parishes. So those will be utilized, save and except for the fact that because of how they are designed and their weight, in muddy conditions, they will tend to sink. And that is obviously because of the safety standards put in for the safety of the children. But we'll have to find a way to utilize them as best as possible. Sorry. So, JUTC, as I said before, regular services are suspended until it is safe to operate. JUTC is in emergency response mode with teams on standby for evacuation at Rockfort, Spanish Town, Portmore, and all 5 rural school bus regions. JUTC has responded to several calls for evacuation since Saturday. Unfortunately, only 103 persons have been evacuated, and that includes up to today. The figures for today, including today as of 11 o'clock, is 148, sorry. So there has been an uptick, but way, way beyond what is required for a Category 5 hurricane. Only one person in Port Royal, 42 in Tower Street, Raytown, 50 in Rocky Point, Portland Cottage, and Parity and Sandy Bay, 55. I want to make an appeal again that take Evan at his word, regardless of where it enters and where it exits. There is going to be massive flooding as a result of the surf that is going to require persons to relocate from their existing locations. So again, I can only add to the call, but advise you to listen to the government and listen, or should I say, if you don't want to listen to the government, listen to Evan. JPS report, there are no major incidents currently on the electricity grid. However, the system is beginning to experience the effect of heightened wind and rainfall extending across the island. There were areas in Portland and St. Thomas that had outages, but crews were unable to respond immediately because of unsafe weather conditions. These are being addressed along with other reported outages across the island. At 9 a.m. this morning, there were 51,439 customers without electricity, broken down as follows: 33,633 customers in the west, that's 65% of the outages, 13,009 in central, it's 25%, and 4,797 in the east, 10%. Outages are increasing with deteriorating weather, and with each outage affecting on average 50 to 100 customers. The major cause of outages are trees on lines due to the high soil saturation levels. There are approximately 550 persons pre-positioned and are responding to outages as weather conditions permit. Let me remind you, take note, the MyJPS app and the emergency line 888 called JPS, which is 225-5577, 888-93-5577. Let me repeat those. 225-5557, 888-935-577. Also, My JPS online on all social media platforms. The JPS mobile app can be downloaded from the Apple Store or the Google Play. I recommend that everybody does that so that you can at least report and get a reference number in order to send. So let me say once again that we continue to monitor. I must tell you that I've gotten several calls around the corporate area of power outages, and we have not had any level of rain or wind. So I did have some terse words this morning with the JPS, because I told them that if that is what is going to be the norm in terms of 12 hours to respond, it's not going to happen. It's unacceptable. So keep faith, keep strong, and know that you have a government that is going to be there for you, with you, but you need to be smart. If you are smart, we can work together. If you are not, unfortunately, you will pay the consequences. This hurricane is real. Thank you very much.
Darrell Vaz there, the Minister of Transport, speaking at that press briefing at the the Communications Center earlier on this Monday. Want to hear now from the Minister of Local Government, Desmond McKenzie. Before we go to that, though, I remind you that, so what we're going to do, we're going to hear from Desmond McKenzie, then we are going to hear from the Prime Minister. I'm scheduled to speak with the Member of Parliament, rather, for Southern Manchester, Peter Bunting, at 3 p.m. Then we're trying to get through to the MP for Central Manchester, Rhoda Moy Crawford. Should have her sometime after that. And then we can, of course, interact with you live. But for the time being, Desmond McKenzie, then the Prime Minister, then Bunting at 3, and then we crack on with our rolling coverage of what's happening where Hurricane Melissa is concerned.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning to each and everyone, and especially to my colleagues. Welcome, Minister Morgan, for joining us this morning, and to our viewers. First of all, let me start off with some information on our shelters. As I have reported previously, there are over 800 shelters across Jamaica. Of the 800 shelters that are open, only 76 of the 800 shelters are seeing any activities at all. The number of persons so far, the up-to-date information that I have in my possession, which was presented to me based on the networking that we have been doing, represents 972 persons in shelters. There are 4 parishes that have no one in the shelters. Clarendon has the highest number of persons so far, 311, followed by St. Thomas with 227, and Kingston and St. Andrew with 179. I am hoping that the next update that is presented will show a much greater picture, because I'm concerned that in the parishes where this system is heading, the numbers are small. St. Elizabeth, our number is 27, in St. James 24, in Westmoreland 32, and the numbers are very low. I'm expecting that by later this afternoon we will see increased numbers of persons going to the shelters. We are anticipating, based on our projections and the work that we have been doing, that close to 50,000 persons will be relocated, either moving to safe grounds or in the shelters. But we are expecting that over 50,000 Jamaicans and more will be moving. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, that I again emphasize the importance of the mischief that is being made, the false and malicious information being circulated about the use of shelters. Someone sent me a message which says that there's a fee being charged for the use of shelters. Nonsense. What is happening is that there is an attempt by persons with bad intention to create confusion at this time. The country don't need confusion at this time. The only passport one need to go to the shelter is that you go, the shelters are there, we separate male from the females, family stay together, walk with your medication, walk with some water and crackers for the first couple of hours, but once the centers are activated in a way, there is nothing that those persons who are in the shelters will be denied of. Again, I urge Jamaicans not to listen to misinformation. It is bad at this time for us to be getting this kind of information. We still have some challenges with some of the persons on the streets, the homeless. On my way here this morning, I passed about 6 of them with their cell phones doing TikTok. I want to make it clear. The mandatory order has been signed and is in effect. Let me advise the public that the Director General of ADPEM can take the necessary actions that he deems fit, and persons can be arrested and fined for not complying with the order. We don't want to go there. Evan was here earlier on and he explained the challenges we face from water, wind, lightning. The government is doing all of this in the interests of the country. We are ensuring that the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, as I said yesterday, is on ready, working closely. Let me break to invite the Most Honourable Prime Minister to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, along with the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management and the other agencies, are fully activated. And already we are seeing where persons have been reaching out, seeking assistance, and we have been responding as we get the calls. So ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:30 in the morning. There's not much time left. We have done everything that we can, and I am concerned. So far, I presently have the team working on getting more details out of the various parishes from our coordinators as to the numbers in regards to the shelters. The issue around the question of cranes that I raised, the city engineer for the KSMAC have been engaging contractors, and I understand that there is a method that is used in the industry that would allow the cranes to remain. I'm not a technical person, but what I do know is that I noticed at least 2 of the ones that I spoke about was taken down, and I want to commend them for that. But Jamaica, we are in the final stage of Melissa's coming. We can only do so much. At the conclusion of this press briefing, I'm going to take a walk or a ride on the streets of the corporate area to see what is happening and try to engage some more of our homeless population to go into the shelters. So this is my brief update on the state of readiness. A couple reports coming in, Minister Vaz, that there are a couple block roads in Portland and the municipal cooperation has moved so far to regain access to those roads that were blocked. Thank you.
All right, the Minister of Local Government and Community Development there, Desmond McKenzie. I have at hand the latest bulletin from the Met Service, the very latest bulletin from the Met Service. I'll tell you what it says after this break.
What's everyone talking about? It's Front Page in This Morning. Get the issue of the day this and every weekday morning at 7:20 a.m. on Front Page. This Morning. Morning radio the right way. Front Page is brought to you by ABC Electrical for a better choice in the electrical business.
Informative, educational, insightful. Let's talk justice. Tackling topics like constitutional rights and reform, domestic violence, and rights issues that affect you. Let's talk justice every Monday from 1 to 2 p.m. on Nationwide 90 FM. Call in, share your thoughts, be empowered, know your rights, and let's talk justice, ensuring access to justice for all, courtesy of Jamaicans for Justice.
I'm Dennis Brooks.
I'm Alan Campbell.
I'm Floyd Green.
And I'm Garth Williams. Catch us on the Jamaican Dads podcast right here on Nationwide 90 FM, Thursdays at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m.
The Jamaican Dads podcast is all about providing men with a healthy, safe, and functional forum to tackle many of the taboo topics that concern our masculinity.
Like everyone else out there, we're dads of varying amounts of experience who come from different backgrounds and often view the world differently.
We're definitely not perfect, but we are all brethren and we're all committed to this piece of rock called Jamaica.
Too often, there are no safe spaces for men to explore the issues which are important to us.
Plus, most of the content out there about parenthood is produced by women, for women. So we think it is important that we be the change we want to see.
Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Jamaican Dads with a Z.
And definitely join us here on Nationwide 90 FM every Thursday at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m. for the Jamaican Dads podcast. It's a revolution in media.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Tracking Hurricane Melissa. Stay with Nationwide 90 FM.
Welcome back. Tracking Hurricane Melissa for you and giving you the very latest updates as we get them. So, bulletin number 45 from the Met Service is at hand, and it says, a hurricane warning remains in effect for Jamaica's powerful Hurricane Melissa, now moving west-northwestward over the Caribbean Sea, south of the island Jamaica, and is expected to turn northward later today. Okay? It says, at 1 p.m., the center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.5 degrees north, longitude 78.3 degrees west. That's 145 miles southwest of Kingston, or 112 miles south of Bluefields in Westmoreland, Jamaica. Melissa is moving towards the west-northwest at near 3 miles per hour, a veritable crawl. A slow turn toward the northwest and north is expected today and tonight, Monday night, followed by a further turn to the northeast at a faster forward speed on Tuesday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected, the Met Service says, to start moving over Jamaica tonight and early Tuesday. Maximum sustained winds are near 175 miles per hour with higher gusts. Melissa is a Category 5 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some fluctuations in intensity are likely before Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica as an extremely powerful major hurricane on Tuesday. The Met Service says hurricane force winds extend outward up to 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward by as far as 195 miles. Data from Jamaica's Doppler radar show that outer bands of Hurricane Melissa have been moving over mainly southern and eastern sections of Jamaica since Sunday evening and producing periods of light to moderate rainfall. Hurricane Melissa is expected to produce rainfall amounts reaching 15 to 30 inches over parts of Jamaica in the next couple of days, especially over central and eastern parishes, with higher amounts over hilly terrain. Catastrophic, almost claustrophobic, but catastrophic flash floods and landslides are likely. Tropical storm conditions are expected to spread over Jamaica today, and hurricane conditions are expected to begin tonight or early Tuesday. Life-threatening storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves is likely along the south coast of Jamaica tonight and on Tuesday, peaking at 9 to 13 feet above ground level near and to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. Small craft operators, including fishers on the quays and banks, are strongly advised to remain in safe harbor until all warning messages have been lifted and wind and sea conditions have returned to normal. The Met Service continues to closely monitor the progress of Hurricane Melissa, and all interests are encouraged to pay special attention to further releases. The next bulletin on this system will be issued at 5 p.m. today. So in about 2 hours' time, we should get bulletin number 46 from the Met Service. And the word is that this system, this hurricane, is now what? Traveling towards the west-northwest over the Caribbean Sea south of Jamaica, and is expected to turn northward later today. And at 1 o'clock, 2 hours ago, the center of Melissa was 145 miles southwest of Kingston, or 112 miles south of Bluefields in Westmoreland, moving at 3 miles per hour. The Met Service says a slow turn towards the northwest and north is expected today and tonight, followed by a further turn to the northeast at a faster forward speed on Tuesday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to start moving over Jamaica tonight and early Tuesday. So those of you who say, boy, they're going to buy up the whole heap of something and the storm now come, I read that and I have a different view, and I hope you do too. So I hope that you are not wasting the time. You're continuing to try and prepare for Tropical Storm Melissa. Do we go to the Member of Parliament for South Manchester now, or do we go to the Prime Minister's contribution to the press briefing this morning? All right. I think we have the MP for South Manchester online. Good afternoon, Peter Bunting.
Good afternoon, George, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you for speaking with us on this afternoon. How are you where you are, sir?
Well, I'm back in Kingston with my own family now. I've spent a few days out in South Manchester trying to coordinate drain cleaning activities, positioning equipment and relief supplies for immediately after the hurricane passes and so on. One of the benefits, in a sense, of not being in South Manchester is that we are expecting to lose. Well, since yesterday, the GPS has been down on and off. Once the power goes down, it's a matter of 2 or 3 hours before the cell service goes down. So, in a sense, it's actually better to coordinate from outside of the constituency, because at least you're assured of communication, and you can have multiple people, as you can appreciate, across the constituency who are sending me regular bulletins.
Yeah. Across your 4 divisions, Peter Bunting, Alligator Pond, Grovetown, Newport, and Porus, what percentage of the drains necessary to be cleaned would you say that you and your team addressed?
Well, I would have to say it's a minor percentage. Well, what we tried to do was to look at the areas that are known for flooding and to address those. But even just looking at those major areas, we couldn't cover all of them comprehensively. Porus in particular has a maze of drains because it takes all the water coming off the hill, coming off from Coffee Grove,
yes,
top and bottom Coffee Grove, etc. So that is an area that's very susceptible to flooding. And then on the Alligator Pond side, I'm in a sense more concerned about the wind because, as you know, I'm tracking the hurricane on Zoom Earth, which tends to be right up to the minute, and they're projecting landfall of the eye of the hurricane somewhere between Alligator Pond and Treasure Beach, Black River, that strip of the south coast. So it's really, we're expecting winds there of at least 200 kilometers per hour. And, that is going to be, is of serious concern. Let me just say that. I don't want to panic anybody, but just based on what I'm seeing here now, that area is going to be badly hit. So we've been talking to the NWA, for example, and the Parish Council about pre-positioning equipment to clear that road from gutters down to Alligator Pond so that, assessment first and then relief supplies can be brought in as quickly as possible after the hurricane passes.
From Beryl, several of your constituents in Lancaster, Hermitage, Cross Keys, Cocoa Walk suffered really, really bad damage, and Beryl didn't make landfall. What's the situation facing those same residents and their neighbors in those communities today, you think?
It's a very, very serious situation because, as you know, it rises very sharply from the coast, going up into Plowden and those areas that you just spoke of. And as you go up in altitude, the winds tend to be higher and the damage tend to be higher. So it's very serious. We're anticipating significant roof damage if it continues on the track, on the path that it is now. And all we can do is pray and prepare ourselves to move in as quickly as possible to assess the situation and provide some immediate relief.
Spoke to a farmer from St. Elizabeth on the morning show this morning, Peter Bunting, and he transmitted a sense of helplessness, largely because he was almost defeated. He said, "Look, I'm just getting back on my feet from Beryl, and here we go again." And I imagine that some of your farmers in South Manchester would have now been, as country people say, start see them way once again, and here we go with this thing that is going to make Beryl look like a teacup storm.
It's very depressing because the areas that were hardest hit with Beryl are the areas that, as of now, appear to be in literally the eye of the storm. And to have that occur twice in just a little over a year, it's depressing. And I know a lot of persons have just sort of resigned themselves to what will happen. I was speaking with somebody actually on the St. Elizabeth side of the border this morning, and they told me how they lost all their water tanks, that blew off their roof. And
Yes.
I said, well, why you don't fill it with water? They said we did, and now they fill it with water and are tying it down, and it's rough. It's rough. We're as I said, we're hoping for the best. It has been tracking westward, and we're if it would just keep going a little more westward, but unfortunately the turn to the north that they've been anticipating seems to be occurring now.
Yeah.
And so we have to follow the forecasters. The winds are now starting to gust very significantly, I should say, along the coast. According to the models, it's showing gusts now well up over 100 kilometers per hour. And that is, in all those areas that you just spoke to, Plowden, Lancaster, Asia, even up to Newport, they're starting to feel those gusts now.
Yeah, and of course, any word from the members of the business community? I was looking at, I magnified the map to show me South St. Elizabeth, and there are just, people wouldn't understand how many businesses are along that area of the island. Like every home has a small business going, whether a bed and breakfast or something, extending over, of course, to South Manchester. The business people there, I mean, they must be fearing the worst at this time, Peter Bunting.
Well, one of the first persons that I spoke to this morning was Little Ochi's proprietor, Evra Blackie Christian, and he was, so I would say, good spirits relative to what he's facing. Last year he was badly hit and he rebuilt quickly, but he's one of the more formal operators. They're a lot more vulnerable persons who rely on the fishing industry in Alligator Pond and farming in the Duff House and New Forest, Prospect communities, wider communities that are very, very vulnerable right now. Not just their home, but their living, their earning potential.
How receptive have your constituents been, those who are most vulnerable, to this appeal to leave their homes for shelter? Are they complying with those requests?
A few persons are. I can't say I'm seeing it wholesale in terms of persons who go to the official shelters, the ODPEM shelters like the schools. But I do know, up to this morning, the councillor for the Alligator Pond Division, Councillor Robinson, was reporting that while there were not a lot of persons at the shelter at New Forest, but a lot of persons seem to have moved out and perhaps are staying with relatives or friends rather than moving to a government-managed shelter.
Where electricity is concerned, several parts of St. Elizabeth without power at this point. Central Manchester, we heard, carried an item in the news earlier about many people not having power. And since yesterday, I thought it would have been since this morning, but people are saying no. Sunday afternoon, the power went and we are without. What's the situation in South Manchester?
We've many areas, many communities lost power from last evening, but it's sporadic. It's not that the JPS has brought the system down. I know they had the substations at Kendall and Spurtree tripped out very early this morning. A lot of the areas have been brought back online, but it's coming and going. But I think in the Alligator Pond, South St. Elizabeth, South Manchester, South St. Elizabeth, I think we're going to be without power for a few days.
Any number that you can give to any of your constituents listening in terms of an emergency contact number, a 24-hour line that is manned that they can call and get some assistance if they need it as this thing worsens as the day grows older?
Well, I would really recommend that there's a emergency operations center in Mandeville operating out of the parish council office. They have resources there. They have the apart from the ODPEM, they have the JDF, and the whole emergency management is being coordinated from that point. I would not encourage them to contact me because I don't have those resources to deploy. So the Emergency Operations Center for Manchester is based at the Parish Council. I'm sure your producer can get those numbers for you. I don't have them right here with me now, but I would encourage you, and I'm going to post them on social media because you will appreciate that once these winds commence, the safest thing is to be off the road. Only very specialized personnel like the JDF and who are and emergency management people should be out. At that time.
Last thing I'll ask you, I watched an interview yesterday with the three-time champion racehorse trainer Anthony Baba Nunes at Caymanas Park. Man was so overcome at one point he had to remove his glasses to compose himself. He said that, look, he was there for Gilbert in 88, which was a Category 3, which flattened Cayman Spark. And given that this is a Category 5, packing wins way above what Gilbert delivered in 88, he's fearing for the worst. In your experience, if this hits, do you think it will be a knockout punch?
Well, fortunately, in terms of just the where the population centers are, Gilbert, the eye went right across Kingston and diagonally. I remember the experience of the eye literally passing over my home. So the damage in terms of the numbers of persons, the population centers in Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore should be less this time, because it's not, it's the impact will be further west central part of Jamaica. But for those in its path, I think it's going to be more devastating than Gilbert, based on what we're seeing here now, based on the forecasts. This is going to be potentially a Category 4 or 5 when it makes landfall. That's going to be devastating.
Thank you for your time this afternoon, Peter Bunting. Keep you and yours safe. All the best to you and your constituents.
You're welcome.
That's Peter Bunting, the Member of Parliament for South Manchester, speaking with us there. Break time. Back with more after these.
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, nationwide this morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. Tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide at 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Public opinion.
Stop this foolish about this GLP and PMP business. We are a Jamaican.
Different people.
It's not a matter of a JLP or a PMP. I think it's more like where it is that you think you're comfortable, what support you can afford to make the country better.
Different views.
Most entertainers, they're not amenable to management, so the only thing that can ultimately structure them is the court and the prison.
Public opinion. The voice of the people at 6:25 p.m. weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Tune into Nationwide at 6:25 p.m. for Public Opinion, where the people's views matter.
Public Opinion is brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, Industrial Automation and Control Solutions.
Welcome back to Nationwide 90 FM, tracking Hurricane Melissa. Melissa is lining up to strike us later tonight into early Tuesday morning. That's what the Met Service says in the latest bulletin it published, bulletin number 45, published at 3 p.m. 23 minutes ago. And that bulletin captured information that was taken at 1 p.m. At 1 p.m., they tracked the center of Hurricane Melissa to be 112 miles south of Bluefields in Westmoreland and 145 miles southwest of Kingston. Listen to this part. They say it is moving west-northwest, 3 miles per hour. It's a virtual crawl, 3 miles per hour west-northwest. And listen to this part as well. A slow turn towards the northwest and north is expected today and tonight, followed by a further turn to the northeast at a faster forward speed on Tuesday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is set to start moving over Jamaica tonight and early Tuesday, so says the Met Service. Want to speak now with Kevin Lewis, the disaster coordinator for Manchester at the Manchester Municipal Corporation. Kevin, good evening. Good afternoon, rather. Oh, it's a caller, Siobhan from St. Elizabeth. All right. We'll get to Kevin later. Siobhan, good evening. Good afternoon, rather.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Trying to ride out the storm, as they would say.
Where are you and what's happening?
I am in a district called Berlin in southeast St. Elizabeth.
Berlin. How you spell that?
Berlin.
Oh, like Germany. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we are bordering Bellevue district back to Southfield side. So we are not too far from Junction.
All right. Tell me about the breeze. Tell me about the conditions. What you're experiencing. Can you have light?
The weather is really bad. The breeze is like really strong because not too far a journey community from me up by Bellevue. A house top is already lifted off. So we have to say that we are extreme. Like we are seeing, we can feel it.
Yes.
We can feel it.
How far away is Berlin from the sea?
The forest, we are good way from Alligator Pond, and we are good way from Lower Lee.
Yes. What happened to you in Beryl, and are you fearing worse than that for Melissa this time around?
I am in a Beryl. Oh my God, it was terrible because even though we strap our windows, it was the storm just come and take off everything. Water came in like it was a river through the house. The back part of my house was gone. The part of the kitchen, I lose my chicken coop. I lose a lot of stuff. My gardening, because I'm a farmer.
Yes.
It's really terrible. Right now, as I'm speaking with you, I have at least 5,000 cabbage that is planted and about 5,000 tomatoes that is bearing, that you can find one or two from now out of the garden, which I know that I'm going to lose that.
Oh my. 5,000 head of cabbage?
Yes, I have 5,000 plants.
Oh my.
So I have 25 trees of tomato plants, and tomatoes there bearing, about to soon can pick. Mm-hmm. And I have cabbage that is just planted.
Oh, you don't reach head size yet. All right, good. How long did it take you to recover from Beryl, Siobhan?
Oh, gosh, I know me still a try. I know me still a recover.
I know this.
Yes, I know this. And the thing about it makes this even more devastated for me. The last time, my mom is here. My mom is 72 years old. My daughter is 13. But what makes it even more devastating for me, I have a newborn baby here.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, I just have a baby. My baby is just 8 weeks old.
Yes.
But the thing about it, I'm having problem with where I'm located. There's no shelter. The nearest shelter to me would have been Rosal School, and that is a good drive away from where I live.
Give me an estimate of the time. About how much time? About an hour?
I could say less than an hour, about 25 or so minutes.
Mm-hmm.
15 to 30 minutes. So that's a good way from me. And the thing about it, we here in the middle, we do not know where our shelters are. Because the nearest school to me is Rosal. Yes. Then you have Morningside, and you have Red Bank. Yes. And you have to go to Mayfield.
Yes.
So when you check it out, there's not, I see Mary's up the top, there's not a lot of schools that is nearby us. The church, I remember, I can go as far back as Ivan. That was my first real storm. I can remember Ivan when me, my mom, and my grandmother is now deceased, we make it all through the storm to go down to the church, to shelter. That's the Neath Mountain Church of God, to shelter.
Yes.
And we could, when we went down there, the whole church stopped gone. We went back to our next gentleman place to shelter. And there was a thatcher in his house. And we have to went to our next other house to shelter. So as I said, we here in the middle, we don't have any. You guys are talking about shelter and thing. We don't have that here because the nearest would have been Rosa School, and that's far away from me.
But hold on, man. We have to do something for you because guess what? Who's your MP?
Mr. Witter. But at the moment where I am, I should think that I am safe because my room is, part of my house is wackle. I already said dust. And part of it is concrete. I mean, the deck part of my house.
So you feel safe enough to stay there with the baby because I'm fretting about the little one, you know?
Yeah, well, even if that is fretting, guys, that is not here, that is abroad and the work program as well. So everybody's like fretting also.
Oh.
But the thing about it, we don't know where our shelter is. That is us where I have the problem. We don't know where our shelter.
Hold on, man. So this is where media will help you. So my producer is going to take a number for you before you hang up, and we're going to try to find through Frank Witter or people connected to him where your shelter would be and how feasible it is for them to send some transport for you? Because I'm sure if they sent a vehicle for you, you would go, wouldn't you?
Yes, but at the same time, I just tell myself to me I go and watch and see what's
No,
going on.
Siobhan, the one here is so dangerous potentially that I wouldn't advise you to watch and look.
The thing about, what we a lot of us around here have the problem. It's not moving is our problem,
Yes.
It's when we move and you have the 2 foot, the perennial line, I would have said the 2 foot keep coming and take our stuff.
Yes.
What's going to be the scene? How can half of us survive? We already have Sam gone with us and people still have the audacity to come and take our stuff.
Yes.
That is where we have the problem.
Yes.
Moving is not the thing,
Yes.
But when we move, what are we coming back to? An empty house?
Yes.
That is where we have the problem.
We raised that issue this morning when we were speaking to your neighbor, Floyd Green, and he said that the police and the JDF and other authorities on the ground were coordinating patrols in the areas where they know that people have left their houses to go to shelter to ensure that the 2 foot push them don't run through your houses. So,
because even right now, majority of us in my community, most of us are right here in our houses. We are
yeah. All right. So let me see if I can coordinate with you now. So you're living in Berlin. The nearest community to you is which one?
The nearest community to me will be Bellevue Mountain.
Bellevue Mountain. All right. Give me another community as well. Bellevue Mountain and which other one?
Bellevue, I have Fort C Health Center. I'm not too far from Fort C Clinic.
All right.
Right in the middle.
All right. Hold the line. My producer will take your number. We're going to try to see if we can get through Frank Witter or his people to see how best they can coordinate some transportation for you. Because if you have a 72-year-old mom, a 13-year-old daughter, and an 8-week-old baby, you need to get to safe ground, man. I'm not feeling comfortable you being out there with what is to come. All right. So hold the line, and the producer will speak to you. All right, Siobhan. So a caller there from Berlin. I never heard of that one. That's in Southeast St. Elizabeth. And she says that she has no problem moving to a shelter, but it's just that the nearest shelter, the Rose Hall School, she says, is about 25-30 minutes drive away, which is far, and she can't get there. And she, wants to move, but if she has to stay, she will stay. Half of the house, she says, or a part of it, has a concrete roof. And she's comfortable in that section, but she has an 8-week-old baby, a 72-year-old mom, and a 13-year-old daughter with her. Apparently there's no man in the house, and if something goes wrong, she may have to be the one to run outside and go tie down something or batten down something. That's undesirable. So I think she should get some assistance to ferry to the nearest shelter. Frank Witter, the MP for South East St. Elizabeth, we're trying to reach you, or to reach your team, to see what, if anything, can be done for this constituent in this very, very serious time. All right? There's an update that has come to hand from the Minister in charge of Works, Robert Morgan. I'm going to tell you what it says after this. Let's just take the break and come right back. This is Nationwide. Tracking Melissa. After the break, a statement from the Minister in charge of Works.
KFC Doritos Zinger, the irresistible flavor of KFC and Doritos. A combo that's finger-licking good. The time by KFC is...
The threes have it. It's 3:33.
Creative Building Finishes is celebrating 25 years of transforming Jamaican spaces. And we're saying thank you in a big way. Enjoy up to 25% off select items all year long. From bold tiles to breathtaking bathrooms and kitchens. Discover everything you need to create your dream space. Visit us at 5 Red Hills Road or online at creativebuildingfinishes.com. Creative Building Finishes.
Your beautiful finish begins here.
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, Nationwide This Morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide at 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Welcome back to Nationwide 90 FM, tracking Hurricane Melissa. Let me do some business first before I continue. The JN Group has issued a public advisory, and it says the JN Group is advising that given the trajectory of what is now Hurricane Melissa, all JN member companies will remain closed Monday, October 27 and Tuesday, October 28. Some JN services will also become unavailable soon. JN Member Care Center and the Jamaica Automobile Association will remain open and available to support members during Hurricane Melissa. They can be contacted toll-free at 888-991-4065. That's 888-991-4065 and 888-225-5522. That's 888-225-5522. Now, Jane takes this opportunity to urge all Jamaicans to heed the advice and directives of local authorities, including any evacuation orders for their safety. That was an important announcement from the JN Group. Another piece of business to do. This is an important announcement from J. Ray and Nephew Limited. J. Ray and Nephew Limited says, due to the severe weather conditions, which include intense bouts of rainfall expected to impact Jamaica, J. Ray and Nephew Limited is temporarily closing all its sites to ensure the safety of its employees and the public. As soon as it is safe to do so, J. Ray and Nephew Limited will provide updates on the reopening of its offices on its social media pages and via public service announcements on the radio. In the meantime, J. Ray and Nephew Limited encourages everyone to stay safe. That was an important announcement from J. Ray and Nephew Limited. All right, I can tell you that the Minister of Works, Robert Morgan, in the last few minutes, maybe 3 minutes, has issued a statement, and it reads, Works Minister Robert Nestor Morgan is appealing to all Jamaicans to exercise caution during and after the passage of Hurricane Melissa, particularly in areas affected by heavy rainfall and flooding. Minister Morgan is urging members of the public not to attempt to cross flooded roads, gullies or bridges under any circumstances. He warned that strong or fast-moving water can be extremely dangerous. These bodies of water are sometimes deeper than appear and often have strong current that can wash away even moving vehicles. He says, quote, we understand people may be anxious to check on relatives, homes or farms after the storm, but safety must come first. Please do not risk your life or the lives of others by trying to cross flooded areas. Even a small amount of moving water can be deadly, Minister Morgan said. He further advised that after the storm passes, citizens should avoid using or approaching any road, bridge or structure that appears damaged, cracked or unstable, and report such cases immediately to the National Works Agency by calling its Emergency Operations Center. The NWA's center can be contacted at 658-213-2557. That's 658-213-2557. The number goes up to 60, so it's 2557, 2558, 2559, and 2560. Persons may also dial 876-312-3991 or 876-312-3987. The Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management can also be contacted as well as local parish disaster coordinators. Minister Morgan is emphasizing that the government, through the NWA and other partners, will be conducting assessments and emergency response operations across the island to restore safe access and repair affected infrastructure. He says the teams are working to ensure the safety of all Jamaicans, and he says for Jamaicans. Your cooperation will help in helping the authority, will help the authorities rather, respond faster and prevent further tragedy. The ministry is thanking the NWA's teams, contractors, first responders, and community volunteers who continue to serve on the front lines during this period of national emergency. The words there of the Minister of Works, Robert Morgan. All right, Southeast Clarendon, Vanessa Morrison, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how you do?
I'm doing fine.
Which community you are, what's happening?
Okay, I'm in Monimus Country Estate, located in East Clarendon.
Tell me what's happening, man. You're getting a lot of wind, whole heap of water, what's happening?
Well, the wind has intensified this morning. The rain has been continuous. No flooding so far, but we are experiencing a lot of wind and rain.
Yeah, the outside no sound normal at all, not true? Vanessa?
I did not hear you.
No, man, I was just saying to you that outside is not sounding normal at all.
Exactly. If you can hear the wind is blowing as if we're experiencing the storm already.
Yes. What's your memory of the worst hurricane what's the worst hurricane you can remember experiencing?
Ivan.
Well, based on everything that we've been told by the experts, this is going to make Ivan look like a little child's play, a little kid's party.
Yes, that's what I heard.
Yeah. Have you made all the preparations you need to? Is there anything you wished you had gotten that you didn't quite get?
Well, I didn't get any bird, but otherwise, I've gotten all that I needed so far.
Yes. And what about your neighbors? Have you been seeing any comments in your WhatsApp groups that you're enough people experiencing any difficulties in your neck of the woods?
Well, in the community group, we are keeping each other posted. No, nothing difficult so far apart from flooding in the yard. Someone has said that the front yard is flooded, but otherwise nothing major as yet.
Yes.
We are watching a gully that we have to cross to come over into the scheme. Previous rain experiences, the gully flooded to which we can't enter our scheme. So we're on edge where that is concerned.
Did you see or have you heard talk of in your WhatsApp group about any drain cleaning or other preparation by the local authorities in or around the community?
Well, the gully that I made mention of, there was a back road, some cleaning out up to Saturday.
Up to Saturday. Who's your councillor? You know your councillor?
Colonel Charles Jr.
Is your MP?
Yes, our MP. I'm not aware of the councillor. Who is the councillor?
Okay, but based on what you've seen and heard, you're satisfied with what the authorities have done and have tried to do in the area?
Well, no, because I think they should have dealt with the issue from before we have this storm alert.
Mm-hmm.
It has been an ongoing issue since the scheme has been established.
So you're saying that the regular maintenance and cleaning that should be done has not been done?
No.
I see. Well, Vanessa, I hope that the worst doesn't happen. But boy, the updates, the tracking of this hurricane, we're gonna be in for a bad time. How many people in your house?
How many?
Yeah.
Just my son so far.
How old is your son?
He's 10 years old.
Okay, big boy can help you tie down something if something needs to be tied up.
Yes.
All right. Well, I hope you stay safe, and if you can render some assistance to your neighbor if it comes to that. All right.
Yes, I will.
All right, Vanessa. Thank you.
All right.
Vanessa Morrison there. Bye from Monimus Housing Scheme in Southeast Clarendon. Says her MP is Colonel Charles Jr. She has seen heavy equipment doing some work cleaning a gully near the community, But she says, boy, the authorities should have been paying regular attention to the thing. The same point I was making at the top about the Sandy Gully, paying regular attention to the thing so that now, in a time of disaster preparedness, they don't have to be doing works on a major scale to put the place in order to ameliorate the likely problems that Melissa will bring. All right? It's 3:44. We are working. Let me see if there's another statement here at hand from any of the government authorities. I just read for you a statement from the Minister of Works, Minister of Works, Perennial Charles Jr., beg your pardon. I'm seeing an image here from my producer. Wow. It's showing me that South Manchester is getting serious wind now, in excess of 100 kilometers per hour. If Zoom Earth is accurate, he's of course working from the statement, the comment made to us by Peter Bunting, the South Manchester MP, who's tracking the storm on Zoom Earth. And the image I'm seeing here is a pity you can't put it up for the viewers to see it, Damien. They're the ones who need to see it, not necessarily me. I need to describe what I'm seeing. But yeah, this image, you need to get this image up. The rainfall and the wind in South Manchester is frightening already, and it hasn't quite hit bullseye the way it's projected to just yet, this Hurricane Melissa. So that's the image showing the wind intensity. A visual representation of the wind intensity in South Manchester. This is Zoom Earth. The technology that was used. Bunting was the one who used this and commended this on air. And wind speeds of about 100 kilometers per hour already in South Manchester. And Melissa has not made landfall just yet. It is a terrible thing in the making. Let me take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hear what the Prime Minister had to say. And of course, continue taking your calls. The numbers to call: 630-9371, 630-9372, 630-9373, 630-9374, 618-6730. The Prime Minister afterwards, and I'll continue to speak with you and hear about what you're experiencing in your part of Jamaica as we wait the arrival of Miss Melissa.
Since 1995, we've been your go-to source for everything related to billiards, amusement machines, and electronics. With locations at 1A Lindsay Terrace, Kingston 10, and the Village Plaza, Big Bridge, Savannah, Lamar, we offer top-quality pool table parts and accessories, cutting-edge gaming machines, and more. We also specialize in assembly, sales, and service of amusement machines. We provide unmatched customer service, expert solutions, and products tailored to your needs. Who are we? We are Eclipse Enterprise. Telephone 876-960-3891.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Tracking Hurricane Melissa. Stay with Nationwide 90 FM.
Welcome back as we continue to track Hurricane Melissa for you. It's 3:48 p.m. on the clock. I'm being told that I have a call from Robert in Kitson Town in St. Catherine. Good afternoon, Robert.
Good afternoon, George.
What a go on? I'm good, man. I'm good, man. How you do?
We're too bad, you know.
What's happening where you are now? Tell me.
Well, we're getting rain and a little wind, but it's not dangerous. It's not dying yet. Because right now my house windows are down same way.
What, turn down the radio a little bit for me, Robert. I'm getting some feedback. Turn down the radio in the background for me a little bit.
All right.
Yes. You're back with me now?
Yeah, man.
All right, Robert. Where in Kitson Town you are?
I'm about a quarter mile from the square at Kitson Town, a place they call Fletcher. Fletcher. Mm-hmm.
Boy, I never heard of Fletcher before. All right. So, how big is the Fletcher community? About how many people live up that side?
Quite, maybe could be about 1,500.
What enough people that man? No, big community.
Yeah, around here, yeah.
Yeah. So, who are you at home?
Well, me alone living.
You alone?
Mm-hmm.
How old you are, Robert?
I'm 79.
Then, Robert, at 79, you alone want to tackle this storm, this hurricane, boss?
Me never know it. Me live here a long time. Me have my house in here where I live, me alone, but I have another house with 2 tenants in nearby me.
Okay. Yeah, so you have 2 tenants on the property?
Yes, away from me.
Okay. And if anything, they can run to you, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 2 separate houses.
Okay, I understand. Is your roof deck or is zinc roof you have?
Oh, well, a part is 2 parts deck and another part is zinc.
Mm-hmm. It's tested and proven in hurricanes. You're confident it can stand up to the wind?
Well, after burial, nothing didn't do the house, but I make sure I put on the roof strapping on the 2 houses.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yes.
What might happen because this storm looks dangerous.
Yeah, man, it is menacing. It is more than that, Robert. It is said to be the worst that we have ever been, the worst we've been hit with in many decades. So you are alone there. You have 2 tenants. You say part of the roof is deck, part zinc, but you reinforce the zinc roof after burial with some hurricane straps. So you're pretty confident it can stand up.
Well, I hope so.
Mm-hmm. Do you have everything you need in terms of food, dry goods, and stuff and so forth?
Yes, I'm comfortable where that is comfortable.
Yes, and
I water everything.
And in terms of, you said something about your windows were down. What do you mean? Explain what you mean from by windows down.
I don't lock them. That means the rain not blowing in or anything.
Okay, I understand. Now, what kind of windows you have? The hurricane windows are the louver blades?
The louver blade window.
Okay.
And some like it's not glass,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like those white plastic window blade.
Understand. And pardon me if I'm a little bit concerned, Robert, but you're sure that if you call your tenants, they'll come to your rescue?
Yes, man.
Okay.
No problem getting them. And one is a big man now, one is a young boy. So.
Then Trung. Then Trung. All right. So if you're comfortable, I mean, I don't need to worry for you then. But boy, 79 years, you've been here a while. You were a big man when Gilbert came. Is your feeling that this is going to be worse than Gilbert in terms of the damage it will cause?
I think so. I think it's going worse than Gilbert. But I'm not. The other one, then my van and those, I wasn't here because I live in Florida, so I'm a U.S. citizen, so I'm retired, so I'm in Jamaica now from January.
Yes. See, you're cool out from the year start.
Yeah, man, because I'm in Florida, I'm retired, so I'm not work.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, Robert, if you have everything you need, you have good tenants there who will come to your aid if necessary, you're comfortable with the preparations you're made, just go and listen to your radio and follow the instructions. By the way, if it is that you have to leave the place, you have somewhere you can go nearby. The tenants will take you in, of course, right?
If I have to leave, I have somebody that I can. I don't even know where the shelter is in the kitchen down here.
You need to find that out, though, Robert. Find that out, man. Check where the shelter is. Just check where the shelter is. Call the parish council, St. Catherine, and they'll give you that information, just in case, because you never can tell. And I know you're comfortable and everything, but just in case. So just find that number so you can have that number just in case. All right?
Okay.
All right, man. Keep on listening, man, and thank you for the call.
Yeah, and keep up the good work.
All right, then, Robert. Yeah. Robert is 79, living in Fletcher, Kitson Town, St. Catherine. He has 2 tenants on the property with him. He says he's fine, and he doesn't have any reason to feel as if, he'll need any emergency assistance, and I hope he's right. Chris is online. Good afternoon, Chris.
Yes, yeah. Afternoon, sir.
What go on, Chris?
Well, just speaking of the radio.
Where are you?
Twickenham Park.
You Twickenham Park, another St. Catherine, man. Right. Yeah. So tell me now, from when has this rain been dropping on your community, down your side?
Well, we're rain from yesterday, but light.
Yeah.
But now, as this is 10 minutes, we have to take the phone for calling, coming down heavy now.
Mm-hmm.
And the wind is a bit higher in the park.
Yes.
Like 3:15, 2 o'clock. But the rain is coming. There's the area now.
Yeah.
And talk to a friend down by Little. He said them not have no Little.
Hold on, your connection kind of bad, Chris. You right. So you see, you call a friend where?
Down by Little. And she said,
Little Lane. You mean in Central Village?
Yeah.
Yes. Little Lane, Big Lane, right. So your friend in Little Lane says she all right?
Yeah, got been on a light.
Oh, light gone?
Yeah.
Oh, since when?
No, what time is it now? I don't know what time.
But you have not had a loss of power since this thing, we've been waiting for this thing, eh?
No, up this side.
And you still have cable and everything same way?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. It's quite good. People just have food and still the weather.
Yeah. How many people in your house?
Just my daughter.
Okay, how old is the daughter?
21.
Okay. So 2 adults in the place.
I did run out for no bread, no.
You better bake your own bread, Chris. Yes. Crackers and Salomon gun. It's that time of year,
People in safe over here.
Yes. All right, sir. Respect. Thank you for the call, Chris. Yeah, man. Chris is in Twickenham Park in St. Catherine. That's whose constituency? That's Denise Daly's constituency. And he says he's friend in Little Lane, just up the road from him, in Central Village. Little Lane people say they haven't had any light since yesterday. Kevin, who you say I have now? Danny from Church Pen. Good afternoon, Danny from Church Pen.
Well, Mr. George.
Yes, sir. How you do?
I'm giving God thanks and praise, man.
That is good. Where in Church Pen are you calling from?
From Martin Lane.
From Martin Lane. Oh.
Yes, man.
You have the same name as my uncle, man.
I am a talk to you.
What? How you do? Your voice so young, man.
Because I'm a young man.
All right, then. All right.
68-year-old man.
68. All right, sir. Apologies, sir. Yeah, to try to make it look like you're old. You're a young man. So what's happening down in Martin Lane, Uncle Danny? How the conditions?
There's a lot of rain so far. Yeah, man, but we don't have any flooding as yet.
Mm-hmm.
But as I am listening to this storm here, sometimes I say I don't want to hear it no more.
Because, why?
Because as I hear now, as how people is talking, they say, Category 5 hurricane.
Yes.
If Jamaica get a Category 5 hurricane with 3 feet of water, man.
Why, I tell you.
May
I tell you. So hold on, tell me
something now.
The people down in Martin Lane, where the canal, from the canal go down to where what's name again? Brim, where Brim used to live.
Yeah.
There's not a flooding issue down that side yet?
No. And I'm praying to God that don't happen. Believe me. Yeah, Mr. David. I pray to God that not, man.
Yeah, you can't say me nephew, man. I know that you want to say. So how the breeze? The breeze does about it?
No, man, no.
Yes.
Sometimes you may hear the breeze from last night, and I tell you, man. When it blow me, I say, no, sir. So we do a lot of button down, you know.
Yes, I was going to ask you, but because you have a big house, you know, so if you secure the whole place.
Yeah, because I'm just fix up upstairs, you know.
Yes.
And it's very expensive. I mean, I don't start blow, yeah.
We can't just imagine, eh?
Because start blow after to cost millions of dollars.
Yes, I can just imagine.
Yeah, man.
I can just imagine.
And the roof alone costs over $2 million to put on.
Boy, may I tell you, boy, for your sake, I hope it can hold up. I hope it holds up. Who are you there with?
I tell you, man. Everyone is here so far, you know.
All right. So, well, the good thing is that you have enough strong men in the house to help you just in case.
Yeah,
I have a strong wife.
Lord Jesus, we say, woman good to man.
Yeah, man. Me know, man. Yes.
38 years of marriage, you know.
Yes, sir.
From school days until this present moment, man.
Yes, sir.
One of the best woman in the world, man.
That's right, sir. That's right. We find those.
Like all of my son and you too. Find a very strong woman.
Yes, man.
A woman who don't sit down and wait on man.
Yes.
She work for herself.
Yes.
I remember, I know, when she said to me, you know what you do? Bank your money that you are earning, and I will take care of the house.
Yes.
And we said when she said that, we said, which woman could have tell me that?
Yes.
Which woman to tell the man to bank him money and she will take care of the house?
Yes.
Mighty God. And from that time until this time.
Yes, sir.
When we see the house, so we finish next. My nephew, please, man, we give God thanks and we give God thanks to my wife.
Excellent, sir.
Give to me.
Excellent, sir. Well, tell Auntie Georgia hi for me and tell her to continue being strong. And listen, I'm praying for you. I don't want anything to happen to you, the boys, the whole family, or the house, because I know that you don't put a lot into it. All right?
Oh, yeah, so, man, I long to see you now, man.
Yeah, man. You long overdue a visit, man. You go and get it.
Okay, come and call all the while and I'm going to get you to your talk.
Yeah, boy, maybe I have the wrong number. But give the producer your number. Just hold the line, uncle, and the producer will take your number and then I'll call you when I'm finished.
Yeah.
All right, sir. All right, good. That's Danny. I haven't heard from my uncle in years. Yeah, and he's right at the top, the entrance to Martin Lane in Churchpen. And I'm fretting for the people who are down the lane from him. There's a canal that runs through. The National Irrigation Commission, the NIC, said it had disabled its facilities, its installations to ease the threat of flooding, given the amount of water that Melissa is set to dump. That's going to be crucial, because if that canal by itself overflowing in a flood, the people down the lane won't stand a chance of escaping a flood. But let's hope that does not happen. That's all we can do now. Live in hope as we go. All right. Yeah. That was a good call. I haven't heard my uncle in a long time. I didn't even recognize his voice. Can you imagine? All right. Let me take a break now, Kevin, and come right back. It's 4:03 p.m. and I'm continuing to keep your company as we track Hurricane Melissa, and I give you the updates as I get them from the government offices. Don't go anywhere, soon come back.
Tracking Hurricane Melissa. Stay with Nationwide 90 FM.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, by God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path. Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis. Weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, Nationwide this morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. Tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide at 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Welcome back as Nationwide 90 FM holds your hand through this very, the difficult period is, I don't want to overstate it, The difficult period isn't here yet. Yeah, but it's inevitable. And let me tell you, as I said, I remember Gilbert, but I was a wee lad. I wasn't yet 6. Maybe I wasn't. Was I at 5? Maybe thereabouts. But I tell you, for what that was and what I saw, and I can remember, if this is worse than that, then heaven help us. Linton is online. Good afternoon, Linton.
Good afternoon, George.
Walk on, sir.
Yes, George. One question, George.
Wait, no, man. Wait, no, ask me no question. Where are you calling from, Linton?
I'm calling from New York, in Bernie Park.
Okay.
Area.
Talk to me now, my friend. What is up now?
Yes, Master George. One question. The man them clean a little part out of the gully out there, so George, and the whole of the gully left and them don't clean it. Them clean a little part at 6 Mile of the bridge right there.
Yes.
And the whole of the gully left, and them don't clean it. Them don't clean at the Baptist church as all now.
Yes.
And when the water, them say the amount of water will come. If they don't clean the gully, the whole place will flood off.
So I don't understand, Linton. How is it that everybody in Jamaica, even the man in Catadupa, St. James, knows that New Haven floods during reasonable rain, let alone hurricane. So right. Why is that? Why is the situation still the same with the cleaning of the gully? Tell me.
If them clean the gully, less water, the water will run through the gully.
But Linton, I'm being told by my producer that there's an evacuation order for New Haven given the state of the gully. Have you heard that notice?
Yeah, evacuate nation, but nobody know evacuate left them home. Because when they evacuate left them home, they have to look out for the criminal and then go back home, nothing left in their house.
So you are staying?
Yeah.
And you are staying because you don't want to leave your home because thief are going to run through your home?
Right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you rather take your chances with the flood?
Yeah.
Boy, it's a difficult situation. How long you live in New Haven, Linton?
5 years now.
Which side you live? Tell me. You live the side closest to the boulevard or to go to into Duane Park side?
The closest part to the boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know. So your neighbors, the people who live in and amongst you, you're saying that what? Nobody's evacuating. Nobody wants to evacuate.
Nobody not move. Nobody not moving. Yeah. So I just calling when the authority to them finish and just clean the gully.
But here's the thing, Nathan, and that's the point. So I'm happy you brought it back, because there will be no more cleaning there between now and when the hurricane hits, because of I'm sure resource issues and other things. So that's why they're saying we can't clean it. It will cause a flood. The flood will be bad, so it is best for you to leave. But you're saying that you're not working with that.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, George. I'm not leaving.
Yes.
Yeah, not leaving. But them to do better, George.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's your councillor, Linton? I know who your MP is. Who's your councillor?
MP is Mr. Hilton. Councillor is Michelle Thomas.
Michelle Thomas, the attorney at law.
Yeah.
Yes. And they have made representation for the place to be. But I shouldn't even ask you that question, Linton, because I know the story. Every time rainfall, New Haven is the same problem.
They don't make nothing. They don't make no preparation. They don't make nothing. Yeah.
Ah, boy. So how many of you live in your house, Linton?
I just I'm alone. I'm alone live on no George.
Okay. You live some cowboy life now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, listen, Linton, I would advise you to evacuate, but you're adamant that you're not. So what can I say? But protect yourself and protect your property as best as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the authorities have spoken, and they've spoken clear. If you're living in New Haven, the order is for you to evacuate. But Linton says he and his neighbors are not moving.
No. We don't make no sense. When we come back. By the time we come back, I look to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't make no sense.
All right, so what preparations have you made inside the house to protect your stove, your little fridge, and all these things? What have you done?
What me do now, me get as much black when me can get and ice up when me can ice up, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the bed, the pan block, the fridge, the pan block, the stove?
Right.
Okay.
All of the pan block.
Uh-huh.
Every little thing in the house, I know me can put pan block. I mean, me put them pan block.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how sturdy is your roof?
Yeah, you know, me put some black up the said way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Black is your best friend right now?
Yeah.
I hear you, sir. I hear
Black
you.
and Jesus alone is my best friend right now.
Black and Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jamaicans are the best. Linton, I wish you all the best, my friend.
Yes, Master George. But one question more. You say,
yeah.
I know me not hear if the question is, Master George, what is standard bearer if you do any partner, although I don't hear them put nobody in. Yeah.
But you tell me, say you have an MP and a councillor.
Yeah, we have an MP and a councillor, but with the standard bearer there, there must be a two party, you know, and a one.
Oh, but you know that the JLP representative who lost the election to Hilton on September 3, and the councillor, the caretaker who would have lost to Michelle Thomas in the local elections February 24 last year.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have any power.
Okay.
So it's the people who are wielding the power. It is MP Hilton and Councillor Thomas. Those are the ones you should be looking to know.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the two you should be looking to, because anybody else don't have any power, Linton.
All right, Master George.
All right, sir?
Yes, man.
Boy, good luck, Good luck, because you're going to need it.
Yes, man. We give God thanks, man. You know, we have to just keep on praying, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
I hear you, sir. All right, sir. Respect. Linton, you see, and this is the difficulty, Let me tell you. I know some of you listening, and especially my YouTubers who can be very trenchant in their perspective from time to time. You'd want me to berate him for not evacuating, not true, but I can't. Yeah, because I want people to obey the evacuation orders. I do, before everything else. But there's a practical reality, The man says, George, if we leave, we'll come back and look through the house. Everything will go gone. And you best believe that there are some among us, the moment, as they say in the streets and in the garrison, the moment you lift up out of the community, a man and him cronies or a one man just come, zoops, everything gone. So look at Linton's rationalization, which I'm not defending and I'm not endorsing, and I wish and I want him to leave. But look at his reasoning. He says, I'd rather play the percentages. I'd rather stay here, put everything on blocks, lift them as close to the ceiling as I can, put my fridge on blocks, my stove, my bed, put them on blocks and hope for the best. I'd rather do that than to leave it and someone comes and steals my things. That's the reality facing a lot of people. In some communities where the likelihood of that happening, because it has happened in the past, people just up and they leave and go to safe haven and they come back, everything intact. But you have some communities where even people among them who say them are neighbors and friends, they are the same ones who will run through a neighbor's house. And I'm not, speaking bad of people in these communities. It's a reality. If you ask Linton, he would tell you, say, yeah. Some man will say, I'm my friend. If I turn my back and leave and say, I evacuate, I'm going to run through my house. So that's why I'm not leaving. And that's a practical reality that some people face, and that's the thing they grapple with. And I know for some of us, we chastise them, and, not without reason some of the time, we don't cuss them unreasonably, I must admit, the cussing warranted sometimes, But sometimes a man will tell you that, boy, you know what, I take my chances and hope for the best. And that's what Linton is doing this afternoon. Kevin, let's take a break and come right back. This is Nationwide.
What's everyone talking about? It's Front Page in This Morning. Get the issue of the day this and every weekday morning at 7:20 a.m. on Front Page. This morning, morning radio the right way. Front Page is brought to you by ABC Electrical for a better choice in the electrical business.
Tracking Hurricane Melissa. Stay with Nationwide 90 FM.
All right, so here we go. 16 minutes past 4 on this day in sports, October 27, 2025. Hurricane Melissa taking aim ever so slowly, taking aim at Jamaica. I told you about the top of the broadcast when a good friend of mine called and was ranting. Fed up now because him saying why Melissa takes so long. At one point I wanted to interrupt him to say, well, on you think the government or the opposition make Melissa take so long? But I allowed him to rant. So we've been waiting from Wednesday them say to come. Them say to come Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All know it can't come. What the hell is happening? Well, my friend, what is happening is that Melissa is slowly taking aim for land in Jamaica. I have Papa Nana online. Good afternoon, sir.
Mas George, how you do?
I am very well, sir. How you do?
I'm not bad. I am in Scotch Pass and we're getting a lot of breeze and rain. But,
yes.
George,
yes, sir.
I know that you is a disciplined person. I'm a talking about nationwide people is a disciplined type of person. I don't want to change this thing because we're talking about this time. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. Sometimes I wonder who people really vote for, my George.
Yeah, tell me what you mean.
Now, listen to me. Very good. That's why I know that you're a bright man. I work at nearby one Linton call. I used to work at Hardware and Number for years. You listen to me?
Yes, sir.
And my George, I have helped out a lot of people over New Year by giving them stuff even when I left from there, drive the truck, go down there and dump for places for them. And George, I am telling you the truth. I wonder sometimes why people vote for Mr. Hilton, What has Mr. Hilton done for them for them to vote for him? I don't understand how people vote because they're talking there, right beside the church, If them just clean out there so the water would run over river back and side, where criminal is?
Yes, man.
Used to be.
Yes, man. Exotic stone is there now, yes.
You're right. Master, I go when New Haven already and right on the bank, line the people them house they can see in the house. Some of them are fishing in the gully sometime when rain come down. I can tell you.
Yes.
And just for them to tell the people the truth, they cannot clean the gully. Some of them without those houses moved.
Yes.
But I tell you, some of the MP them could be the worst enemy that Jamaica ever woke up on. I'm so fed up on them.
Yes. You know, Papa Nana, I must tell you, I'd always heard of New Haven in the news as a, regular Jamaican not connected to those things. But when I started working at Nationwide, we had a staff member who lived in New Haven. And I think it was for the first 2 weeks or so, I took the staff vehicle, yeah? And I went into New Haven. And when I went into New Haven, and it was rainy time when I went in there, and when I went in and saw the conditions, I understood what really was happening in there. Because I don't think a lot of people understand New Haven, Papa Nana. It's almost a swamp. And I'm saying, but how do people them live here? So, and I don't mean any flood rains, in any flood period, Papa Nana. Just regular rain, And the place was awful.
God, you just born yesterday. Let me say so. Me a go around there so. Me see there some people. Years. I know what you are talking about. I am wondering why them vote for Mr. Hilton. The man is a total disappointment. It is a disgrace to see how some of them live there where you wouldn't talk about Riverton. And you wouldn't talk about Batu. Because if I tell you something, you would never believe this one. I know a nurse that went down to Batu to deliver a child. And when, from a 14-year-old girl. And when she was delivering the baby, that pig come from underneath the bed.
What?
Jesus Christ, you're not going to be have mercy, God.
No. The connection kind of wavered. Who used to come from under the bed?
A hog. Come from underneath the bed. I can tell you. Tell MP them not treat them good. Where them vote for? God, the way how some people in Jamaica live, it is a total disgrace and a disappointment. And this man coming now, I am not talking no politics now, but we need to know what we vote for. Joan up over the way, they don't care that girl, and it's too late now.
Papa, I know I laugh at because
I know no shock. Jad, my Jad.
Yes, sir.
I am not lying to you.
Hold on, Papa Nana. Hold on, Papa Nana.
Yeah.
You said the nurse went to deliver a baby in Riverton at a house. And when she back to. And what you say happened?
And when she while they're delivering the baby, she said something to her, and when she look our big cover underneath the bed. Have mercy, God. What pig? Yeah, you know what we call pig?
A swine, yes, sir.
No, eat it, so don't call it swine, call it pig.
All right, so a hog, a pig.
Almighty God. Master God, me I tell you, no come in, no, have to
No, but Papa Nana. Hold on, man. Let me get my composure. All right. So listen, the MP you mentioned, sir, is one of them. It's hard to defend him against comments like the ones you are making because the reality supports what you are saying. New Haven stay bad, Papa Nana, for decades now, and every time heavy rains come or every time we're preparing for a hurricane, is the same old story where New Haven is concerned, Papa Nana. Same
old story. Same old story. And nothing new. Listen, you know how much time then train up a crocodile over Calalo bed in my talk. They have to get a zoo to them. Colorado bed, crocodile, they open the door and see crocodile. Colorado bed, with Daniel Williams and them people open, so they spend $1 million for them. Actually, you don't know what about the country, man.
Why?
But, let me tell you something. We're glad for the service on our giveaway, but we only want to same thing, you know.
Yeah, man.
Meanwhile, we are depending on you to help you. The one was all right, you know.
Yes. And
let me tell you something, man. The Fred Pluno to you know.
yes. You know, Papa Nana, one of the most difficult things for some of us is you have loved ones at home who you cannot convince them why you need to be out working in a hurricane and leave them at the house, even, especially if you have children, young children. It's a hard, very, very hard. It's the hardest part of it for some of us. Yeah.
But I want to choose a service.
Boy, may I tell you. Yeah.
Me say, may God ever bless you, man, and me pray for you, you know.
Yeah, man. Continue pray, man. Continue pray.
And me I tell you the truth, you have to reach where you want. You may not reach for the magazine, but you're going all right.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
And God bless you, my son.
All right, Papa.
And tell Nora Howdy for me.
Yes, man. I will tell Nora Howdy for you. All right,
Yes,
Papa.
God bless you.
Yeah, man. Kevin, when me laugh a little bit, man, what's wrong with you? Oh, my God. Papa Nana said the nurse I deliver the baby. And she feels something touch her foot when she look at one hug come from that bed. All right, professionalism. Dwayne, good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
But good, man. How you do?
Why, my Papa Nana make you laugh, man.
Then Dwayne, I'm going to laugh.
But if I see me, I'm talk about there. When I was there, when I Papa eat when I was a boy, so I went down there and it was terrible. So
Down the back to New Haven, which one?
Back to
Yeah.
Back to
Yes.
It's terrible and it's still done.
Boy, you know, the people deserve better. The people who live there deserve better.
People get the pass that they want.
That's true. So, you know, that's true.
They get the MP you want.
That is true.
The council you want.
Yeah.
And Mr. Perkins always said, you know, Brian Lara never always go around and walk with Trinidad batting the kid with him. Right?
Yes.
It will be great.
Yes.
In other words, not everywhere go in the carry Trinidad wicket with him in carry it and say, oh, ball to me from Trinidad wicket, him bat for every wicket.
Yes.
And show him saying he is a master.
Yeah, against all comers, sir.
Yeah, against all comers.
Yeah, man. Where you calling from, Dwayne?
In the carpet here.
Okay. Then tell me which part in the carpet here, no?
Going back up to Ligani side.
Up to Ligani side. Or up the stay. Or up that side stay.
All right. Look a breeze and go, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
but you know, when I sit here, say, see, you talk to one brother, at least you are giving some, well, look at the definition or some meaning. You're making the point about gully cleaning.
Yes.
And then you say, who is responsible for it?
Yes.
And after you make it somebody that you type in on YouTube,
yes.
Say to you that, no, at the government.
Central government, yes.
Right. Whenever I hear some coming there, look cooking and I can never hear.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, me get to that little part of it. That's how I call it. I mean, I say, when we recognize with people, we do not want to be, we don't want to learn.
Yes.
We want to stay, and that's why we have slavery. And that's why we claim that slavery still remain mentally pinned down by slaves, because
that's right.
We do not want, even the cow, cow was tied to the post.
Yes.
For some days, months. And when the owner went there and let go the cow never moved.
Yes.
And that is still tied.
Used to being tied, yes.
Yes. And even when you go through other news media and you go through the thing, what I need you to say, oh, I never know, I take it off myself then.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take what I say, you know?
Yes.
And if you go to if you look at my room, I know if you may have book like foolishness, can I read a lot?
Yes, man.
So here we know. Many things that I am learning on YouTube now, and YouTube 11 pounds.
Yes.
I have them on my head, I have to find them, book them, and read.
That's right.
So, me no want to hear just what George say, but me go check it out.
Yes.
So, but people can go lick down where you say, no. Like my say, no matter what you want.
Yes, you know.
I go respect.
Yes.
It does sound to me come like buffoon, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, on the point, the substantive point, Dwayne, the fact of the matter is, one of the problems we have in this country, regardless of which government is in power, is a failure to hold local government properly accountable. Let me tell you this, Dwayne, you see, if local government work in this country, everything else becomes easier.
Yeah.
Everything else becomes easier if local government does what local government is supposed to do.
Yeah. Because, you know, you're right, you know, because this one, like for instance, when people walk and pick up the roads, right? If we make the man who, the traffic cop, the wardener work effectively, and when we see these things happen with the man, a good ticket, and you know if we pay it and a man, you think man that is good up on the doing on the
Exactly. Because that's a thing in other countries, you know. The weight of enforcement and the certainty of getting caught are so high, people know about to commit crime. Not better than we. They just know that there's a consequence to flouting the laws, breaking the laws, to flouting the regulations. There's a very high likelihood you're going to get caught. And if you get caught, you're going to be punished. So people just work with the program and abide. Out here is free for all. And the governance structure and the dovetail relationship is like you're building a chair or a stool, and you're putting one part together into the groove of another part to make one part of the stool, the leg or the frame. That's how government's supposed to work. Local government is supposed to work and work efficiently to deliver local services at the community level, and then you graduate. Because remember, you know, I'm not asking my councillor to make tax policy, you know, or education policy, or health policy, or policy for deal with social security, you know, how big the social safety net is. I'm not asking him to do that. I'm asking him to clean gully and fix drain and clean drain and free and bush verge and clear open lot. That's what I'm asking him to do. I'm not the MP for do that.
But look, you know, but why would we have a second government then? Sure. It is that everything must be central government.
Thank you very much.
Why we don't pay them for?
Exactly. And one of the problems. And one of the problems also doing, I don't cut you, one of the problems also, where reason, is that over time in this country, you have some members of parliament who crowd out the MPs because the councillors, because them want all of the headlines, them want all of the newspaper highlight, the media interviews, the TV, the radio. So you find that the members are trying to do what the councillor is supposed to do, getting in the councillor's way and interfering with things at the local level because they want to be the star.
Right.
That has happened. That has hampered us over time as well.
You know, you know how well you know Webster Avenue in the Bronx. I have Webster Avenue. They have Moshola Parkway. You have Jerome Avenue.
Never been to the Bronx. Brooklyn and Brooklyn and Queens are my place.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my friend I walk, a lady walking from Jerome Avenue coming across someone, and like you make a H, like the road like a H. One of us said one of, and we are walking coming down over there in the park. The park, now the road beside it coming down. And she want you in it and no want you in it. And I say the ranger over the place are looking up. And I say, you know what she do? She just beat her pants, you know.
What you say?
She say she beat her pants.
Nah, take no chance.
Can't take no chance.
Yeah. That's it.
She work.
That's it.
I mean, no, because and the difference is that if you go in any store and ask them to use the bathroom, they allow you.
Yes.
But having said that, you know, I was in Mandeville a few years ago, and I saw this lady came into and it come like she maybe pregnant too, and she came into Joseph Party. I'm gonna call them name because they are guilty.
Yes.
And ask for to use the bathroom. And when the lady said to her to the bus park, say, she have to buy something.
Lord.
And the woman have to walk. I feel like I want to cry, you know? If she's pregnant, and the woman say, have to buy something.
No,
and
sir.
this is the Jamaica we live in.
Injustice.
You have to buy something before you can make me use the bathroom. And you have to do charge.
Mankind
You
evil.
need $50 them if I teach you want to buy.
Yes.
Or the soap wash my hands.
Yes.
But people come and you come buy them because now buy a pot you can't give me about own views.
Yes.
Charge me then, no?
Yes.
But if people walk out of the store, that woman in that man, we can't go down to a road, go squeeze somewhere down there. As a woman, when that difficult for the woman walk out back and that woman tell her that thing, but the girl who tell her that she worked there, so she couldn't do better. Right?
Yes.
They must change that. You see, these outlets or these fast food pays them why you support them.
Yes.
And them not support you. It's all about money.
Yes.
Jamaica need to be really transformed. But the people, like the guy who spoke to you, are type to you and said to you that I'm not so go.
Yes.
They don't want to learn.
Yes.
Because when you tell them the truth, they don't want to hear.
That's right. That's right, sir. All right, sir. Respect Dwayne. All the best. All the best. You know. Oh boy. You know. Oh boy. It. People, you have to follow me on this journey. You know. We have to demand that MPs, opposition MP, government MP, do the work that they are sent there to do as legislators, as lawmakers. Local government, where their list of tasks, the responsibilities they have, their duties, well established, do your work. Don't endorse an MP who try to crowd out the councillor. Yeah, you know, and some of them like a councillor girl, like a councillor boy. No, don't do that. Don't belittle the people. Let the councillors, give them the space to do their work, but the councillors must step forward. And part of the reason the councillors don't step forward is the weak leadership of the councils in many respects in Jamaica over time. We can't fool ourselves. A part of the problem we have where we're talking about drains to be clean and this, that. And as again I say, routine or regular works which should attend to preparing for a disaster has to be viewed or treated as a major infrastructure project because of neglect time and time again. And it's because in many respects, local government doesn't work. It is the truth. And the lie may I tell, who want vex. Local government must step up. It must step up. And it must do its part. Run your leg of the relay. Because central government, members of parliament, can't run all 4 legs of the relay, sir. They only have 1 leg for run. Run your leg. Take care of your end. Contribute to the whole coming together. That is all. We need to demand that as a people. For too long, we allow this slackness to continue. And now them get good raise up here. They pay decent now, you know. The council pay no bad. It was peanuts before. Maybe that's why we got peanuts in terms of output. But now, the money no matter at all. The money decent. We need to demand better for what? We, the taxpayers, pay. Local government must step up so that when disaster is coming, when disaster looms, the things that have to be done are not comprehensive, not expensive, not requiring a lot of resources and a lot of time to correct historic neglect. Break time, Kevin. Back with more after this.
At the Jamaica Customs Agency, we care for our employees, customers, stakeholders, citizens, and our country. Customs cares. The temperature by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
25 degrees Celsius in Kingston, 27 degrees Celsius in Montego Bay, 20 degrees Celsius in Mandeville.
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, nationwide this morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. Tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide at 90 FM, the revolution in media.
4:38, the the 5 p.m. newscast is loading. Yeah, the 5 p.m. newscast is loading. Ricardo Brooks and the team working on that newscast of 5 p.m., which will be live on your radio not too long from now. Remember when when I started taking calls, and I think perhaps Papa Nana is the only frequent caller we've had so far. So in my view, Nori can tell me if I'm wrong. New callers today, which is good. Always good to hear from different voices. But one of the ladies we heard from earlier, who said she was calling from Berlin in southeast St. Elizabeth, said a neighbor of her, somebody up the road from her, had lost her roof. Nora has found that lady. We found the lady. The lady's name is Maisie, from Berlin in southeast St. Elizabeth. We had her online, but the call dropped. As you can imagine, the connectivity is dodgy at this time. We're trying to get her back, but just trying to get from her the sense of, what happened. The roof, was it just one gust of wind tear off everything? Was it going piece by piece? And if she's working to stabilize the situation, if she's going to abandon the place for a shelter, just to get an idea of what happened to her and what she's going to do. So let's see if we can get Maisie back on the line. I see a lot of you have a lot to say about the councillors in the chat, and I'm heartened because it means I have support on this crusade I am launching to get local government to work. When I say get local government, I'm not talking the overall system. I'm not going that high. I'm starting at the building blocks level. The councillors, the individuals, they must do so much better. While we try to get Maisie back, I have another Chris on the line. Good afternoon, Chris.
No, man, I want to know the Chris, man. I'm the regular Chris, none before me. I want an original.
Apologies, Mr. Chris. Apologies, sir. Apologies. We asked to know, sir. Good afternoon.
Earlier.
Yeah.
Talking to a friend on New Road in Westmoreland.
Yes.
Nathan Campbell, please.
Yes.
A shelter at the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I tell them we're going to live and they go stay about and a short on food.
Oh?
And even a 80-year-old lady is there too, where after the hurricane, I'm glad Mr. Campbell can help out that lady if him get one of the government house because she's desperately in need.
Yes.
So when you contact me to me, we can respond and the number.
Yes.
Talk to anytime. Yeah,
yes.
And then another thing, me knockings and clappings going over there so an hour ago. So we check it out now.
Knockings and clappings in this period.
In Spain town.
Oh yes, we're tracking that. We should have that in the 5 o'clock news. We had that. Chris, are you hearing me? Looks like Chris gone. So he's saying that there is a shelter, New Road, Eastern Westmoreland, where one person, he says, reported to him that there was a shortage of food. That's not good news, and he's calling on the MP, Dayton Campbell, to address that. I don't think that's Mr. Campbell's work, Mr. Campbell would, of course, call the authorities to find out what's happening. The parish disaster coordinators, in concert with the local authority there, working under the instructions of the ODPEM and its partners and the local government ministry, the coordination at that local level. So I don't think it's a MP provide food for shelter. Certainly not. But Mr. Campbell, if this report is true from Chris, I'm sure he would have gotten that report and he'd be making the representation. You can't have a situation where people are at shelters and there is no food there. Clearly, it's not a 5-star accommodation. You're not going to get 3 square meals. Yes, you're not going to be able to dip in and out of the snacks pantry as you would if you're there in your yard, but you should be able to get be reasonably fed in a shelter, one would expect. And we've been told from the authorities that is indeed the case, that the shelters are stocked with food for the people who come to seek shelter. So you will have from time to time. I mean, if this food supplies run low at a point, it's not a terminal situation where that means that there'll be no more food provided. The food run out, the food run low, and it will be replenished. So maybe it's in the replenishment cycle that this report was made. Who knows? Whatever it is, it's an undesirable state for a shelter to not have food, but the authorities, I'm sure, will be listening. New Road, there's a church down that side that is being used as a shelter, and if the report from this caller is accurate, then there is some attention that needs to be paid to that. How are we trying to get back Maisie for voicemail? Yeah. So the call dropped. So yes, someone in the chat was asking if she lost her roof. Yes, there's a lady we spoke to, not the one with the 8-week-old baby and the 72-year-old mom and the 13-year-old daughter living at the house with her. So all females. She says that a neighbor up the road lost her roof earlier today, and we had found that neighbor, and we've been trying to get back to her. We had her on the line ready to speak, but the call dropped, and Nora has been calling back, but it's just straight to voicemail. As you can expect, communicating at this time is risky business. Not risky business, it's uncertain business. Some calls not going through, calls connecting and then dropping, but you can understand in this time these difficulties. I want to say that it's what now? It's 4:45. The next bulletin from the Met Service is a 5 p.m. bulletin. And I'm just seeing if there's... Oh. All right. So some information coming through here from St. James. I can tell you that the mayor of Montego Bay, not Morant Bay, the mayor of Montego Bay, Councillor Richard Vernon, saying that approximately 30 people, this is a JIS report, saying approximately 30 people are being accommodated in 8 shelters in St. James. So 8 shelters in St. James already have people, and those 8 shelters have 30 people. He says calls have been made for 2 more shelters to be activated. So he says they're going to activate those 2, and then they'll be activating the other ones as soon as persons call in and request the use of the shelters. Mayor Vernon says that among the facilities opened are the homeless shelter at Jarrett Park and the designated tourism shelter at the Montego Bay Convention Center. Oh, I didn't know that they had a special shelter for tourists. Yes. So the Montego Bay Convention Center, we're learning something here, listeners, viewers. The Montego Bay Convention Center is a designated shelter for tourists. So that is open, according to Mayor Vernon. He says, though, that no tourists have entered shelters so far, and some of the homeless are still reluctant to leave the streets, mirroring what is happening in the corporate area with the homeless. He says the transportation has been placed on standby to assist with the relocation of the homeless. He says, I think that they will take it more seriously as soon as the system heads in our direction, but for now, we have our deputy inspector on the ground trying to encourage them to go into the shelter. However, we can't have our team out there indefinitely because they will be at risk. Residents, he says, living in flood-prone or vulnerable structures are being urged to evacuate early and either use official shelters or seek safer accommodation with relatives. Mayor Vernon is encouraging the public to stay connected to official sources and act before conditions deteriorate. He's telling people to continue to pay attention to bulletins and try to get as much information as possible from their local authority. The St. James Emergency Operations Center has been activated and emergency teams remain on standby. In fact, Nora, we should say in the after 5 period of the coverage whether all parishes have activated their emergency operations center, because I saw a message from Councillor Bell Navis to say that I think he's in charge of the one in St. Anne. That has been activated. St. James is up and running. Of course, Kingston and St. Andrew and a couple other parishes. But I want to know if all parish emergency operations centers have been activated thus far. I see somebody in the chat, Tom, you good, asking me, George, you reach home from morning yet for cook your chicken? The answer is no. Chicken still in the freezer, mum. Chicken no cook it. Yeah. Rose McIntosh says, George, I have 8 members in Jamaica from the UK. I guess you mean family members, Rose. They went to a wedding and they are stuck. Their flights are obviously cancelled. There is hope. Never give up. Yeah. The last flights left yesterday. So you're going to have they're going to have to wait a while. I have a friend of mine who's stuck with his wife and child in Atlanta. Can't come home just yet. So he was scheduled to travel yesterday, but the airport closed before he could move. So on both sides of the coin rose, people are inconvenienced. I see a lot of people in the chat having a go at Norman Scott, the mayor of Spanish Town, the chairman of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. And, Spanish Town has several problems. I see someone saying, George, the minister said they should bring 2 or 3 days food in the meantime. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. So if you're going out to the shelter, as the Agriculture Minister Floyd Green said earlier, Desmond McKenzie has been saying as well, food will be provided at the shelter. But if you have a little thing, walk with it, man. Yeah, you walk with your medicine, your important documents, and if you have any food that you believe that can make your time at the shelter more comfortable, yeah, in a tough situation, because again, you're not going into salubrious settings, It's not a 5-star hotel. It's not plush, the surroundings and the settings. You have to go and you have to make do. So if you have a little thing, walk with a little bag, man, with a little food. Who do I have, Kevin? Oh, Kevin says he wants a break. All right, break time. Back with more after this.
Experience the art of living insurance with JN Life. The time is
like the DJ 450.
Everybody needs a helping hand, somebody to understand. In the end, we're all human. For people living with HIV, no discrimination. Here to support them through. Respect you as usual. Got to protect them too. Whether your friend or your family, somebody in your community. People living with HIV. Protect, accept, and respect people living with HIV. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
All right. Consequent upon what's happening in Southeast St. Elizabeth, with a lady that we're trying to assist to get to a shelter. We did make contact with the MP for Southeast St. Elizabeth, Frank Witter, but he was in transit to a shelter and the phone connection was really, really challenging. But we've communicated what needs to be done. Let's see what happens. And the other thing is the mayor of Savannah Lamar, Councillor Delancey. Is he with us? Do we have Councillor Delancey with? Oh, no, just the shelters. Okay. So 11 shelters have opened in Westmoreland and are occupied, says the mayor of Savannah Lamar, Councillor Danry Delancey. He told GIS News that persons have begun taking refuge in designated facilities across the parish, including areas in eastern Westmoreland, such as Petersville. He pointed out, however, that while some residents have responded positively to evacuation advisories, others remain hesitant to relocate from vulnerable areas. He says that he got a report from the police that the sea was rising in Wharf Road, and residents there are being asked to move, and they're being resistant. The councillor says he reached out and trying to get people to move to the shelters. So that's Councillor Danry Delancey, Mayor of Savannah Lamar. He says 11 shelters are open in Westmoreland and are occupied. We have Maisie with us. Maisie, the resident of Berlin in Southeast St. Elizabeth, who lost her roof earlier today. Good afternoon, Maisie.
Good afternoon.
Boy, I don't know. Are you hearing me?
On the board, jump on the car and mash out the windscreen.
The car mash up too?
Yeah, rush out the windscreen.
Oh, Lord.
I'm one part of the we just call it the fender.
Yes. So the roof drop and mash up the car windscreen?
Not the fender, the bonnet.
The bonnet. So the roof drop on the car, mash up the windscreen and the bonnet?
On the bonnet.
All right. So what is it looking like? You have any help to put the roof back on or to cover the house? What's happening?
No, wouldn't get no help. No, maybe after the rain.
Yes.
I don't know if you can even put back on if you go by it, maybe like board or something.
Yes. So the things in the house went up?
No, No, because I live from around there and around at my mother's house, so I don't know what take place after me leave.
Yes. So nobody's at the house now?
No, nobody that's at the house.
How many of you were in the house when the roof went?
Me alone did round there. So my daughter never there at the moment.
Okay. So you how far away is your mother? Does your mother live from where you live?
A good way, no, because I walk through the bush to get back around this side.
Okay. So you're saying that when the rain eases, you're gonna go back to see what you can salvage?
No, we're not going back around there tomorrow.
Yeah, man. That's what I said. Tomorrow, in the daylight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you. So have you been in touch with any of the authorities, any of your political representatives?
No.
They have to report it, man, to them, Maisie, man, so them can come assist you tomorrow.
The breeze or something I won't come out for today.
No, but you have to tell them from early so that they know that you are a priority, so they can come check you early tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So, you need to call them and make them know what happened so that they can have you down to come check on you and to see they can assist you tomorrow. So where you are, you're comfortable now?
Yeah.
All right. So your vehicle mash up, you lose your roof, but you're in good spirits. I can say that?
No.
Eh?
You know, so I put the roof down and the car mash up.
Yes.
You know, zero worry a little bit.
Yeah, man, but of course, because I was wondering why you sound so upbeat. Because we are devastated. Ah, boy. So who, apart from you and your mother, who at the house that you're at now?
My mother. But
you and her alone?
my sister and my mother and my niece and one of my cousins.
Okay.
Oh, make I explain with you first.
Yes.
It is a rent house, you know.
Oh.
It's the house we are rent.
Yes. So the landlord know?
Yeah, they know.
Okay. So really them I go up to deal with the repairs. It's not you?
No, then we have to go buy it's stuff. Like to put spark on it.
Yes.
Yeah, but the car is my son's car.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the things in the house now, amazing. Your things them are you buy? Are you in the house furnished?
Mine things.
So what and what in the house? Wait up.
I work little type of furniture now away from we don't have no settings.
Right. You have appliances?
Yeah, and there are components that are there. The TV.
You have fridge?
I'm a fridge.
Oh, everything wet up then.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to, if the rain hold up tomorrow, you go back, go see if you can take out what you can take out.
Yeah.
Okay, but the repair the landlord work that, right? Okay, I hear you. Well, as I said, Maisie, just call it in just to see and just make who should know. I know the landlord know, but if you can tell the authorities, because maybe they can assist you. Well, they can write you down, note your losses, because I'm sure by the time you go back, the appliances mash up. So they can know that you will need some assistance to get back some of your personal items when this is all over and they're doing the repair, right?
Okay.
All right, make sure you do that. Thank you for talking to me this afternoon, Maisie.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, good. So, yeah, there you have it. Berlin, the community in Southeast St. Elizabeth, the roof went. Rent house, she says, but the things in there are hers, her furniture and her appliances. And then, most troublingly, she said the roof drop and mash up her son's car. The windscreen mash up, the bonnet mash up. And rain now, so she's going back tomorrow, if the rain hold up, to see if she can salvage anything. Boy, it's a hell of a time. 4:57, that's my time. I should make way for the stream for the news at 5 and Nationwide at 5 to start on time. So I appreciate your company for the time that I was on air and Nationwide's rolling coverage of the hurricane continues. You know, it took a while for some of you to come on because I saw people asking if this is live, and some people said, no, man, I repeat. No, from here, it's just pure live programming we're having right throughout the hurricane. So we're going to be here, and we hope you are here too. All right? Good afternoon.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Do you have a consumer-related issue? Want to learn more about matters concerning you as a consumer? Well, keep it locked to Nationwide 90 FM for the Consumer Hour with me, Nora Gay Banton. Weekdays from 9 to 10 a.m. For all your consumer-centric matters, stay tuned to the Consumer Hour on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Ready to tackle that building project? Start right. Start here at H&L Rapid True Value for building supplies. The time by H&L Rapid True Value is
Nationwide time, 5 o'clock.
From the Nationwide News Network, comprehensive, incisive, tough. This is Nationwide at 5.
Good afternoon, I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Tawna Thomas.
In Nationwide news at this hour, Jamaicans urged to shelter in place as dangerous Category 5 Hurricane Melissa bears down on the island.
Fewer than 1,000 people have sought refuge in shelters despite mandatory evacuation orders.
The up-to-date information that I have in my possession represents 972 persons in shelters.
Works Minister says he's satisfied the Sandy Gully in the vicinity of Seaview Gardens will provide free flow of floodwaters.
14,000 JSAF personnel ready to be deployed following the passage of Hurricane Melissa.
The judiciary has suspended reporting conditions for bail amid threat of the Category 5 storm.
In news from the rest of the world, the Bahamas orders evacuation of Southeast Keys ahead of impact from Hurricane Melissa.
Malta announces tax cuts for parents in bid to revive native birth rate.
In headline sports, Jamaica Scorpions to have new captain for upcoming Super 50 tournament.
And later in our broadcast, in the cover story at 5:35, the Met Service says Hurricane Melissa is expected to make landfall in St. Elizabeth or Westmoreland tomorrow. The dangerous Category 5 hurricane is also expected to exit the island through St. Anne. We'll hear from the mayors of Savannah Lamar and St. Anne's Bay.
In a public opinion at 6:26, we ask, how many times have you replenished your food supply in anticipation of Hurricane Melissa? Give us your comments by logging on to our Facebook page and Nationwide News Network and by tweeting us at Nationwide Radio and message us on WhatsApp at 876-285-5693. You can also leave your comments on Instagram at Nationwide 90 FM.
In the nation's business at 6:40, all residents of 7 low-lying and flood-prone communities in the southern part of the island were formally ordered to evacuate. We'll hear from the Member of Parliament for South East Clarendon, Pernell Charles Jr., the Member of Parliament for South West St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green, and Councillor for the Old Harbour Bay Division in St. Catherine, Dr. Kurt Wall.
All these and more as we take you home on air on your mobile, Nationwide 90 FM, RivaNews.ai, and on the Riva News app, available on Google Play and the App Store this Monday afternoon. It's Monday, October 27, 2025.
If it's news, it's got to be Nationwide 90 FM.
Now, to the details. The National Hurricane Center in Miami is warning Jamaicans to remain in safe shelter and not to venture outside. This as the dangerous Category 5 Hurricane Melissa draws closer to the island. The hurricane is approximately 145 miles south of capital city Kingston and 112 miles south of Bluefields in Westmoreland. It's expected to make landfall between St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland in the early hours of tomorrow morning. The system is moving at 3 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds have increased to 175 miles per hour with higher gusts. This makes Melissa the deadliest hurricane of the 2025 season. The Hurricane Center says Jamaicans should expect catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding along with numerous landslides as the eye of the hurricane comes ashore. The Holness administration is scheduled to provide another update at 6 this evening.
Now, as Hurricane Melissa bears down on Jamaica, only 1,000 people have sought refuge in shelters across the country. This is despite a mandatory evacuation order being in effect for several communities. Local Government Minister Desmond McKenzie provided the update from the government's National Emergency Operations Center on Monday.
Only 76 of the 800 shelters are seeing any activities at all. The up-to-date information that I have in my possession, which was presented to me based on the networking that we have been doing, represents 972 persons in shelters. There are 4 parishes that have no one in the shelters. Clarendon has the highest number of persons so far, 311, followed by St. Thomas with 227 and Kingston and St. Andrew 179.
Residents of 7 low-lying and flood-prone communities in the southern parts of the island have been formally ordered to evacuate immediately. The directive was issued under the Disaster Risk Management Hurricane Melissa Evacuation Order on Sunday. The communities are Port Royal in Kingston, Portland Cottage and Rocky Point in Clarendon, Old Harbour Bay, St. Catherine, and New Haven, Riverton City, and Taylorland, all in St. Andrew. Residents in several communities in southwest St. Elizabeth have also been encouraged to head to shelters. The vulnerable communities are Great Bay, Treasure Beach, Billy's Bay, Fort Charles, Pondside, and Parity. Residents in Galleon Beach are also being urged to evacuate. The government has deployed several JUTC units and rural school buses to assist with the transportation of residents. Minister McKenzie is expressing concern about the number of people in shelters across parishes where projections show Melissa making landfall.
I am hoping that the next update that is presented will show a much greater picture, because I'm concerned that in the parishes where this system is heading, the numbers are small. St. Elizabeth, our number is 27. In St. James, 24. In Westmoreland, 32. And the numbers are very low. I am expecting that by later this afternoon, we will see increased numbers of persons going to the shelters.
Desmond McKenzie, local government minister. The government is expecting over 50,000 Jamaicans to relocate from vulnerable areas.
The Works Minister Robert Morgan says all that can be done to prepare the Sandy Gully for Hurricane Melissa has been done. Speaking at a press briefing this morning, the minister says he's satisfied that the flow of water should be unimpeded through the gully in the vicinity of Seaview Gardens.
We've removed 500 loads of silt from under the bridge or in the vicinity of the bridge over the last 5 days. Some persons are saying, well, we should clean all the way to the sea. That is 1.5 kilometers from the bridge to the sea, and it is 37 meters wide. If that section that we cleaned was 500 truckloads of silt, think about how many trucks and excavators and backhoes and front-end loaders would be required to remove 1.5 kilometers of silt with a width of 37 meters, a couple thousand trucks. So we have done as much as the engineers have said we can do at this time to create a pathway under the bridge so that water can flow.
The Sandy Gully is an important part of Kingston's main drainage system. It's vital for preventing flooding by carrying stormwater to the sea. The condition of the gully is crucial for public safety, infrastructure protection, and the environment, especially during a hurricane. The gully has faced significant challenge from silt and debris buildup, which can cause overflow. The minister is urging Jamaicans to avoid infrastructure that appears compromised.
Based on what we have done, the bridge is safer, the flow is no longer compromised. And while we have done much work to mitigate the impact of the impending hurricane on our infrastructure, we want to appeal to the public Do not interact with infrastructure that you think is compromised. If the bridge looks shaky, do not attempt to go on the bridge or across the bridge. Do not try to traverse gullies that are flooded. We've had historical evidence of persons in very powerful vehicles seeking to traverse gullies, and they lost the competition. So we're advising the public that this is a serious hurricane. Our gullies cannot be used while they are flooded.
That's Robert Morgan, the Works Minister.
The police say 14,000 personnel are ready to be deployed if it becomes necessary following the passage of Hurricane Melissa. The mass mobilization of the police force comes as the dangerous Category 5 system approaches the island. Deputy Commissioner of Police Warren Clark provided an update on Monday.
The JCF is fully deployed island-wide to secure communities, critical installations, and scheduled premises, ensuring the safety and security of all, including vital locations. Approximately 12,000 personnel are available for deployment over the period, and another 2,000 likely to be recalled off leave. Our highway patrols are monitoring main thoroughfares across the island, and mobile patrols are active in residential and business districts.
DCP Clark says the police will prioritize the protection of key buildings such as the Petrojam, the courts, airports, and hospitals. The force will also maintain a presence in the key business districts across the country. DCP Clark is appealing to Jamaicans to observe the no movement instructions, especially during the passage of the eye of the hurricane.
All necessary preparations and mobilizations have been made. During the blow of the hurricane, we appeal to all to hunker down, and we expect that there will be no movement. It is crucial that during the passage of the eye, everyone remains indoors. This is not a time to venture outside. During the recovery phase, the JCF will be out in our numbers, securing citizens, visitors, public property, preventing looting, facilitating support to shelters, and assisting with rescue missions.
DCP Warren Clark, head of operations at the JCF.
Now, the judiciary has suspended reporting conditions for all persons on bail as the country prepares for the impact of Hurricane Melissa. The suspension takes effect immediately and applies across the island. Bail reporting requirements are expected to resume on Monday, November 3, 2025. Director of Communications at the Court Administration Division, the CAD, Kadish Fletcher, says all other bail conditions remain in place.
Since the publication of the press release early afternoon, a number of persons have reached out to us seeking clarity. And so I want to make it abundantly clear that this relates only to the suspension of reporting conditions. All other bail conditions which were imposed remain in place.
The CAD says the decision was made in light of the potential dangers associated with the approaching hurricane. The judiciary says the move is intended to protect court users, justice system stakeholders, and the general public. The advisory is directed to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, members of the private bar, persons currently on bail, and the wider public. The judiciary is urging all affected individuals to take careful note of the temporary change. Members of the public are also being encouraged to monitor the Judiciary of Jamaica's official social media platforms for updates regarding court operations and any rescheduled court cases. Further information may be obtained from the Court Administration Division's Client Services, Communications, and Information team.
Meanwhile, the Department of Correctional Services, the DCS, says it has taken all necessary measures to safeguard the lives and well-being of inmates and wards in preparation for Hurricane Melissa. The DCS says comprehensive emergency preparedness plans have been activated across all correctional institutions. Due to these plans, all visits to correctional institutions have been suspended until further notice. DCS says it remains vigilant and fully committed to maintaining order and care during the passage of the hurricane. It says its officers and staff will continue to work around the clock to ensure that safety protocols are followed and that the welfare of all individuals in custody is prioritized. The department says it will continue to provide updates as necessary.
Transport Minister Darrell Vaz says service from the Jamaica Urban Transit Company JUTC is now suspended. The minister says the buses will focus solely on emergency response.
All bus service has been terminated. Only emergency services for JUTC, which I'll give you some information. And as I would have said last night, that we have also activated our rural school buses, which will play a critical role in rural Jamaica. As I said before, regular services are suspended until it is safe to operate. JUTC is in emergency response mode with teams on standby for evacuation at Rockford, Spanish Town, Portmore, and all 5 rural school bus regions. JUTC has responded to several calls for evacuation since Saturday. Unfortunately, only 103 persons have been evacuated.
Darrell Vaz, the Transport Minister. You're listening to the news on Nationwide at 5. We'll have more after these.
See twice the style for less at IQ Optical. Buy one pair of glasses and get your second and third pair half price. Don't miss out. Call 876-929-7732 or visit IQ Optical today, where clarity never looked sharper.
The time by IQ Optical is...
It's 15 minutes after 5.
Rentokil Initial offers air purification solutions with triple filtration and unique auto-sensing capabilities that neutralizes malodor and replaces it with clean air. Call Rentokil Initial at 926-4236 for more details.
The temperature by Rentokil is
25 degrees Celsius here in Kingston, 27 out west in Montego Bay. Continuing the news. Food for the Poor Jamaica says it has activated its hurricane emergency preparedness and relief response. The charitable organization says its team is in full preparation mode to ensure swift assistance to vulnerable communities across the island. Director of Operations and Implementations at Food for the Poor, Nakali Hado, says the organization has already begun mobilizing resources. These include food, water, tarpaulins, hygiene kits, and bedding. Mr. Hado says the organization is also working closely with partners to ensure that an immediate response can begin once it's safe to do so. Food for the Poor is also maintaining close communication with the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, and other agencies to align national response efforts. Mr. Hado further notes that teams have been meeting with key response partners, identifying potential communities, and coordinating logistics for post-storm distribution of emergency relief. Those wishing to contribute can make donations online at www.foodforthepoorja.org. All funds raised will go directly toward the purchase and distribution of emergency relief supplies and long-term recovery assistance.
The National Irrigation Commission Limited, NIC, is urging Jamaicans to stay away from open canals, especially during periods of heavy rainfall. It's also advising farmers to conserve water and manage their supplies carefully during this critical period. The NIC says it has activated its emergency protocols and completed all hurricane preparedness operations across the island. The advisory comes as dangerous Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is now on a direct collision course with Jamaica. The system is expected to make landfall in St. Elizabeth Tuesday morning. The Commission says it remains in full operational readiness and has already taken several precautionary steps, including the temporary shutdown of all irrigation systems. According to the NIC, the preparation is aimed at reducing the risk of flooding and protecting lives, property, and agricultural livelihoods. NIC's regional teams are now in close contact with farmers to provide guidance and support as the system approaches. The Commission reaffirmed its commitment to the safety and well-being of Jamaica's farming communities and the wider public as the country braces for the impact of Hurricane Melissa.
World in a Minute is brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
The World in a Minute.
The Bahamas has ordered the evacuation of several keys in the island chain ahead of the impending impact from Hurricane Melissa. The Category 5 storm is forecast to begin affecting the southeast Bahamas by early Tuesday morning. Conditions are expected to deteriorate through Wednesday with a high probability for severe flooding and storm surge. Prime Minister Philip Davis made the evacuation announcement on Monday. The evacuation order will expire on November 1 or on public notice by the Prime Minister upon the advice of the Disaster Risk Management Authority.
In international news, Malta on Monday announced tax cuts for parents of 2 or more children in a government bid to counter its demographic decline. Under the plan, parents of 2 or more children each will not pay income tax on the first 18,500 euros of their income. The plan takes effect in 2026. That's equivalent of $21,575. The amount is set to increase to 30,000 euros each by 2028. The tax cuts will be retained until the children are 23 years old. The finance minister told Parliament that the rock-bottom fertility rate of the Mediterranean islands' native population was the biggest challenge facing the country. A report by EU statistical agency Eurostat this year showed Malta had the bloc's lowest fertility rate in 2023 at 1.06. The Maltese Catholic Archbishop says the country faces an ethnic extinction. Although densely populated with around 1,704 people per square kilometer, almost a third of Malta's population is made up of foreign workers and their families.
World in a Minute was brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
Recapping the top stories making nationwide news at this hour, Jamaicans urged to shelter in place as dangerous Category 5 Hurricane Melissa bears down on the island.
Fewer than 1,000 people have sought refuge in shelters despite mandatory evacuation orders.
The up-to-date information that I have in my possession represents 972 persons in shelters.
Works Minister says he's satisfied the Sandy Gully in the vicinity of Seaview Gardens will provide free flow for flood waters.
14,000 JSEF personnel ready to be deployed following the passage of Hurricane Melissa.
I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Tawna Thomas.
And you can find the news on our website at rivanews.ai and on the Riva News app, available on the Google Play and the App Store. News next, the headlines at 6.
It's Monday, get over your blues. Or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The E-Zone is here for you. With the Stinger Honey Bee
and Karim Boyatings
from 3 to 5 p.m. on Nationwide 90 FM.
We've got your entertainment news.
Then we want to hear your views. Why you say?
Jump in the mix.
Or the hot seat.
Don't miss our brain busters.
Or the crazy giveaways.
Let's talk fashion.
Send us your outfit of the day. Ooh, cutesy. Very demure.
Are you looking for love?
Come on one of our blind dates. Send your request to ezone blinddates@gmail.com. That's ezoneblinddates@gmail.com.
And stay tuned for your confessions.
These are my confessions. Share them with us at ezoneconfessions@yahoo.com. I mean, is this planet Earth?
Is it?
I don't know. Let me check. Either way, it's got a buzz.
And a bugger thing.
Ow! Ow!
It's hard-hitting. It's riveting. It's the much-talked-about cover story during Nationwide at 5. Here Cliff Hughes get to the heart of the story of the day. Cover Story aired 5:30 weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Nationwide at 5. Talk radio at its best. Cover Story.
Cover Story is brought to you by JTA Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives positively.
Multilink, roll with control. Use Multilink, safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
Sports at 5 is brought to you by Total Tools. Total Tools, every tool, every trade.
Good evening and welcome to your sports report. I'm Oreen Buchanan. The West Indies completed a 16-run victory over host Bangladesh in Chittagong on Monday to take a 1-0 lead in their 3-match T20 international series. Rovman Powell, on the occasion of his 100th T20 international appearance, slammed a quick-fire unbeaten 44 of 28 deliveries as the West Indies posted 165 for 3 in their 20 overs. Powell, with 4 sixes, including 3 in 1 over, shared an unbroken 4th-wicket stand with captain Shai Hope, who top-scored with 46. Seamers Jason Holder 3 for 31 and Jaden Seals 3 for 32 then combined to dismiss Bangladesh for 149 in 19.4 overs. Hope says the team assessed the conditions of the pitch much better.
I just thought that we assessed the conditions a little bit better today. Obviously, we would have wanted a higher score, but I just thought that the wickets in hand gave us that impetus in the back end that we needed. Robin played a brilliant innings at the back end there. It was great to see him, come in and make that impact in his 100th game. So I'm happy to see the way the guys went up today.
Powell's quick-fire knock came at a very crucial time during the West Indies innings.
Yeah, at the end of the innings, I was pleased. It was difficult to start on the wicket for me. I was one time about 7 off 20 deliveries, but then I just keep believing that if I get a good shot, a good boundary off, I will turn it around.
Now to horse racing, as 3-time champion racehorse trainer Anthony Baba Nunes says he's worried about the damage that could be brought by Hurricane Melissa on the infrastructure and livestock at Caymanas Park in Portmore, St. Catherine. On Sunday, Nunes posted a video on his YouTube platform outlining plans to protect his stables. Nunes says he remembers only too well the devastation of Hurricane Gilbert some 37 years ago, so he's leaving nothing to chance. Kimon Thompson tells us more.
Hurricane Gilbert had a destructive impact on Caymanas Park as it ravaged the island on September 12, 1988. Racing was suspended days before that fateful date, and it wasn't until late December that the park hosted its next race meet. That 3-month period is the longest break since racing began at Caymanas Park in 1959. As he spoke to his audience on Sunday, Anthony Baba Nunes cut a very concerned figure. At one point, he removed his eyeglasses and appeared to be fighting back tears. He says a team did comprehensive work to try to protect the hundreds of horses stabled at various barns across the 196 acres of land occupied by Caymanas Park.
Let you guys know, we have done what we can do. We have organized for all drains to be cut and cleaned surrounding the stable to try and avoid flooding. We have picked up all loose objects that may be on ranges, like saddles and bridles and so forth and so on, have been packed away. We have cut our horse feed intake starting today, morning and evening. We've added some salt to their feed to help them with digestion. They will have water access 24 hours once the water remains. We hope that that is the case.
Nunes says racing stakeholders who experienced Hurricane Gilbert, a Category 3 storm, are only too aware of the damage that Melissa, which is listed as a Category 5, has the potential to inflict.
So to remind you guys, in 1988, when Gilbert hit as a Category 3, I was an assistant trainer to my brother. Every roof at Caymanas Park had left. The stables were destroyed. Not to frighten anybody, but we're keeping it real. A number of horses died in their stalls. That's with rafters, flying debris, whether it be zinc or other objects. The horses getting frightened. Obviously, when the breeze picks up and the trees that may be on top of some of the roofs start to drag and make loud noises.
Nunes, a second-generation trainer, says several of his grooms are staying on property to be able to respond swiftly if the worst happens.
We have rooms here at the barn, so a number of them, I would say right now, between 6 to 12 grooms will be on site here at the stables, monitoring things. But as we know with the category 4 or 5, based on history with the category 3 Gilbert, that we may lose rules.
Reporting for Nationwide Sports, I'm Kimone Thompson.
And from Jamaica to Canada, as veteran Barbadian jockey Christopher Husband secured his 4th jockey's title at Canadian-based racetrack Fort Erie over the weekend as he completed victories on mounts 10 to midnight, making the Viking and Clara You the Best on Saturday's race card to end the 2025 season with 41 wins.
On top, Clara You the Best coming down the outside. Aussie Hyper is gaining ground but still has a lot of ground to make up on Moral Turpitude. It's Moral Turpitude and Clara You the Best fighting it out in the final 16th. Moral Turpitude has the lead. Clara You the Best surging down the outside. Coming to the wire, it's Clara You the Best and Chris Husbands to win the Crimson Maple Cup. Clara You the Best over Moral Turpitude, then Aussie Hyper, Hot Omelette, and Now Is a Breeze, 145-3.
Husbands, who battled most of the 2024 season with injuries, dethroned reigning champion Juan Crawford, who finished second with 32 wins. Defending Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, strengthened their lead atop the NFC East as they registered a commanding 38-20 victory over the New York Giants in Sunday night action. Running back Saquon Barkley rushed for 150 yards before leaving the field with an apparent groin injury.
Eagles go jumbo on 2nd and 10. Here is Barkley, left side, big hole. Saquon Barkley! Uh-oh! Barkley! Goodbye! Second and goal. Blitz coming. Hurts. Barkley wide open. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Him, either the defensive end when they blitz that backer, but Thibodeau doesn't, and no one's on Saquon.
The 28-year-old Saquon Barkley in his post-game assessment stated that he isn't worried about tweaking his groin as there is enough time this season to get healthy.
Just being professional, knowing that every week's not going to be how you want it to be sometimes, but you can't lose faith. You got to come in and continue to stick to the routine, continue to build, and sometimes that's how it goes. But you'd rather be going like this than the opposite way. And I feel like we got things rolling in the run game today, and we can build on that. But most importantly, whether it's in the run game or passing the ball, we won. And that's the only thing we're really searching for. I wasn't worried about it. I mean, I came off, but I've dealt with this before. Nothing crazy, but it's a long season.
Saquon Barkley, running back for the Philadelphia Eagles. Those are Spurs making your evening sports. I'm Oreen Buchanan.
Sports at 5 was brought to you by Total Tools. Total Tools, every tool, every trade. From Kingston to the world, from Montego Bay to new adventures, and from Ocherias to endless possibilities. Wherever you're headed, we will proudly take you there. Jamaica's Airport, your global gateway. The temperature brought to you by the Airports Authority of Jamaica is
25 degrees Celsius in City Kingston, 27 degrees Celsius out west in Montego Bay.
This is an important notice from Teleperformance Jamaica. Due to the impact of Tropical Storm Melissa, our offices will remain closed until further notice. The safety and well-being of our employees is our top priority. Team members are asked to remain indoors, stay in contact with their supervisors, and monitor official updates. We look forward to resuming normal operations as soon as conditions improve.
MSME operators, the NWC MSME Amnesty is a lifeline. Grab it. Apply between September 1 and November 30, 2025. Visit nwcjamaica.com. Email us at customercare@nwc.com.jm. You can also visit any commercial office or dial 888-NWC. Get a 50% debt write-off on your small commercial account if you pay all other outstanding debts or sign a payment agreement to do so in 3 months. Apply today.
As
As we grow older, there are many challenges that we have to confront, but these years can represent the best in our lives. Coming of Age during Nationwide This Morning on Thursdays explores issues persons 50 and over confront. It also provides expert opinions on how we can improve the quality of our lives as we get older. That's Coming of Age, this and every Thursday during Nationwide This Morning at 6:51 a.m.
Public opinions.
Stop this foolish about this GLP and PMP business. We are a Jamaican.
Different people.
It's not a matter of a GLP or a PMP. I think it's more like where it is that you think you're comfortable, what support you can afford to make the country better.
Different views.
Most entertainers, they're not amenable to management, so the only thing that can ultimately structure them is the court and the prison.
Public opinion. The voice of the people at 6:25 p.m. weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Tune into Nationwide at 6:25 p.m. for Public Opinion, where the people's views matter.
Public Opinion is brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, industrial automation and control solutions.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
If it's in the public's interest, it's the nation's business during Nationwide at 5. The nation's business.
None of mercy. This one is very classic, dedicated to all the schoolers who are taking beats.
If you've ever struggled to pass an exam, then you'll know that students today are under great pressure to get good grades and secure qualification needed to move on to higher education. The problem is that too many students are struggling alone and could really benefit from connecting with hardworking teachers and other bright students in other parts of the country and the region. Join me, Dennis Brooks, this and every Friday evening from 8 to 9, with a repeat on Saturday morning from 8 to 9. For the A-Team, a study group on radio, my team of teachers, students, and experts will break down the syllabus, giving you information, tips, and past paper questions that will help you get top grades in your upcoming exams. Follow us on Facebook Live and on Twitter and be a part of the community. It's the A-Team. Fridays at 8 p.m. with a repeat at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. It's your free extra class on radio and social media. And it's right here on Nationwide 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis, weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Cover Story is brought to you by
Multilink. Roll with control. Use Multilink. Safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
Multilink. Access every time, everywhere I go. Multilink. 24/7 access for me. It's just a win-win when we use Multilink. This card is Jamaican built, yeah. Fast and secure, you can use anywhere. Spend while supporting the economy.
Look for the Multilink logo on your card and benefit from Jamaica's largest debit payment network.
Multilink, 24/7 access for me.
What would I do without my Multilink?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us here nationwide at 5. I'm Cliff Hughes.
Good afternoon, listeners. Good afternoon, viewers. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
Good afternoon, Ricardo.
How are you?
And, well, she's beginning to turn towards Jamaica. That's the takeaway from the latest bulletin number 46 from the Meteorological Service. Melissa, now a powerful tropical Category 5 storm. At 4 this afternoon, she has begun to turn toward Jamaica while moving over the Caribbean seas south of the island.
The storm was located 140 miles southwest of Kingston, or just about 111 miles south of Negril Point in Jamaica. It's moving at 3 miles per hour, and the slow turn towards the north is expected this evening, followed by a turn towards the northeast and faster forward speed on Tuesday, at which point it's expected to be a Category 4 system over Jamaica.
Well, on the present track, says the Met Service, the core of Melissa is expected to start moving over Jamaica tonight and early Tuesday. Maximum sustained winds are near 175 miles per hour. That's well in excess of the top winds of the Category 5 band, with higher gusts. Melissa is, as I said, a Category 5 hurricane, right? Some fluctuations in intensity are likely before Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica as an extremely powerful major hurricane early Tuesday.
The hurricane force winds extend up to 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend 195 miles from the center. So the entire island of Jamaica will be impacted by this system. Doppler radar and satellite images show that the outer bands of Hurricane Melissa have been producing periods of moderate to heavy rainfall, mainly over southern and western sections of the island over the past few hours.
And Melissa herself is expected to produce rainfall amounts reaching between 15 and 30 inches, or 350 to 750 millimeters of rain over parts of Jamaica in the next couple of days, especially over central and eastern parishes, with higher amounts over the hilly parts of the country. And the Met Service says catastrophic flash floods and landslides are likely.
So too, life-threatening storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves likely along the south coast of the island tonight and into Tuesday. It will peak at between 9 and 13 feet above ground level near and to the coast, the east rather, of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. On the northwest coast, there's the possibility of 1 to 3 foot storm surge above ground level.
Small craft operators, including fishers and the quays and the banks, are reminded to remain in safe harbor until all warning messages have been lifted and wind and sea conditions have returned to normal. Listeners, this is it. And the Met Service, in this bulletin number 46, are really saying we're in for it tonight into tomorrow morning.
What the Hurricane Center in Miami is saying is that it's time for Jamaicans now to be sheltering in place. They've been telling you that from yesterday. your preparations should now be complete as the island prepares for the onslaught of what is now the deadliest hurricane of the 2025 hurricane season, the first one to make direct landfall in Jamaica, projected to do so since 2012.
Here's the head of the Meteorological Service, Evan Thompson, on what's likely to happen in the coming hours.
Right now, the projected path takes it to the southwestern part of Jamaica, impacting either eastern Westmoreland or extreme western St. Elizabeth as it makes its entry, its landfall on Jamaica. Then it's expected to continue moving to the northeast. All at this time, it is expected to be a major hurricane. Right now, a Category 5, it's quite likely that it will drop in terms of the strength of the system slightly to a Category 4 before it makes the landfall. But still, let us prepare ourselves for a Category 5 hurricane.
That's Evan Thompson, the Principal Director at the Met Service. He was providing an update at the National Emergency Operations Center this morning.
Well, there will be another media briefing at 6 o'clock by the government. In the meantime, joining us to discuss what we're faced with now, especially in the western part of the island, we have the chairman of the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation, Danry Delancey, of the St. Anne Municipal Corporation, Michael Belnavis, and the St. Elizabeth Municipal Corporation, Richard Solomon. Let me begin with you, Mayor Solomon. Mayor Solomon, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hughes. Good afternoon, Ricardo, and to the rest of your listeners.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon. Well, you hear St. Elizabeth now in the direct path of Melissa. How are you and your residents prepared?
Well, to be honest, Cliff, it's anxious moment for us in St. Elizabeth here. We would have made the necessary preparation, the necessary appeal. You would have caught me right here at the Emergency Operations Center here in Black River, and I'm surrounded by the team at this point in time. I have Superintendent Minto with me, a representative from Fire, Ministry of Labour, and our disaster coordinator monitoring the activities on the ground. As it relates to preparedness, what we have been focusing on late yesterday into today is to identify the areas of vulnerability and focusing on evacuation. I have to really commend the Jamaica Constabulary Force for the support that they would have been given to us in terms of announcing, persuading and encouraging persons to leave these vulnerable areas to shelters that we would have made available for them. I'm happy to say that we would have realized that a number of our residents are yielding to the cause. Last year when we had burial, it was about 100 persons we had in our shelters. And at this point in time, we have over 316 persons in some 29 activated shelters across the parish at this point in time. But it suggests that persons are in areas like Treasure Beach, Panside, those vulnerable areas, Gallant. We would have provided transportation, and I have to commend our Minister Vance for the support that he would have been providing to St. Elizabeth with that effort. Such we have certain mechanism in place and standby. We are preparing to brace for the worst. We would have been through burial, we would have learned a lot from burial, but what is coming?
Mayor Solomon?
Mayor Solomon?
No.
It seems like we lost the connection there, but what he was telling Ricardo listeners, an indication of a positive response so far from the people of St. Elizabeth, over 300 in shelters. He said during burial at this time, there were just over 100. That's 3 times now. Great Bay, Treasure Beach, Pondside, Parratee are all vulnerable communities where mandatory evacuation orders are in effect.
And it would appear that they are heeding the warnings, the mandatory evacuation orders. Mayor Belnavis?
Yes, sir.
The system is expected to exit the island through St. Anne. What's your level of preparedness?
Yes, well, we're prepared. We've had the emergency operating center activated well over 2 days now, and everyone is here. It's from the police force to the fire department. We have Ministry of Labor and Social Security and all the relevant agencies, Jamaica Public Services, and they're all here and are ready to give instruction.
I got a report earlier, Mayor, that in some of your shelters there was no bedding. Is it that you're asking the residents to bring their own bedding? What's the situation there?
Yeah, absolutely. A relative low turnover because it's been relatively quiet here. No wind activity and it's no rain so far. People have, usually wait to the 11th hour. So what we're seeing is the turnover has been relatively low at this time. Of the 80-something shelters that we have, not all of them are open because the turnout has been so low. So in certain cases, it's in one individual. So what we usually do in this
right,
time,
Mayor, just hold on for us. Let's see if we can fix the line. The line is pretty bad. Mayor Solomon.
Solomon is back.
Yeah.
Mayor Solomon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I hear you have to leave us in a minute or two, so let me ask you very quickly. Yes, with 300 in the 20-odd shelters you have opened, is that satisfying, or you should really be having multiples of 300 at this time?
Not satisfactory at all, because some of the vulnerable areas that we would have sent transportation in, our residents were reluctant in terms of utilizing the service. We did went in, as I said, JCF went in and did proper announcements, notified them, we told them of the timing and everything, but they are reluctant in taking up the offer.
Mm-hmm.
So as a result, I am still not pleased, and I'm still appealing at this last minute that if it is that they can make it to a shelter, please do so, because when the system hits, based on all indications, we will not be able to respond during the system. And we're asking persons to use the final minute to yield to the call and take refuge at shelter where necessary.
What are you feeling there now in Black River where you are? Describe what is happening.
In Black River, things not so bad at this point in time. We can say there's a little bit of surge, but not anything to really speak about. We're getting a little rain, not much wind, but in some section of the parish, we're getting more rainfall than others. Holland Bumble, having some amount of water now. But all in all, it's not much devastation at this point in time. A few trees down. We had an issue in Mountainside. We had people on the power line. GPS is aware of it. And I'm happy to say that the communication with us and GPS now is good. So they are aware and they're working on the situation at this point.
Mayor Solomon, I hear you have to go, but I'm going to ask you, you know all lines and our producer, when things really turn up, that we're going to be reaching out to you to help us understand what is facing you and your people in St. Elizabeth sometime later tonight, early tomorrow morning.
Most definitely, I'll be happy to provide an update to the country.
Okay, good.
We're going to take a break and come back with more. This is Tracking Hurricane Melissa on Nationwide at 5.
Protecting your personal data is a priority for the Jamaica Customs Agency. We urge you to use the agency's official platforms to conduct your business. The time by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
5:52.
One box, full belly. The Bird Shack Fried Chicken Flex Box has it all. Sandwich, wings, or chicken, wedges or fries, coleslaw plus a drink. Only $1,800. Best value in the streets. Flex Smart.
The temperature brought to you by Bird Shack Fried Chicken is
25 degrees Celsius in capital city Kingston, 27 in the western city of Montego Bay.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nationwide at 5. We're tracking the dangerous Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
I'm Cliff Hughes.
We have with us the Mayor of Savannah Lamar, Danry Delancey, and the Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, Michael Belnavis. Mayor Delancey, let me come to you now. What's the preparation looking like in Westmoreland?
Good evening. We are prepared as best as we can. We started off with drain cleaning. Massive drain cleaning efforts were put in place. And leading up to today, we have had the assistance of the police in trying to persuade persons to move from low-lying areas.
How successful have you been at that persuasion effort?
Not as successful as we would have wanted to be.
And what do you hear from the residents when they resist your call to evacuate?
Well, a number of residents are saying that they have been through several weather systems without moving, and at the end they were okay. Some expressed concerns about leaving the room and it becoming vandalized and people stealing their stuff and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were telling me, so you said drain cleaning. What other preparation efforts have been made?
Yes, so we carried out a massive amount of drain cleaning. We have the Metrobus service assisting us with trying to move people from areas like St. Paul's, Little London, Wharf Road, Green Gill, Hartford, Petersfield, downtown South, those places that Macmillan, places that are known to be flood prone. And some people came and some people have not. Currently we have 250 persons in shelters across the parish. The breakdown will show us that after 250, 198 are adults, and 52 are children. We have a total of 66 primary shelters, and 66 have been activated, and currently 22 shelters are sheltering residents as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Mayor Delancey, the areas that give you the greatest concern going into tonight, into tomorrow morning, yes? What are those areas? Given the forecast for a lot of rain and likely flooding.
The coast of White House, the area mentioned just a while ago, Wharf Road, that's in the Savlamar area, downtown Savlamar, Macmillan for sure, Little London proper, and some outlying areas as well. Places in Hartford, Petersfield, and parts of Green Gill. Mm-hmm. Those are currently our biggest concerns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Going back to Michael Belnavis, Mayor Belnavis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. You were telling me that very little take-up rate by your residents. How are you going to manage that? What are you going to do?
Well, I went and did a check, and the 5 o'clock take-up has been significantly better. We're now at 404 individuals throughout the various shelters that we have across the parish. What's been happening is that, particularly in the hills of St. Anne, individuals are now moving towards the shelters because it's getting dark, and they're hearing the intensity of the hurricane and the fact that it is moving directly towards us as a parish, so they're taking it more seriously now. So 404 is the latest count from the emergency operating center.
What about your homeless people? Yeah, on the streets of Ocho, St. Anne's Bay, and other centers. Where are they being removed?
Yeah, well, we operate in a moral suasion format in that perspective, where we actually physically go through and try and get them into the shelters. Mm-hmm. We have the drop-in center, which we are fortunate to have right there in Boxfield in Ocho. And I went there this morning, and we had 20 individuals there. As you know, the the drop-in center can now facilitate overnight sleeping. So we have a section for male and a section for females. And so they have somewhere to sleep there. And when I went there, they were cooking lunch for them. And it's something that is normal anyway. So they usually get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, medication, bath, change of clothes, things of that nature, spiritual upliftment. So the individuals there, they did a fantastic job. The drop-in center is open throughout the duration of the hurricane. So that has been taken. We have that in place for the homeless. And then we have the infirmary, because we have a fiduciary responsibility for the infirmed. And those individuals were moved from Priory because the infirmary is on the beach, and we anticipate severe tidal action. So we moved them to the Marcus Garvey Technical High School, where they retrofitted the infirmary with plywood at the windows, put in water supply, with black drum generators and so on, just in case current and water goes. And we have 80 individuals there that are in the infirmary, and they have 30 caregivers.
Mayor Belnavis, I heard you speak of course, the windows, battening up the windows, yeah?
Yes.
But have we gone on the roofs? Because...
this is the concrete structures at the Marcus Garvey area. So they're actually classrooms. Of course, there's a big kitchen there also. So it's all concrete. So what we're battening up are the windows. So we don't have any sort of wind action with it.
So it's slab roofs we have at the schools?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So they're very, very safe and in good hands. And of course, we had in the hospital, we had day before yesterday, we had a meeting at the hospital, a virtual meeting with all the various department heads to check the readiness, state of readiness, to include oxygen, blood supply, just making sure that the staffing is there to ensure that we're there and get someone who can well enough to go home.
Yeah.
So we have that type of thing. So we put all the measures in place. All that is some prayers, and we have all those champion prayers out there. That we call them prayer warriors in St. Anne. That is doing what is necessary. So we don't anticipate that it's going to happen, but we have to be careful and ready because happen.
Thank you, Mayor Belnavis. We're going to give the last word to Mayor Delancey out of Westmoreland, Savlamar. Mayor Delancey, the level of cooperation and the support you're getting from the constabulary force, what's that like?
Yes, I want to really lift my hat to them. They have been with us from our first emergency operations center meeting. They are part of the EOC, and they have been with us even today, driving, taking our people from our disaster preparedness department into some of these areas to try and persuade residents there to evacuate. And they have been very patient. We're also getting support from the Jamaica Fire Brigade personnel and staff, also from the Jamaica Defense Force. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security people are also on board. So all in all, it is really a team effort. And I really want to express my gratitude to all the partnering agencies, JPS, NWC, NWA, all partnering agencies that have come on board and are really doing what they can to make this thing work for us all.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Danry Delancey of Savlamar and Mayor Michael Belnavis of St. Anne's Bay.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's 2 minutes after 6. We're standing by to join the National Emergency Operations Center at ODPEM, where the government of Jamaica will provide another briefing on Hurricane Melissa. The news from the latest bulletin is that Hurricane Melissa has started her turn toward Jamaica. The hurricane warning, of course, is still in effect. It's 140 miles southwest of Kingston or 111 miles south of Negril Point, Jamaica. And it's expected to make landfall sometime tonight into tomorrow morning.
And she's moving again, still continues to crawl at only 3 miles per hour or 6 kilometers per hour. Yes? So it's going to, at 111 miles south of Negril Point. Yes? She is about 35, yes? About 35 hours from Negril Point. Yes, when she makes that northern turn.
The wind speeds, the maximum sustained winds, 175 miles per hour with higher gusts, right? And the hurricane force winds extend outward for about 30 miles, while the tropical storm force winds extend outward 195 miles. We're expecting between 15 to 30 inches of rainfall over the next couple of days, especially over central and eastern parishes. Higher amounts, of course, likely over hilly terrain. Catastrophic, that's the word being used, catastrophic flash floods and landslides are likely.
All right, it's 4 minutes after 6 o'clock. We're waiting for the queue to join the government media briefing, yes, where we'll be hearing from several of the portfolio ministers as well as the information minister. We're expected to hear from local government minister Desmond.
They're ready now?
They're ready?
All right, let's go to ODPEM.
Looking at the projections for Hurricane Melissa still continues to be one for the record books, and so we have to be so vigilant. We have to listen to the updates, the correct updates, the official updates. And so this evening we are going to be at it again, giving you some important information. As always, we have Evan Thompson with us, who is the head of our Met office. We are going to also have Minister Desmond McKenzie, who is our Minister of Local Government and Community Development, and also the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Management Council. With us, we are also going to be having Minister Chris Tufton, who's giving some updates on the health area. We do watch what you are asking. In the feed earlier today, there were some questions, health-related questions that you had, and so we asked Minister Tufton to come so that he can answer some of those questions that you had in the chat. Also want to note that we have members of our National Emergency Operations Center with us too. At the end, you will see who these hardworking people are. We also have with us the chair of ODPEM. Mr. Sweeney is here, and he has not just been chair, he's been here every day, and really leading the charge with Minister McKenzie, and so I have to acknowledge you and thank you. And of course, I cannot not acknowledge Tony. Tony, how you signed that? All I can do to the entire deaf community, and I know that you're watching, Tony has been trying to teach me. There you go. See, she's been trying. She's really been trying. But, you know, we want to create a space that is really conducive for everyone to participate in knowing what is happening. And so, Tony, the work that you do day in and day out, we appreciate it. We appreciate you making this space a lot more one that is truly for the entire Jamaica and is truly inclusive. And so we're going to get started. This will be a shorter briefing. And so the man of the hour, Evan Thompson. Evan, you have to come and give us good news. This is the 7th briefing we have done. 7 is a very lucky number. Evan Thompson, come and talk to Jamaica. 7.
Thank you, and I'm going to try to do this in 7 minutes. Good evening, everyone, here in Jamaica, of course. Minister, I greet you. Mr. Chairman, sir, Mr. Sweeney, good to see you and all distinguished persons here. I greet the media and I greet the people who are watching online and those who are watching on television at this time. What we have facing us is a major Category 5 hurricane that is over the waters of the Caribbean Sea and moving closer and closer to the mainland of Jamaica. It is some distance, over 100 miles to the south of the island at this time, and it is expected, or it has already begun a slight turn toward the northwest. The movement over the past day or so has been westward, moving from southeast of the island to now just southwest of the island. It is moving now to the northwest, which would suggest that it's going to be moving away. It suggests that, but be not fooled, because the projection was that it would turn first to the northwest and then take a turn toward the north, and then a turn toward the northeast. So it's making a turn to kind of beeline toward the western part of Jamaica. It is what was projected. Many persons were wondering, how could you possibly predict that the system was going to make a turn like that? Because obviously it is moving toward the west. All our meteorologists were telling you online that it is actually going to be moving toward the west and continue westward. But the truth is, there are a number of steering patterns that force the direction of movement of systems like these. And as the models ingest the data, they would suggest where those patterns will exist, where high pressure centers would be, and where low pressure troughs would be, where frontal systems would be, and all these have some impact on the direction of movement of systems like Hurricane Melissa. So what was expected is that when there was a break from the high pressure area that was north of Jamaica, when there was a slight break, it would take advantage of that break and move toward the north, because the general motion of a hurricane in this area would be not just west, but a bit north of west, while it makes its recurvature and continues to the north. So this is what was expected. There is a little break that it is experiencing, and so it's taking advantage of that break to move toward the north. It just so happens that Jamaica is the place where the break is being experienced. And so with that happening, we are now seeing that turn, and for the system to continue to make its way, keeping itself as much in low pressure areas as possible, because it is itself a low pressure system. So we see on our picture here, the center, which we call the eye of the hurricane. Right around it, those areas that are very white are what we call the eye wall of the system. Then there are those inner bands, and then wider outer bands, or spiral bands, or feeder bands as they're referred to. These take the moisture, as you see, from the southern part of the Caribbean, moving it into the system, and so it keeps it generating. And you know, they are very warm waters of the Caribbean Sea that all our tourists always flock Jamaica to experience. Looking at the image here now, we see again a satellite imagery showing the cloud mass and the storm, the hurricane as it is, but these dots actually are showing where lots of lightning storms have been detected. So there is lots of lightning that's occurring within the system, and we see that the central part where the eye is located is one of the main areas where there is a lot of activity, heavy thunderstorms. There is torrential rainfall, but there is so much activity in the clouds that it's producing this kind of lightning. Here we see a forecast of the track of the system. First we see how it has moved so far, moving from east to west over the waters to the south. And then as it makes its turn, which is what we are experiencing at this time, the center of the system has started to make a turn, although it appears that it had moved a little bit past the Negril Point, which is our westernmost point of Jamaica. But as I said, recurving to the northeast, and so moving across the island of Jamaica. It's expected to make impact somewhere in the eastern part of Westmoreland, or extreme west of St. Elizabeth. So near to that border of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth is where it's expected to make its what we call the landfall. There are some terms that we need to deal with. In this case, we have a landfall. In the case of Beryl of last year, we did not have a landfall because the eye did not cross the coast. But being so close to the coast, with us coming into contact with the eye wall, it was considered a direct hit. So it's a hit, but it's not a landfall. This case is both a hit and a landfall because that center is actually crossing the coast of Jamaica. So a little bit more education, Minister. So it's moving across the island, and we expect that it will make its exit from the island somewhere in the vicinity of Trelawney, St. Anne, as it moves off the north coast. Now, in that time, of course, we do expect that Jamaica will experience significant impacts of this hurricane. It will be a serious event because this is what we have captured from the radar that's operating in Jamaica. With the showers, you can see some of the shower bands that are already being experienced over sections of Jamaica. The southern part of the island, as well as in the west, we experience quite a few of those bands, and those have been producing rainfall over sections of the island. We've also begun to experience some of the tropical storm force winds, mainly over southern parts of the country, as the system is to the south. But as it moves closer to us, we'll see more of that kind of weather, more of the rainfall as we move into the bands of rain that are surrounding the system. And as we experience more of the tropical storm force winds that surround it moving toward the north, we are going to experience more of that over the next day or two. By tomorrow morning, that's when we expect that center to be making its way to the east, to the coastline. So this is our forecast track. The center of the system, as a major hurricane, will continue to move toward the coastline, and then by tomorrow morning, we expect that it will be making landfall. The exact point, we can't really tell you for sure, but as I said, most likely eastern Westmoreland, western St. Elizabeth, and then it will continue its way across the island. By late in the day, by evening hours, we are expecting to see that center, still a major hurricane, moving off the coast. Earlier in our previous press briefing, I did indicate that although I told you what the wind speeds would have been expected to be when it makes landfall, but I indicated that it would have been Category 4. On further review, it would be a Category 5 hurricane making landfall in the southwest, and this is according to the current projections. So it will move across, starting as a Category 5, but then reducing in intensity as it moves toward the north coast, and then it would make its exit and head toward the eastern part of Cuba. That's the forecast track. Here we see an image that indicates somewhat where the peak storm surge would occur. With the hurricanes, although you have the flooding that occurs because of the rainfall, we also have flooding that comes in coastal areas that is driven by the wind on the waves of the sea. So the wind actually pushes the water of the sea onto the land, and that is what creates storm surge for those residents. That is usually the areas where the storm surge is most impactful. And so in the areas of Black River, Alligator Pond, I believe, will experience some amount of storm surge. Here you see a closer picture of that area, and you see that it does extend somewhat inland. So we have to be careful about if we are in that general area of St. Elizabeth, where it would be just east of the center of the system as it makes that landfall. So these images show where those storm surges are likely to be most significant. Here now we look at the rainfall forecast for the 4 days going up to the 31st of October. And here we see that mostly central and eastern parishes would be inundated by the heaviest rainfall that would get up to 30 inches. We're talking about 750 millimeters of rainfall. We're not accustomed to measuring that. I'm not even too sure if our rain gauges will fully be able to deal with that kind of capacity before they are renewed. But we, of course, will make every effort to provide the best data after the event as possible. But here we see the the heavy rainfall producing significant flooding, and this will be over most of the island. The other areas of the island going toward the western end would actually be receiving more of the rainfall as well, but because the heaviest rainfall that is associated with this hurricane is going to be to the right side of the eye as it makes its way across Jamaica. So we're likely to see more of the flooding on the right side, on the central and eastern parishes, more so than in the extreme west, where we would then be on the left of the center of the system. That is basically the presentation at this time, and I'm sure Minister will accommodate some questions right afterwards.
Thank you so much, Evan. Any questions from media in the room? No questions. So I'm going to ask the questions then, since no one has questions. Evan, tonight, what should we expect? Again, just tell them tonight. There are people who are out there. There's still people doing preparatory work. And we want to know, can they continue to do it? When do they need to come in? And again, when will conditions deteriorate so that no one should be on the road?
Okay, thank you for that question. The conditions will gradually be deteriorating this evening. We've already experienced some of that deterioration over southern parishes. Also in the east, we've experienced an increase in cloud cover, an increase in rainfall over the areas, and more intense rainfall taking place. Originally, it would just be some incidents of light rainfall that occur over sections of the country. Now we're seeing more moderate rainfall occurring over sections of the island. We have not come into that large mass that surrounds the eye yet, but that is what is progressing across Jamaica, and so we expect that the intensity will gradually increase as we go through tonight. We'll also be continuing to experience strong winds, tropical storm force winds moving across the country, mainly over southern parishes first, but then moving over to northern parishes as the center moves closer to the coastline. Also, as we go through the night, we also are expecting that we will have hurricane force winds beginning to impact, starting with the southwestern part of the island and then progressing across to central parishes. We're not expecting that the hurricane force winds will actually get all the way to the eastern end of the island, but tropical storm force winds will continue. The hurricane force winds extend only 45 kilometers or 30 miles from the center of the system. So if you're outside of, say, 50 kilometers from that center as it moves, your experience is going to be mostly tropical storm force winds. Don't take it too lightly. That can also produce quite a bit of damage, and the rainfall that's associated with the system will still be very much that you could have flooding in any area of this country. So expect all of that as we go through the night. The hurricane conditions will get, of course, increasingly intense as we get into the morning hours of Tuesday.
Thank you very much, Evan. I don't see any other questions. You've heard it. It's still Category 5. Oh, there is one question. Can we get the microphone to someone who never asks questions?
Mic check. There we go. Evening, everybody. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. In terms of the path that this hurricane is taking, we know what to expect when it impacts Jamaica. But what's Melissa going to do after it passes Jamaica?
Okay, that's a good question. And actually, because we are our brother's keepers and we have a number of neighbors in the Caribbean area that we need to pay attention to and also, keep their interests at heart. It's going to be moving really toward eastern Cuba as long as it continues on the path that it is projected right now. So after moving over our northern coastline, it is expected to continue over the waters between Cuba and Jamaica. There's only 90 miles of space there, so it will move quickly through that area. I should have pointed out that the speed of forward movement is going to be increasing as it moves, as the center moves toward Jamaica's southern coastline and while it moves over Jamaica. So it will move a little bit faster than it has been, but it will continue to move, and then it will get to southeastern Cuba, and then it is expected to continue over the southeastern islands of the Bahamas. At that time, it should still be a hurricane, but it might not be a major hurricane at that time, having been reduced in strength by moving over the two land masses, both Jamaica and eastern Cuba. But it will move over southeastern Bahamas and then continue over the Atlantic, possibly moving close to Bermuda all the way out in the Atlantic afterwards.
Check again. So when it comes over the country, you said earlier that it's going to be affected by not being over the waters. But once it comes over our land and goes back into the waters, is it going to then re-energize as it goes towards Cuba?
Yes, that would happen, but as I said, it's really only 90 miles of water, and so the increase may not be that significant before it gets to Cuba, and then it would exit Cuba and then pick up more speed with much more water area than land area as it goes through the Bahamas and over into the Atlantic. It may pick up a little bit more strength, but then it would be again moving into cooler waters at this time, where it wouldn't be able to get much stronger. We're not expecting it to again regain Category 5 hurricane force. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. You know, earlier we were doing longitude and latitude, and we heard a word from Evan that I'm not used to hearing, and so I had to look it up using AI, of course, and it was recurvature. He said it many times, recurvature, so I had to look it up. It's a change in the path of a tropical cyclone from a generally west to northwest track. So remember, it was going west, and then it moves then to a northeast or eastward track. So that's what recurvature is. So it was going to the west, but now it's going to turn and go towards the east. So thank you very much for teaching me another meteorological term today on all of Jamaica, that term. And so now we are going to go to the other man of the hour, or Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the man who is responsible for disaster response and who does a tremendous job of it. He is non-stop. He is here through the night, all through the day. Minister Mackenzie, I do not know how you do it, but you continue to serve this country, and we're very grateful for it. And so please tell us where we are with everything under your purview.
Thank you, Minister. You have been doing a good job yourself. Acknowledge my colleague who just walked in. There's a fine for being late. And to acknowledge the members of the support team, the JDF, the police, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the Red Cross, and all the other entities, chairman of the board, members of the media. I want to start off by giving some updates as it relates to the operations of a Jamaica Public Service Company. And as you have been told by Mr. Thompson, that the southern part of the island is experiencing some challenges as we speak. Now, this update that has been provided to our center downstairs, and I want to make the point that all the information that is pertinent to the ongoing hurricane comes directly out of the ODPEM. So when we give the information, it is not hearsay or faked information. It is the information that has been gathered by the team, and each entity. For instance, all the utilities are here, both telephone, water, and light. So when we speak with a certain level of authority. A total of some 50,000 persons are without light in the following parishes as we speak. Portland, St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, Manchester. Approximately 40,000 persons in the western end of the island are presently without power. And there are 4,000 in the eastern part of the island and another 5,000 without light in central Jamaica. Transmission lines are out in Magotty and Porous as a result of down power lines and poles in some instances. The Jamaica Fire Brigade reports a number of trees in some areas they have received reports and they have a team out there removing the fallen trees, and with support in some instances from members of the community. You remember earlier this morning the Prime Minister did indicate that the National Solid Waste Management Authority is on the road, and they are a part of that team island-wide that is helping to remove fallen trees right across the island. The Red Cross reported that at Vere Technical High School, approximately 300 persons are at the shelter, and the concerns that we have is that in short order, and I guess by now, the shelter would have reached its maximum capacity, and steps are being made to house persons seeking shelter at a different location. Just want to again remind persons going to our shelters to take your medication, walk with some biscuit for the first couple of hours, some water to make yourselves comfortable. And it is important that your personal documents, important documents, are well secured. The issue of shelters, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaicans, has become more pronounced because during our briefing meeting with the ODPEM and various persons, it was brought to my attention that the new wing of the transitional center at King Street, the Desmond Mackenzie Center, we'll have to activate that because the work of the police and the team on the ground has brought in more persons off the streets in the shelters, and that is very commendable. We are seeing an increase over the last couple of hours of persons responding and have gone into the shelters, which is good, but we still have a few that is still out on the road. I want to address some concerns around shelters that was brought to our attention concerning the Myersville area in southeast St. Elizabeth, and the fact that complaints were made about those shelters. I want to make it clear, ladies and gentlemen, that the shelters are provided for the needs of those who want to go to the shelters. There are no other considerations that are given when we open the shelters. So I don't want anybody to create the narrative that you have to be aligned one way or the other to access the shelters. And there seems to be some concerns raised about the operations of these shelters. So I want to advise that all the shelters in Southwest St. Elizabeth, the Myersville Division, are in operation, and Southeast, and that they have been provided with the requisite items to afford for the smooth operation of the shelters. We are in constant touch with our shelter managers across the island, and I know, and I want to say this, as soon as the conditions start to deteriorate in certain areas, the difficulty is going to show in making contact in the way that we would want the contact to be made. We have a very effective radio telecommunication system which is manned by the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and that system is up and running. It is a part of the JICA program that the government of Japan and the government of Jamaica has put in and has made us very efficient, and it is a system that the police has tied in, and all the major stakeholders across the country has access to the system. So our shelters are up and running, and I want to say to Jamaicans that I'm encouraging you you still have a little window to go into the shelters because it is important. There are also complaints about Ocho-Rios-I. That matter has been dealt with. And I want to thank the many concerned Jamaicans who continue to send me messages about the operations of shelters. And I really want to thank them and say how much it is appreciated. I gave an update this morning on the state of our shelters, and I did indicate that of the 880 odd shelters, so far 133 shelters are in operation. The shelters are available, but so far only 133 of these shelters are fully operated with persons in there. The parishes of St. Mary, St. Anne, and Hanover are still 3 parishes that have no one in any of the shelters. The shelters in Hanover should be seeing people now, because based on Evans' forecast, places like Lucy, Chester Castle, other areas will face challenges, and I want to urge persons in these parishes to get to high ground as quickly as possible. Clarendon continue to lead the way. So far their numbers are 517, St. Catherine 254, St. Thomas 310, Trelawney 156, Portland 295, St. Elizabeth 182. I guess based on the other information coming in, that we will see an increase in the numbers of Jamaicans going to the shelters. As I said earlier on today, it is anticipated that more than 40 to 50,000 Jamaicans will be evacuated from certain areas, and we are expecting that number to grow. I want to again emphasize the importance of sticking to genuine information. Almost every minute now, there is something out there in social media that has nothing to do with what is taking place. There is concerns that persons who genuinely wants to go to shelters are being convinced by others that it makes no sense that they go to the shelters. And many people have been told that you are safer at home than in our shelters. My first experience of a major hurricane at this level was Matthew in 2016, just shortly after I became the minister. And it was a testing time. Fortunately, Matthew changed course. But over the years, we have developed a system to improve the quality of our shelters. And I will not deny that some of our shelters might not meet the expectations of Jamaicans. I've said it before, the shelters are not a 5-star hotel. 90% of our shelters are schools, which were not really built for that purpose. And over the years, we have converted some of our shelters, some of the schools, into proper shelters. And we'll be rolling out over the next couple of years, starting next year, to improve on our shelters, because we are looking at the changes that are taking place in terms of our climate-related issues. And therefore, as a country, as a government, we have to move and we have to make the kind of investment that will ensure that our citizens are comfortable in what we say and will respond to the issues when it arises. So, am I feeling better? Still not feeling better. When I look at Westmoreland, again, here's a parish that flooding is the norm. Now we are expecting excess rainfall, record high rainfall. So it means that flooding will become an issue. There's a community in Westmoreland, McNeil Lands, which for me is a major issue. And if anybody there is listening, I want to urge persons, to encourage you to leave these areas and find a place where you will be safer. It makes no sense. And in closing, I want to, again, as I have been doing since these briefings have started, it is better to take that step than to pay that price. Don't worth it. This government is committed to work with every single Jamaican after the passage of Melissa to help to restore your way of life, to rebuild. The Prime Minister spoke about the various layers of insurance and coverage that an understanding government has put in place over the last 4 years to secure the Jamaican people. And when we meet after these meetings, we look at the way forward. Already we are starting to look at how are we now going to deal with the level of investigation that needs to be done to deal with the issues that will arise following burial. I want to thank the people who are working, the police, the fire brigade, the army, our disaster coordinators, our members of parliament, our councillors, and I want to say this. I am happy that as a government we recognize the role of the opposition and have engaged the opposition in discussions around the programs that is being undertaken by the government in a response. And we have been open, we have been clear, and if we are wrong, we are bold enough to say we are wrong. But all the decisions that we have taken to safeguard the Jamaican people, we stand by those decisions. It is the Jamaican people that have to work with us now to ensure that we minimize as best as we can whatever the outcome is. Thank you.
You see all the reports. Yes, you see all the reports that he has, and I have to acknowledge the head of ODPEM, Mr. Richard Thompson, who is also working really hard. Thank you, Richard. All right, so up next we have Minister Tufton. I know there are some other questions for Evan Thompson that we got. online. They really have questions for you. They want to know more. We'll get to those after Minister Tufton speaks, our Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, colleague Minister. And my apologies for being a little late, but my colleague and friend Desmond McKenzie understands, and I know he won't charge me. I want to just begin by recognizing my colleagues and other members in the room, the media, and of course the agencies. So a couple of things that re-update. Firstly, I was late because I was on a conference call with the health ministers of the Caribbean region, chaired by the head of CARICOM, who expressed the desire to support, and I gave them an update. And I want to just publicly thank my colleague ministers of health in the Caribbean who have offered to provide support wherever that is needed, including CARFA and CARICOM health ministers. So I got a little delayed because of that conversation. In terms of the updates, health centers remain closed, as we had announced, but all hospitals remain open and all are prepared. I have done a number of visits over the past 24 hours or more, visiting some of these institutions, having conversations with the staff, and at the Emergency Control Center in New Kingston, headed by Dr. Dawkins Wright, who is here in the audience. We have had several briefs involving the respective regional health authorities and the hospital heads. And from all that I have seen, we are prepared and ready. There's adequate water storage supplies, adequate food both for staff and patient, adequate medical supplies, a logistics infrastructure which involves our own logistics but also coordination with other agencies like the Fire Brigade and others. And I think generally speaking, there's a staff that is ready and waiting. The message to them is firstly to take care of their family members, ensure that their homes are safe, and then commit themselves to ensuring that over the next number of hours they will commit fully to serving the Jamaican people from a healthcare perspective. So that is in place. We are concerned about a few hospitals that are on the coastline. So Noel Homes in Hanover, Black River in particular, in St. Elizabeth because of where the storm will enter the country, and Falmouth, Trelawney. We have evacuation plans for those institutions. So today we started some evacuation efforts out of Black River. Fortunately, we just completed a 12-foot seawall on the coastline between the hospital and the sea, and that is in place, which will provide a buffer and some protection. But based on projections of 13 or more foot waves, we do anticipate a breach of that. So we have moved some of the services out of the hospital further inland and have relocated patients from the ground floor to the second floor, and hope that that will suffice for any surge that will take place. The other institutions have evacuation arrangements and will exercise that as the case may be. Each of those institutions, of course, have generator backup power that will take them hopefully through the period that may be downtime until power is restored. The staffing for the surge capacity are in place. Rosters are in place. Doctors, nurses, biomedical engineers, drivers, and porters, all of those are in place to deal with the possibility. Very sad to announce that even though the storm has not yet hit, we have had 3 deaths related to the preparation of the storm. One in Hanover, one in St. Catherine, and the other in St. Elizabeth. And these are due to persons preparing for the storm, unfortunately, cutting down of trees in particular. In one case, a tree fell on one of the individuals, in St. Elizabeth. He was airlifted, and it's a health worker. He was airlifted to the University Hospital and succumbed to his injuries. Another case in Hanover, the same thing. And another case in St. Catherine. In one of the cases, there was an electrocution, as is reported to me, linked to the cutting down of trees. There have been about 13 other injuries linked to preparation, most of which are linked to persons falling off ladders or rooftops, trying to prepare for the storm. I just want to use the opportunity to urge Jamaicans, firstly, to express condolences to the family members who have lost loved ones, and the health system will provide support as necessary to those individuals. But to also urge Jamaicans, we understand the need to prepare, but we urge extreme caution in that preparation. If you need help, call for help, but be careful that you protect yourself even in the preparation, because already we're seeing the tragedy of lives lost. In terms of the challenges around the actual event, which very little can be done between now and early AM, which is when we expect the storm to hit. Outside of the preparation of the institutions, and we urge those home to ensure that they have adequate drinking water, because turbidity can impact quality of water. So to the extent that you can collect your water now while your pipes are still running, please store drinking water. The non-perishable foods, please be mindful of that and secure that to the extent that you have not already done so, and there's an opportunity so to do. We are aware that from a health perspective, post the event, there is the risk of contaminated water, contaminated food. The ministry, part of the discussion I had today with the public health team, we have just about 600 of them. These are the officers who go out into the field and visit, retail outlets, wholesalers, institutions, to ensure that the integrity of our food chain is maintained. They, under the law, have the authority to seize and dispose of foods that they suspect is contaminated, because a major consequence, if we get past the storm, is the ill effects of what happens after, and water and food are critical. So I just want to remind retailers, sellers of food, that they should put whatever is necessary in place to ensure that whatever is perishable is protected, but also to say that the team will be out in the field right after to examine and to ensure that the food supply remains intact, and they do have the law on their side to protect consumer safety. But the system will be ready to deal with that, but food-related diseases are very common after these types of events. In terms of our children, today I visited the Bustamante Hospital for Children. The key to our children is to provide them with psychosocial support during this period. The last major event we've had close to this one is 37 years ago, Hurricane Gilbert. And it is a frightening experience for those who have not experienced this kind of storm, wind and rain and flooding and so on. So we want to encourage our parents or adults or guardians to give our children some extra support, and where they need help, please give them that support. Guide them as it relates to the after event exposure to water. They're always going to be tempted to go outside and play into the puddles of water, which oftentimes may be contaminated because of the runoff. Solid waste will be an issue naturally, because people throw things all over. The water will bring it to the lowest point, and there will be a concentration of pollutants within that particular environment and space. The other issue is the mental health challenge within our society coming out of the trauma related to this. There are many persons who will be anxious, would be uncertain, be scared. We are beefing up our mental health facility. Just to remind you of our helpline, 888 New Life. That's 888-639-5433 and 876-838-4897. We're encouraging persons to use the lines if you need to talk to someone. We have members manning those lines on standby, and we'll provide whatever support that we can give. There are vulnerable populations in the society that we are mindful of. The older population who are chronically ill, those who require medication for their hypertension, diabetes, other forms of chronic illnesses. The NHF, I've had a meeting with the NHF. They are prepared to provide information and support. They're also prepared to deliver medication once the storm would have passed, and we're putting in place some creative ways to maneuver the obstacles that we would likely encounter after the storm. And what we would ask persons to do is to keep in touch using the One Love helpline, 888 One Love, for the vulnerable populations to be given whatever support they can. The final point I'll raise is the issue of persons volunteering to give support. So in disasters of this kind, because of who we are and the generosity of our diaspora, as well as just the globe, there's going to be a lot of offers to provide support. It's going to be important for us to ensure that that support is coordinated and that it is properly organized. Now, I know that ODPM and Minister Mackenzie will provide whatever channels of contributions and the management of that process. As it relates to health, we have put in place a mechanism through our charitable foundation and the National Health Fund to ensure that we are able to guide the type of support that may be needed in the immediate aftermath, the logistics of that support in terms of coming in, where it is stored, how it is distributed, because you can end up tripping over yourselves because everybody wants to help and there's no coordination around that help. So I just want to say that those who are offering to support the restoration from health's perspective, we will be happy to guide you and to provide you with the appropriate guidance as it relates to that. I want to close by thanking the healthcare workers. They are not unaccustomed to emergencies and to going beyond the call of duty. They have been very resilient and have really demonstrated their commitment to protecting the country. So I want to just use the opportunity on behalf of the government to thank them and to just ask them to continue on this trajectory and that they have our support in delivering and protecting the Jamaican people. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Tufton, for that. You actually answered every question that we had in the chat today. There were mental health questions, what's going on with the hospitals. You've answered everything without us even having to go to questions. So thanks to you and to the Ministry of Health team for all the work that you are doing. I am going to actually stop before the question and answer. I have some questions here that we need to go. Most of them are to you, Evan, that I need to ask. And there's one more I'm getting, Minister Tufton, from you. You'd have heard us speak of the National Emergency Operations Center, which is here. There are a lot of individuals that are there and they're working really, really hard. They're coordinating with the parish coordinators. You see them down there with their radios. They have a lot of equipment where they can easily be deploying resources across the country. They have trained for this. They have worked really hard on this. And so you've been hearing a lot from the ministers, but there are some really great patriots that are here. They've worked really hard for this country. And I just wanted to bring up the lead of some of those entities that are in our Emergency Operations Center here at ODPEM. Of course, I'm going to ask you if you could please stand here so that the cameras can pan to you, because Jamaica wants to know who you all are. And as I say your name, you can come up. And I'm going to probably go in that order. Commissioner Stuart Beckford from the Fire Brigade. Hi, Commissioner. How are you? I know, but the Fire Brigade is going to be absolutely central to any rescue operations that we're going to be doing across the country. And so we want to acknowledge the Fire Brigade team that's downstairs in our Emergency Operations Center. We also have Marilyn McDonald, Manager, Community Renewal for JPS. JPS is also here. So we know when things are down, and JPS is coordinating with us. We have other entities like the NWA and other groups too. And so thank you too and your team for being here. We also have, and you can all stay up here, you don't have to come down. They can pan out to you. We also have Commander Alvin Gale from the Jamaica Defense Force. They are here. You see the JDF gentlemen across the building. They are being led by you, and you're doing a fantastic job and just working to coordinate all the areas that JDF will help with in any type of recovery effort. JDF will be central to it. And so they're already here and doing coordinations from now. We also have Dr. Ellington from the JCF, Superintendent from the JCF. The JCF is here too. They know what's going on. They know where there is danger. They're coordinating. They're getting their troops out as best as possible. The members of the JCF, the police force, will be out. They'll be deployed as necessary. So don't even think about it. I know what some people are thinking about the JCF. They are here. They're monitoring. They're out there and monitoring, and we can divert resources very easily. These are just some of the people that are working downstairs. Mr. Thompson, you should join them. ODPEM cannot do this without ODPEM. ODPEM is really central to all of this. And they all have families. Look at them. They have families. And this is just a few of them. Downstairs is full. It's a lot of people in the room coordinating. And they are here for us. And I would like to also add someone who is not willing to come up. Rohan, come on up. You see Evan here all the time, but Rohan is really doing a lot of work. Rohan is here. He is always here. And he is the one that comes in the room and tells me, okay, the storm is starting to turn, or it's still going west. And so we have up to the minute information right here, and it goes out to the parish coordinators through these lovely people who are here. We also have Dr. Dawkins. Can you join from Minister of Health too? We have a Minister of Health rep here all the time. They come in shifts, but there's always someone from the Minister of Health. We're coordinating. So if we know there's a problem in a particular area and that we need to mobilize resources in a hospital, we can do so. Look at their faces. All working tirelessly for Jamaica, and we want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all. All right. So, having said that, and thank you again, we are going to go to the questions. And I see some from Emily Shields. I'm going to give you all of yours, Evan, that I have. The first one was, and this is from Emily Shields, she wanted to know that the system, you said that the system is 100 miles away or south of the island. And she asked if it continues to move at 3 miles an hour. Yes, that's very slow. I can walk faster than that. Does that mean it will be about 33.3 hours before it makes landfall? Or how close to land must it be before hurricane force wind is felt? And someone else was asking, why has this moved so slowly? They want a little bit of lesson, meteorological class, on why this would move so slow when we're used to hurricanes moving so fast. Evan?
Okay, thank you very much for the questions, Emily. Let me explain first of all, the reason for the slow movement is that the steering current is weak. Basically, there are some currents in the atmosphere that would generally steer the direction of movement of these systems. And it depends on a lot of the other features that exist at the same time. I spoke earlier about the high pressure centers, the low pressure centers, frontal systems. If they exist, they tend to influence the direction and the speed of movement. So, for instance, if there are two large high pressure areas that are north of the Caribbean area, and there is a frontal system that extends between the two, and they are, if the front is moving toward the east, it would tend to drag that system because it is a low pressure system. If there is nothing that is allowing it or causing it to be steered in that general direction, but you have the high pressure areas above it that are preventing it from moving, then it doesn't get a chance to move northward, which would be the normal recurvature that takes place, but it would continue to move west until it gets that chance to turn. So it really, the hurricanes generally move in that direction toward the west, but to the north, and making that recurvature. But if there is something blocking it, it will keep moving west, but not as decisively because it really wants to move north. And so that kind of explains it. So when it starts to move, it's because it gets that break. It gets a chance to move because what was blocking it is receding or moving out of the area. The next question was about the the 33, yes, the speed of movement and why does it mean that it will take 33 hours to get here? Really, I did mention it's moving slowly now, but after this turn, it's expected to move much faster as it moves toward the northeast. And that is because, again, the steering current is going to be pulling it in that direction because of another feature that exists that will allow it to be pulled to the north. So if there is a frontal system that is in the area to the north, then because that is there and it is taking advantage of the break between the high pressure systems, then that will pull it faster in the direction. And so it's expected to move faster. I tried to simplify these press briefings because I don't want to get too technical where I lose people who really need the information, but I hope that is made clear to you. Oh, hurricane winds only extend from the center about 45 kilometers. That's about 30 miles. So when it gets 30 miles from the coastline, that's when you start to feel those winds. And then, of course, it will take you have to calculate the speed of movement, and as it moves toward the north, how long you will continue to experience those winds. But the center would have to have passed 30 miles from you again as it moves away before you start to move away from those hurricane force winds being experienced. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Minister Tufton. It's on what should pregnant women do if you're in an advanced state of pregnancy and this hurricane is coming. What do you do? Do you head to the hospital? Do you stay home? What do you do? I'm told the answer is to call Minister Tufton. That's what Minister Mackenzie says, but I think there's a better answer to the question.
Okay, so having second-hand experience on this, not direct experience. No, but the first thing we'd advise is that you consult with your physician and allow the physician to guide you. There's still an opportunity so to do. The communication channels are open. So if it's in the public health system, you can call the 888 One Love number. That's a universal number that's available. And if you are in a private arrangement with your physician, then certainly call your physician. Ideally, if you are close to delivering, then the hospitals will make arrangement, or the doctor with the hospital, to house you so that, assuming any circumstances that require hospital care, there's no need for the logistics of movement. That's, I think, is a standard approach. But the doctor provides the best advice, and I'm not that kind of a doctor, so I wouldn't dare to hazard that kind of advice. I just want to say that it's important that you protect yourself again. We can fix, as doctors, medical doctors that is, we can fix injuries, but we can't fix regret. And so it's important for you to just take care of your families and ensure that extra precaution is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions from the media here? Okay. Need the microphone? Anybody has a microphone? We have a question. Microphone. Is it on?
Mike, okay, great. Good evening, everyone, ministers in the room. My name is Twyla Whelan. I am from the Jamaica Information Service. I have a series of questions, and these questions are not only from me, but from audience members viewing our live stream. So one of the first questions, I believe, would be to ODPEM, and it has to do with the website. It's showing that some sites, some shelters are closed. Is there any clarity that can be provided on this, or is it a case where some of them are up to capacity, or is there a glitch with the system? We just want to be clear. That's the first question.
All right, he's going to answer. We're going to take the series together because we do know that some of our news stations need to break off now.
Well, as you have heard from Minister, not all our listed shelters are open. At this point in time, shelters are open dependent on what is happening. We have a set number that is currently open, roughly 79, and as the system progresses, more persons will go into shelter, so there will be a need for more shelters to be open. So the update is based on the shelters that are open, and we continue to update that listing as the other shelters come on stream.
While I have you, Mr. Thompson, last year during burial, the disaster emergency communication system was particularly critical and very, very helpful in coordinating emergency response. Is it still up and running for
that is up. It's ideal. Minister spoke to that as well, that the system is housed at the ODPEM, and it is currently being manned by the Jamaica Fire Brigade. We have gone through all our protocols in doing our radar check. It's working extensively. So that's a main part of our operation. It's a critical part of our operation, because without communication in times of crisis, you're dead in the water. So we have ensured that is a mainstay, and that is something that will be used extensively throughout the operation in response to Melissa.
Perfect. And finally, from our viewers, they wanted to know what parishes would be first affected. The people on the live stream wanted to know which parish the storm is going to affect the most. Mr. Thompson?
Which parishes would be affected the most? All parishes, first of all, will experience some impact from this system. This means heavy rainfall, this means strong winds, hurricane force winds, even affecting sections. The hurricane force winds will be restricted mainly to the western half of the island. But the tropical storm force winds would cover the entire island. And that is only because the hurricane force winds only extend 45 kilometers from the center, and it is moving only over the western part, going as far as St. Anne in the north. So we do not expect that sections of Portland and St. Thomas, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine would really experience any hurricane force winds at this stage, based on how it is. But the storm surge, again, there are specific areas, and that would be along coastal areas to the right of the center on the southern coastline and to the left of the center on the northern coastline.
Okay, thank you all. There's just one last one, and I'll answer it because Minister had already answered it. It was, how are the evacuation efforts going in places like Rocky Point and Portland Cottage in particular? And those are actually going well. Minister Mackenzie had been monitoring those, and persons were in fact heeding the evacuation orders. And so we are encouraged by that, and we ask others who may not be doing the same to follow suit also. All right, so I don't see any other hands up, and so we are going to close this press briefing now. And I'll just say something. I was on an interview earlier with international media, and they asked me what would Jamaica want to say to the world. at this time? And it was a hard question, but there was a flag, and I remembered our flag, and I remembered the colors of the flag, and I remember the black in the flag, which stands for hardship, the green for the beautiful green land that we have, and also the gold, which is for the bright sunshine. And what I said to them was, we are a people that are resilient. We have always had hardships. And today, tomorrow, the day after, as we go through Hurricane Melissa, will be days of hardship. But we know, we have confidence that after this storm, the green land will emerge to us again, and that the sun is going to shine. And so as we go to bed tonight, we know that God is with us. God has always been with us, and he will continue to be with us. And we will pray, and we'll get through this together, and there will be beautiful sunshine after this. Thank you all, and God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Looking for superior quality transportation from an international award-winning provider? Well, look no further. Choose Island Car Rentals, Jamaica's leading car rental company, setting the standard for ground transportation in Jamaica. For over 50 years, Island Car Rentals has been your trusted partner for reliable, top-quality vehicles. But we're more than just a car rental company. Need an airport transfer at any hour? Heading out of town and want to travel in style with a private chauffeur? Need a truck to rent for business or personal use? Or maybe you need a customized shuttle or tour for a large or a small group? Whatever your transportation need, Island Car Rentals has you covered. Call us today at 876-926-8012 or 876-929-5875 or visit www.islandcarrentals.com to book your next trip. Because Island people take better care of you.
Every school is free of unhealthy, ultra-processed products. You know, those high in salt, fats, and sugar. If only that weren't a dream. The reality is that many children have an unhealthy diet at school, and 23% of them are overweight or obese. This can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and type 2 diabetes. Let's protect our children's right to health with a policy for schools that prevents unhealthy food marketing and ensures access to nutritious foods. The time is now. Let's implement the National School Nutrition Policy. A message from the Heart Foundation of Jamaica and partners.
We are the best at what we do. At Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, we supply hose fittings and tools. We guarantee we can't be beaten when price and quality are combined. You brand us the Hose and Tool Boss because we deliver the most effective industrial solutions. Come in and experience the joy of shopping with Hose Assembly and Supply Limited. Call us 876-923-3936 or visit 173 Hagley Park Road, 2 Charlesworth Crescent or Montego Bay Trade Center. Hose Assembly and Supply Limited. More than just hoses. Now open every Sunday.
For all your electrical needs, visit ABC Electrical Sales. They stock a wide variety of electrical supplies including plugs, switches, panel boards and conduits, plus energy-saving fixtures. ABC Electrical Sales stocks brands like GE, Siemens, Philips, Cutler Hammer and Allen Bradley. They also offer free island-wide delivery just to suit your needs. Visit them at Shop 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10 or call 876-754-3714-5 or 876-754-3825-8. ABC Electrical Sales for a better choice in the electrical business.
Multi-link, access every time, everywhere I go. Multi-link, 24/7 access for me. It's just a win-win when we use Multi-link. This card is Jamaican built, yeah. Fast and secure, you can use anywhere. Spend while supporting the economy. Look for the Multi-link logo on your card and benefit from Jamaica's largest debit payment network. Multi-link, 24/7 access for me.
What would I do without my Multi-link?
Enough power tool, big to small. Chakama figure dig the wall.
Our total tools.
Weed whacker figure trim the lawn. We have everything a job demand.
Total tools.
We rent them, sell them and fix them. Also give Total Tools a call. When I say home improvement, landscape construction, a Total Tools are your option. Home improvement, landscape construction, Total Tools are your option.
Total Tools, located at 102 Main Street, Ocho Rios, 34 Slive Road, Kingston. And Lot C6 Jacksaw, Sentence Bay. Call us today.
The Jamaica Customs Agency wishes to advise the public that all offices island-wide will remain closed on Monday, October 27, 2025 and Tuesday, October 28, 2025 due to the impending passage of Hurricane Melissa. For updates, continue to monitor our social media pages and website at www.jca.gov.jm. Also, residents and business owners of Negril and surrounding communities, due to Hurricane Melissa, the government services mobile fair, scheduled for October 31, has been postponed. A new date will be announced soon. We urge everyone to take all precautions and keep safe.
I'm Dennis Brooks.
I'm Alan Campbell.
I'm Floyd Green.
And I'm Garth Williams. Catch us on the Jamaican Dads podcast right here on Nationwide 90 FM, Thursdays at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m.
The Jamaican Dads podcast is all about providing men with a healthy, safe, and functional forum to tackle many of the taboo topics that concern our masculinity.
Like everyone else out there, we're dads of varying amounts of experience who come from different backgrounds and often view the world differently.
We're definitely not perfect, but we are all brethren and we're all committed to this piece of rock called Jamaica.
Too often, there are no safe spaces for men to explore the issues which are important to us.
Plus, most of the content out there about parenthood is produced by women, for women. So we think it is important that we be the change we want to see.
Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Jamaican Dads with a Z.
And definitely join us here on Nationwide 90 FM every Thursday at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m. for the Jamaican Dads podcast. It's a revolution in media.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis. Weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Good evening once again. Thank you so much for staying with us here on this Monday evening, Monday, October 27. And of course, we just heard the second media briefing of the day from the government of Jamaica on the passage of Hurricane Melissa. And the big news out of the media briefing this afternoon, the health minister reporting that 3 people have lost their lives as a result of preparing for Hurricane Melissa, and several more have been injured, and they've had to relocate people from the Noel Holmes Hospital in Hanover. And that's sad, because those people lost their lives as a result of preparing for Hurricane Melissa, which we have been encouraging the people of Jamaica to do and should continue to do. And 3 lives have been lost in the process. We're going to take your calls now on 63093-7124. as well as 618-673-0. And we are also, before we take your calls, we're going to be speaking with the Minister of Labour and Social Security and Member of Parliament for South East Clarendon, Pernell Charles Jr., the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining and MP for South West St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green, and the Councillor for the Old Harbour Bay Division of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, Dr. Kurt Wall. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Chris. Good evening to all you.
Good evening. Let me go to the Minister of Labour, the MP for South East Clarendon, Pernell Charles Jr. What is happening in the Rocky Point, Portland Cottage area, the most southern part of your constituency, which happens to be the most vulnerable area? Pernell Charles? No, we're not hearing Minister Charles.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
Yes, so I was saying that it has been a long day. Started early this morning around 5 o'clock, driving around just trying to reaffirm the message of the urgency of getting out of the area. Some persons listening, others giving you 3 explanations why they can. We coordinated with the mayor, and JUTC has been very, very instrumental in providing transportation back and forth between the community and very technical. So a number of persons went about 300 today in the very technical shelter, but still very, very concerned that you have a lot of persons who were very adamant that they could not leave, and the reasons were particularly because, and understanding why they have concerns, but livestock or other family members who weren't leaving, who they couldn't detach from. But I'm hoping that between tonight and early tomorrow morning, everyone will definitively understand the fierceness of what we're going to confront, and if we can provide support at that time, that they will get themselves up to the evacuation center.
Yeah. Floyd Green in Southwest St. Elizabeth, are your efforts meeting any greater success?
So it's been a mixed bag. So we have a number of communities that we've been targeted, clearly based on the trajectory of the storm. It does appear that
hold on. Somebody's line is very noisy. I don't know whose line it is, but it's compromising the quality of the broadcast. Is it you, Doctor? Okay, we continue with the Minister Green. Go ahead, Minister Green.
So based on the trajectory, it does appear Southwest St. Elizabeth is in for the brunt of Hurricane Melissa. So since yesterday, we've been moving to evacuate some of our coastal areas, Great Bay, Treasure Beach, Billy's Bay, into Parity, Fort Charles Pond side. And then earlier today, as we looked at the trajectory of the storm, working with our local disaster management team, we've targeted areas like Galleon Beach and Slipe. We saw different responses. Treasure Beach, not such great response in terms of what was mobilized. We did work with the rural bus service to send buses into the area. But we have seen in a lot of those communities, people have either moved to different houses that they think provide greater shelter, or have moved out with family in other areas. So clearly, once they have gotten out of the area, we're fine. We did have a good take-up in parts of Parity, about 55 people between Parity and Pondside that would have moved to the shelter. When we went out today, unfortunately, the take-up in Slipe wasn't much. Slipe is one of those areas that is on the border of the Black River, and as such, our concern is that if the eye wall comes through Black River and with the significant rainfall, might have very rapid rising river and might cause significant flooding. In Galleon Beach, I think we had about 8 people who answered the call. We have seen, however, other people outside of what we've organized, other people during the course of today going into the shelters. I think at last check we had about 188 persons at shelters across the constituency, which is a lot more, definitely a lot more than, and a lot more than I would say is normal. So we are still putting out the messages. The emergency center is still operational, and the rural bus service, the drivers worked until about 1 a.m. Or 1:30 a.m. last night. They were out until 5. Clearly, we have to look at their safety, and we have seen some downed trees today. And as such, we continue to monitor the situation and put out the messages.
Yeah. Dr. Kurt Wall, Old Harbour Bay residents, did they respond to your pleas to evacuate?
Yes. How you do, Cliff? Good night to the listeners. Yes. So I must say that what we were anticipating, we haven't seen it in terms of the winds and the high waves and all of that. We didn't see that, right? Even now, as we speak, we're getting a lot of torrential rainfall, but the anticipated flooding that we thought that we would have gotten, we didn't see that. But majority of the people who lived in the low-lying areas have evacuated so far. And right now I'm at the shelter, the main shelter that houses the residents from the Old Harbour South community, mainly Old Harbour Bay. And right now the shelter is almost full. I think they're housing about 170 residents right here now as we speak. And I think shortly, if more people should come, then we will have to open the other shelter by Old Harbour Primary School. But I must say, by and large, the people have heeded to the calls, and especially the elderly, most of them, I must say, probably 90% or more of them have come into the shelters.
Good. Colonel Charles? For your people, it's mainly the older people who are responding, or the younger ones?
No, it's just a range. We have babies, we have older persons, and many persons actually have gone off with family. Matter of fact, earlier today, we had more than 320 persons at our shelter, and we found that later on in the afternoon it went down, primarily because many persons came to pick up their family members and carry them off to safer homes, in other spaces in the constituency or other parishes. So it's been a mix. Some families were there as an entire family. What I had to reiterate, and I hope we can encourage persons who are listening, is two things. When you're moving to the evacuation center, please, please, please remember to carry your medicine. In one of my shelters, I had to rush 2 gentlemen to the hospital. One who had an asthma attack and had no pump. And I saw the same thing at another shelter because the weather conditions are changing, and so it's having an impact on persons who have that kind of issue. So please carry your medicine, and please secure your identification documents. Put it in a plastic bag, carry it with you, and keep it safe.
Yeah.
Minister Green, how do you motivate and comfort your people at this hour? Because they obviously went through a very, very difficult period during burial, and now to be facing
a year ago.
Yeah, to be facing this onslaught. What do you say to them?
It's challenging, I must be honest, but I think, the mantra that once there's life is hope is something that kind of rings eternal for the people of St. Elizabeth. And we faced many adversity, and yes, we went through burial. And, up until now, if you were to look back at some of those communities, you would be shocked that we went through such a devastating episode in terms of how we've been able to rebuild, how our farmers have been able to get back out there and expand their production. So, we are resilient people, but it is a lot. It is a lot because there are some people who are still in the rebuilding process. There are some people who would have just rebuilt. And when you think about, just the structure together, and it's now at the mercy of the weather again, it is difficult. But, we have a strong sense of community, a strong sense of family, and we try to keep that alive during this time. So a lot of WhatsApp groups, a lot of, just positive messages, just stay strong. We will get through this together, and once we have life, we will build back. And whatever we may lose as is property, we can be replaced. We got it in the first place, we can get it back again. So, we have to keep those messages going. But just to reiterate to people that light knows about the preservation of life. And, I saw one gentleman who's here, who's been to a number of farms, sharing some practical things that people should do, and I've shared that across the constituency. Just to say to people, we've been through a lot, but this is a little different based on its intensity. So let us not lower our guard, let us focus on keeping ourselves alive, and then anything after, they know that the government is here and will help them get to it. So.
Thank you very much, Floyd Green, Pernell Charles Jr., Kurt Wall. Thank you all so much. It will be a long night into tomorrow. Let's hope and pray for the best. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good. We're going to take our next break and come back with your calls. The numbers to call us, 876-630-93, 7124, 876-618-6730. The Jamaica Customs Agency wishes to advise the public that all offices island-wide will remain closed on Monday, October 27, 2025, and Tuesday, October 28, 2025, due to the impending passage of Hurricane Melissa. Further updates continue to monitor our social media pages and website at www.jca.gov.jm. And residents and business owners of Negril and surrounding communities, due to Hurricane Melissa, the government services mobile fair scheduled for October 31 has been postponed. A new date will be announced soon. We urge everyone to take all precautions and keep safe.
After the break, your calls.
This is an important notice from Teleperformance Jamaica. Due to the impact of Tropical Storm Melissa, our offices will remain closed until further notice. The safety and well-being of our employees is our top priority. Team members are asked to remain indoors, stay in contact with their supervisors, and monitor official updates. We look forward to resuming normal operations as soon as conditions improve.
Public opinion. Stop this foolish about this GLP and PMP business. We are Jamaican. Different people.
It's not a matter of a JLP or a PMP. I think it's more like where it is that you think you're comfortable, what support you can afford to make the country better.
Different views.
Most entertainers, they're not amenable to management, so the only thing that can ultimately structure them is the court and the prison.
Public opinion. The voice of the people at 6:25 p.m. weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Tune into Nationwide at 6:25 p.m. for Public Opinion, where the people's views matter.
Public Opinion is brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, Industrial Automation and Control Solutions.
Cliff Says is by far the most popular mid-morning radio segment in Jamaica. Cliff Hughes shares his views on the hot-button topics of the day, editorializing on various issues in the news, breaking news stories, and expounding on stories. Cliff Says sets the tone of the show for the rest of the day. Join the award-winning journalist Cliff Hughes weekdays during Cliff Hughes Online at 10 to 10:30 a.m. Join the revolution in media.
Cliff Says is brought to you by Educom Credit Union, providing value through service, and Hyundai, modern premium affordable vehicles.
Do you have a consumer-related issue? Want to learn more about matters concerning you as a consumer? Well, keep it locked to Nationwide 90 FM for the Consumer Hour with me, Nora Gay Banton, weekdays from 9 to 10 a.m. For all your consumer-centric matters, stay tuned to the Consumer Hour on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
It's Monday, get over your blues. Or
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
The E-Zone is here for you.
With the Stinger Honeybee
And Karim Boyatings
from 3 to 5 p.m. on Nationwide 90 FM.
We've got your entertainment news.
Then we want to hear your views. Why you said?
Jump in the mix.
Or the hot seat.
Don't miss our brain busters.
Or the crazy giveaways.
Let's talk fashion.
Send us your outfit of the day. Ooh, cutesy. Very demure.
Are you looking for love?
Come on one of our blind dates. Send your request to ezoneblindates@gmail.com. That's ezoneblindates@gmail.com.
And stay tuned for your confessions.
These are my confessions. Share them with us at ezoneconfessions@yahoo.com. I mean, is this planet Earth?
Is it?
I don't know. Let me check. Either way, it's got a buzz.
And a bugger thing.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nationwide at 5. We're still tracking powerful hurricane. I keep saying tropical storm. No, it's a hurricane, and it's actually a Category 5 hurricane now. Hurricane Melissa. I'm Ricardo Brooks, and we're taking your calls. 876-630-9371, 876-630-9372, 876-630-9373, 876-630-9374, and 876-618-6730. Those are the numbers to call. And just to tell you what we have in terms of the latest on Hurricane Melissa. The system has started its turn toward Jamaica. It's located 140 miles southwest of Kingston and 111 miles south of Negril Point, Jamaica. It's moving at 3 miles per hour. What we're hearing from the government is that 3 Jamaicans have died. They died in preparing for the storm, and really sad because, you know, they were doing what they were supposed to do in the event of this system. 13 others have been injured. They were also preparing for the storm. So try to keep safe as you batten down. East Central, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Brooks.
Good evening.
My day here, you know.
How are things now in East Central?
Things look... Oh, the rain is coming down in East Central now. From yesterday about 4 o'clock, we didn't get any rain until about 2 today.
Mm-hmm.
So things kind of seems okay in East Central, but I canvassed the road today, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I went from Adelphi to Dumfries to Wakefield.
Yes.
But the only difficult with me having Wakefield, when I reach Amden Gate leading towards Wakefield to Mushet, there is a spot of road where there is no house generated or situated. So that piece of road condition, it has bad, but it has gone to worse now based on the recent rainfall within the past days.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one of the areas that I've concerned when I identify, because it's difficult to go across the land, you know, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I reach Wakefield, I turn this side because, Mr. Brooks, you know, I did have somebody today at tour. Yeah. So when I reach Wakefield, I go this side and I come back and I lead towards Wakefield, go down Wakefield School, and then I come back, I go Bounty Hall and go Falmouth, Mortarbury, Falmouth. And while I was in Mortarbury, Falmouth, I was looking egg. There is no egg in most of the supermarket them when I go. There was no egg because a friend of mine did ask me to get egg for her.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no egg. Limited egg is in and around the country now. And in relation to that, I went to Saltmarsh because I drive Saltmarsh and come up back. Because I have to pass Davis Pen. Davis Pen is where the Water Expo did there about 3 months ago. The Water Western Religion Expo was in Davis Pen, Saltmarsh. I come up back on that road, and then I come back to Goodwill, where I know that there's a shelter at Goodwill. And when I stopped to check, the shelter seems okay. But, Mr. Brooks, we're over in Dumfries, St. James, where, as in Watsontown. Watsontown is a geographical area where I reside in. There is no shelter in Watsontown, and although it's not a flood-prone area, there is people structure which is not bearable towards this hurricane that's coming. Some of them call me, say, East Central, where is the shelter? at times I tell them to look here, the community center can use as a shelter. We won't be getting any aid in this short period now, but the community center can use as a shelter for person who asks me.
So, but what are the official shelters in the area?
I know that one is at Dumfries Primary up by Canaan. That is about 2.5 miles away from where I reside, or where the people reside, in Watson Town. Okay. But that is a different community. It's one big community, as in Dumfries, now, but you know it can be named X, Y, B, Y, Z. So where the shelter has been reside now, it's about 2.5 miles or 2.25 miles from where the people has indicate to me, say, if it is that 300 person has been living in Watson Town, Dumfries, St. James, why didn't the shelter provide at the community center where Watson Town, where most people are, at least everybody is familiar with the down at Watson Town where 300 person lives in Watson Town. But outside of that, I had indicated to them, say, the community shelter can always use for a shelter, but no, I am on the Watson Town Community Board. So if it is that they want the key would always available for them to shelter. But
all right, so they need to sort that out among themselves. Not on the radio. You're here, East Central. You need to sort that out among yourselves.
Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir.
One thing I get from your station, I never really want to say it now, Mr. Hughes. You always seems to make time for the people in and around the country to call and give the general breakdown in the area, what has been taken.
Yes.
What has been done. Wait, Mr. Hughes, let me respond to you, man. Let me put out and then you respond to me, Mr. Hughes, please. You always seem to make people have a views in terms of the space, what they are. Otherwise, some more station during the day does not carry that overview and breakdown in terms of what is going on. So I'm going to give you a plus for that and a big plus.
Thank you, sir. All right.
All right.
Good girl,
All right,
and stay safe. All right.
Alric, good evening.
Evening, Ricardo. Evening, Cliff.
Good evening, Ricardo. Good evening, Alric.
Good evening, Cliff.
Ricardo, you want to put any of the canned beef and cabbage and corn meal dumpling, but that is 2 years right now.
Nationwide is feeding me very well.
He is helping himself far too generously.
Nationwide is feeding me well.
Why you say Cliff might help himself?
He's helping himself far too generously.
All right. Cliff, we just get back current from after 5 this morning, like 15 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah, and that I know it's junction. I heard there are some problem with trees being down and so and your station was not up, so I couldn't listen to you on the radio. So I was so I just tuning into your recorder because the current is back. We're getting intermittent showers.
Well, Alric, where in St. Bess are you?
I'm in Junction. How much time I tell
Junction.
you?
Good.
Junction.
Well, I'm telling you, Alric, I worry for you.
Yes.
I worry for you.
Michelle called me this morning.
It is coming right across, more than likely, St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland.
I know, Cliff.
So have you battened down your roof? Have you gone up to make sure you have battened down the roof?
The roof is pinned, so I've boarded around the house.
Okay.
I have done everything with ply and thing, and I've done the best I can.
Yes.
And the most
and that's
I
the
can.
most you can do.
And that is the best I can do. And I'm worried not for myself that much, Cliff, but I know a lot of people who was not fully recovered from burial. And
yes.
I was so worried last night, but listening to the news now, I was on RJR before you came back that it's gonna land further down from us, but we're still gonna get a lot of water.
Yes, a lot of water.
And breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
be careful. Be careful.
I have been outside back since 10 o'clock, Cliff.
Yes.
I'm inside and now that you're back up, I'm going to watch the station and
yes.
And keep my fingers crossed. So you guys keep safe, continue doing the good work, and I hope Jamaica everybody around Jamaica try to keep safe. And my big brother, Papa Nana, no go outside. Where he is.
Well, based on where it is and how many more miles it has to go, we're going to take a break at 8 this evening and resume at 6 tomorrow morning with Tonna and George. Yes?
Well, anytime you come back, anytime you break and come back tomorrow morning, if as long as I have current, I don't go in. This is my station.
I know.
So you guys have a good night. And
All
Ricardo,
right.
Yes, Eric.
mind you, please say you're helping yourself to some nice portions. Mind when this can't walk too fast. You know?
A bad mind can enjoy my curry chicken and that.
Because I can't get none.
All right,
guys. Good night.
All right, have a good night. Good.
Michael, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you this evening?
Michael, how are you in the Blue Mountains?
Hey, so good of you know the Blue Mountains every day right now.
Is it raining?
Yeah, but we're gonna stop fall up here and sometimes the breeze blow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you describe the rain? Is it heavy, moderate, light, or what?
Well, that's a medium, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It don't stop fall.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you can wake up in the Blue Mountain, you're full now.
Yes, okay, you've been getting rain.
Yeah, that means, you know, it's a low line, you are like, you know, so the Hope River, the Cane River, and the Yalas River. Keep them down in a Bull Bay Tavern and all them places, them to know, so them they take none chance, got the river. Yeah, them say cup full. It's a go run over here and I'll run over here now, and it's a go heavier more, you understand?
Yes.
Yeah, in the past, you hear me tell you some Warmington leave the money to build the bridge on the next place. Me I tell you so to want the bridge. I don't want those citizens to try enter no time at all, you know, because it's a dangerous river, man.
Yes.
Yeah, and the mountain of water here, you know, the youth say if you cross it, you'll wash them into yellow, span brown.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, man. So I like all those citizens keep themselves at a safe place, and at least the whole Jamaica would I like to know, say everyone.
Oh, your house, Michael, your house is strong enough to withstand the system?
Yeah, man, a concrete house now, man. With slab top and thing, you know.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And you're not perched on any hill, you're on flat land.
Nah, man, I live on top of the mountain, you know, man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I live on top of the mountain, man.
About how many feet up are you?
Me? Well, me almost a Newcastle region of heights, you know.
Yes, that's high up. Yes.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So, but we have made them see us still, you know.
Good. Very good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, we're going to call on you know, Michael. Yeah, 'cause I want to know what is happening when the system really gets going on us tomorrow evening, tomorrow night.
All right.
Yeah?
But no light in my part already, you know.
Yes, you lose the electricity already?
Yeah.
Oh. We're going to...
You find so our electricity go through a part of the woods, you know, and some tree will tear down and destroy and bust it down, you know?
Yes.
Can't done until after this big woman here still do our work.
Who wants to the back of her, though?
Yeah, man, this big woman here, she go work too, you know? Yeah, the government better, they don't know them how get money to clean up this, you know, because this one, it seems like it's go heavy and Gilbert, because you notice how she take time and go too smoothly. Yeah, man. A mother hurt this coming, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Well, Michael, my producer wants you to stay on the line, yeah? Because we want to get some more connections how to reach you. So stay on the line for my producer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. 9 minutes going up to 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, we're going to sign off until 6 tomorrow morning, when Tonna Thomas and George Davis will pick up the commentary and the coverage for you. Of course, we are being told now by the Met Service that given the forward motion of Melissa, 3 miles per hour, she is about 100 miles south of Jamaica, and she should be here sometime tomorrow around this time. At a point when they did the last report at 7, she was about 36 hours away from Jamaica. So 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, and before, it would be full impact. All right?
Faithful, good evening.
Good evening, Ricardo. Good evening, Cliff.
Good evening.
Okay, I just want to wish that everybody have a very more comfortable time that they would normally have during this terrible time. And I'm praying for my aunt who is living in Amwag, St. Catherine. I pray that she will come through this very well, she and her children. And I wish our Jamaican a very happy time, as much as they could find happiness in time of trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And we have to check up on each other now.
There you go. And for you and for all at the station, we're doing a wonderful job.
Yes, sir.
Best wishes, and God bless.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
Faithful.
How is your own circumstances, Faithful?
Own circumstances, I'm doing as best I can do.
Yes?
Yes. And I will guard it, I know I will make it.
Good. Well, you have somebody with you, right?
Yes, sir. Fortunately, I'm married with a wife and a daughter.
Good. And I know you're visually impaired.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And we all are well. We all are well.
Very well. Good. Take care, Faithful, and keep in touch with us tomorrow.
All time.
Good. Well, the numbers to call us, 876-630-937124 or 876-618-6730. Ricardo,
yes, sir.
What's your fear?
Well, the wind was my biggest fear. When I hear about 175 miles an hour wind, I can't fathom that. Yeah, and I really was wondering how some structures would stand out, because we know that there are a lot of Jamaicans who live in very unsecure housing facilities, and they have all other kinds of insecurities.
Yes.
And so that was what was really worrying me and continues to worry me. Sections of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, places that are prone to flooding in ordinary rainfall, they're going to have a hard time. And, just trying to imagine the scale of the destruction and the devastation, because they have a thing now, they call it doom scrolling. You go online and you just scroll and it's just bad news. And all the experts, they only have bad news. And you keep hearing the word catastrophic.
Yeah. And I hate to say this, but it is a fact. The housing stock of St. Elizabeth is much better than the housing stock of Westmoreland. Yes. St. Elizabeth has one of the best housing stocks in the country, barring none, including Kingston and St. Andrew. In Westmoreland, it's not so. Westmoreland people housing stock is mainly wood, and zinc roof, and those structures are most likely to go.
That's the kind of thing.
Wind speeds of 160 miles an hour.
That's the kind of thing a hurricane like this will lay waste to.
Exactly.
And do so quickly. Make light work of it. That's been my fear. That's what I've been thinking about and worrying about. Obviously, here in Kingston and St. Andrew, there are parts of the corporate area in the capital and St. Andrew that are also at risk, at significant risk. My own constituency of East Rural St. Andrew, a lot of places in East Rural St. Andrew, when rainfall, a problem. So, that's my worry.
All right, together we have Bud on the line. Good evening, Bud.
Good evening, Cliff, and I'm sure that you know that you have me waiting for a long time.
Oh, sorry about that.
Listen, I have a question, though. When Hurricane Gilbert was approaching Jamaica, do you remember us reading bulletins that said it was a Category 5?
Yes, we were reading bulletins.
Okay. Now, the fact that it ended up as a Category 3, could it be the same that is happening here? I'm not saying that it's going to be a Category 3, but, you know, is it possible that it could be, lower?
No, no, because the science has improved over these 37, 40 years, yeah, and this system has certain characteristics that Gilbert didn't have. From the very outset, this woman, Melissa, has been crawling. Gilbert wasn't crawling. Gilbert was motoring through the Caribbean. It entered the Caribbean Sea just south of Barbados, just north of Trinidad and Tobago, and really made a beeline for Jamaica very, very early on.
I remember everything about the characteristics.
Yeah, not so Melissa. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And that is what troubles me about Melissa. She is just creeping, and she's going to be inflicting a lot of pain, a lot of damage, because she's going to take so long to go on our business and get out of here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm saying she's going to take too long to do our business and get out of here.
Yeah. I wish I had some more time to talk to you, but I'll call back tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Okay, bud. Thank you so much. Yeah. I recall, Gilbert, you could predict 2, 3, 4 days in advance, at a week, that Gilbert was heading for Jamaica. Yeah? Not so with this woman. Yeah. Anyway, that's how we're going to leave it. I want to say thanks to our producer, Dana Davey, our technical operator, Andrew Boogs Anderson, the members of the news and production team, and, of course, the support team, yes, Simone, Luna, and Henry, yes, and her team, who have been feeding Ricardo and us, yeah?
Why is it Ricardo and us?
Yeah, because you take the lion's share of the food.
I had...
Please.
You know what? All right, it's fine.
Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Tomorrow morning, Tana Thomas and George Davis will be here to pick up the commentary as we continue to track Hurricane Melissa.
Please stay safe.